Lanae, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm fine. This has been hard to get everything together. I sent you an email.
Okay.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll take our time. However much time you have, we'll take that time, and we don't have to get to everything. We get through what you want to get to today, and if you want to come back in the future, we can do that. Before we even do this, though, sis,
Yes.
how are you doing with everything that Umar has been up to over the last couple of days, including doxing you on his Instagram page?
I'm doing really good. It's different. There is my family has been awesome. The
Mm,
city's been awesome. My family's been awesome. Job's been awesome. I didn't. Nobody is really surprised, which is shocking. Like on his end, nobody was surprised. It's kind of been more of a I don't know. It's kind of like a way to show up for me because I'm a very private person. So I think
hmm
they've been using this as a way to show up for me, and I appreciate it. I'm okay though. I'm not like emotionally wound up or anything. I'm trying not to be a little too numb to it because I know the severity. There are other people that are out there. He's done it too. So I know
hmm
I have some respect for what they went through. I guess like a different breed.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
I noticed that. I concur on that.
yeah, so yeah, he's really trying. He's doing a whole lot of showing himself. Um, I will say that it's also kind of a determining line, like but I don't want to say good and evil. It's just
Mm,
it's a lot. It's just a lot of different people have uh, opinions on it, and I don't want to like drag anybody else into this, but there were a lot of people that felt very strongly, a lot of women that felt very strongly about what he was doing. It's taught me a whole lot because some of the things I was kind of like, oh well, who cares, but they're like, no, you don't understand how serious, and I'm like, oh, okay. You're
well,
right. Yeah, I never even thought
what do you
about
mean?
that.
Yeah, can you explain what do you mean exactly from these women?
There are some women that have went through this. They've had men revenge porn, gang stalked, just doxing. A lot of people have they can't do it publicly. They're scared to do it publicly because they don't want the backlash to fall on them. But I've gotten a ton of inboxes, a ton of DMs, just like, he's he's crazy, something's wrong with him. How did you stay in that space? How do you deal with someone like that? And I just say I've dealt with it. I'm kind of numb to it.
Mm,
After a certain point, I got my head right about what it was, why I was in the space, and I didn't pay him a whole lot of attention. But
hmm
it's woken me up to a lot of things that happen against women. Um, and I've worked in that space before, but it was always physical, like the physical abuse.
hmm
Never really paid attention to like the psychological abuse. Then there's a whole nother capstone of men that can create narratives for women, and them having power to create these narratives. Like there's a lot of people that think I'm like a sex worker because of the type of stuff that he put out,
mm.
and my personality is not even that. I don't even have that type of reputation in my city or anything. But I was like, huh? Are they gonna think I'm promiscuous? No, it's not. Hasn't nothing like that's been said or anything. So it's going pretty good.
hmm hmm Well,
Yeah, but it's
I have to ask because we talked about this via email that you received a text message from Umar.
oh. Hold on, let me the mic.
And okay, take your time, take your time. That you received the text message, and Umar thought that he was sending the text message directly to your son, But
Yeah,
can you
that was
explain that?
scary.
Yeah, can you explain that? Well, I can pull it up too, but can you explain that to the listening audience?
Yeah, so I have three different phones. One phone I dedicated because when I went out to Philly, my phone number, so one of my phones is jailbroken,
Mm-hmm.
which somebody like me should never have a jailbroken phone, but I have one. It's an
Okay, well,
iPhone.
yeah, explain what that means.
So basically, it does more than a normal phone is supposed to be able to do, and that is to accommodate some of the work that I do on the side of working for my employer. So with that, when I was out of town, some way my phone stopped picking up the SIM card, and it was stuck in SOS mode. So I had to get a Philadelphia phone number.
Mm-hmm.
When I got the Philadelphia phone number, I just dedicated that phone to Philadelphia, like to him, because I couldn't really use it anywhere else. I didn't want anybody to really have that phone number. And then I have two other phones. I have one that's for my job, and then I have another phone for something else. But yeah, he thought one of the phone numbers that I gave him when we were doing the event, he thought that was my son's number. And my son has a completely different number. So he texted that to my son. My son never reached out to him. He just brought him into the situation. Like he was looking for somebody to kind of allyship with, which that was the wrong person. We are a very close knit family.
Mm.
And he sent the text to my phone, and I was like, wow, if my son would have gotten it, I wouldn't have liked him to get, yanked into this. But my kids are barely on social media. Like they go
Mm.
on there. They're not like social media kids. None of us are really. But he sent the, and you can show it if you have it. I
Yeah,
didn't
I'll pull
send
it
it
up.
because I figured you just had it. But it's scary. Like, why would you send that to a young man,
Yeah, let
especially
me
where his mother's concerned?
yeah, let me read. I'll read a little bit of it, and then let's get your response. So, this was sent at 11:22 p.m. and it says, "Good evening, sir. Your mother attacked me on YouTube by going on my number one haters platform and discussing my mother's personal business. My mother is innocent, and your mother had no right to target my disabled mother by conspiring with my haters." It's interesting that he says he's suggesting that you targeted his disabled mother. You were the one taking care of her, right?
Yeah, right. And this had nothing to do with his mother. His mother was, no one attacked her at all. Quite the opposite. That she was one of her and the daughter were one of the underlying reasons that I wanted to say something about him. If you notice too, this number is not in this phone anymore.
Hmm.
So it's like an it took me a while for it to register because, like I told you before, he was sending people into my space, like his supporters. He would have them sending me threatening messages. And I had gotten rid of all of those, but I brought them back up because I forgot that deleted messages, it holds them.
Yeah.
But yeah, so this I had completely took him out of that phone. I used that phone for something else. So when I got this number, I was like, wait a minute, how did somebody from a 215, how did they get this number? Because it's used for something else now. And then it was him. But yeah, he's just, he's a something's wrong with this dude.
Yeah, it also says I've never had anyone violate my mother in my life. It's not that you violated her, you were taking care of her.
Yeah, I didn't violate her, and he's just trying to manipulate the situation, like the story, so that he can create a narrative.
Yeah, yeah.
Just like with putting out that my son, and I was trying to get in touch with his teacher so that I could get her just to send a voice clip or something so that people wouldn't think that I skipped an IEP. He's trying to make out like I just shucked my son off,
Yeah,
ran
can
to
you explain you
Philadelphia to
yeah,
do Like he's mental. And I'm just gonna let him stack up against him. Because one thing about it, when you have a good reputation, that is really hard to squash. I've never missed an IEP with my son. That's one thing. And then the other thing, is that the what had happened, my son had picked up a phone in the classroom. They have certain phones that are in classrooms and it goes straight to 911. So he was trying to call his brother to get picked up. There was nobody in the class. He walked up to the phone and he picked it up. And he's in a different type of, school setting. So they have those type of phones. Like he's in a smaller class size and everything. So he picked up the phone and it caused the paramedics, the fire, everybody came out. And he got in trouble for it. But he didn't know. But he got in trouble for it. They wanted me to come in. And this situation was not like what he was trying to. He just needed to have somebody come in. They knew that I was out of town. That's why on the letter, it was caretaker. And went to the school, talked to them. They were like, he doesn't need to pick up that phone anymore. And they swore he knew about it. He said he didn't know about it, but yeah. So
you did say he got in trouble for that, even though he didn't know, right?
Yeah, he got it.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't get in trouble like that. They just needed to talk to me because the next time it was a suspension. Because they get fined for sending out, paramedics and fire trucks and all of that for no reason.
Right.
The school picks up a fine. So they gave him the benefit of the doubt. He got in trouble from me, but he didn't get in trouble from the school. Yeah. But the next time just to make sure the next time they understood, I would be paying that fine and he would be some serious Dutch. Yeah.
Because that ain't cheap. So what now? Just for clarity, quick correct chat. What she's referring to is that Umar, he spun a whole other narrative about what took place because it's basically about a phone. What Umar does is he posts this on his Instagram page. So I have it up here. I don't know if you can see it, sis, but let me read what Umar stated here. This again is Umar painting a false narrative. He's known for doing this because he did the same thing with the conscious stripper. He did the same thing with other women that have come out to speak about him. Umar says this woman, and then he gives your information. I'm sorry, I could redact this. If you don't mind, let me go ahead.
It's already it's okay.
I know, but I
know
have a
you
degree.
Protect me good, but
yeah. Yeah, if you don't mind, let me just go. I'm going to do that anyway, just because that's how I am. So before we'll come back to it. Let's go back to this right here. And what we can do is this last part. If you can respond, and while you do this,
I went in on him on that. I couldn't help it because that is like you coming. I've never contacted, even though I have numbers. I've never contacted anybody about him or about his mother's situation. I never contacted them after the fact. I didn't have those phone numbers when I was taking care of her. He just left me there. No, contact person. If he got hemmed up somewhere or something, he got into a car wreck, one time. He never left any like emergency contact. I wasn't taking care of her at that time, but still. Things happen, and I have your mother under my care. If something happens even to her and we can't get in touch with you, there's no contact number. But at any rate, the fact that he crossed that line and contacted my son, that was too much.
Yeah, he said here, I've never had anyone violate my mother. We've already addressed that. Then he says, I'm sorry you're in the middle of this, sir.
He's not in the middle of anything.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't know anything about it. And he knows now, but at the time he didn't know anything about what was going on because my kids aren't online. I got different kids. My kids are out fishing and hiking. They don't. My kids be touching real good. They be hugging trees and touching grass. They do not care nothing about what's going on online.
That's awesome because kids. My kids too. They be on their phones.
And even with that, they're on different like things. They're not on the social media. Like just when I was telling him, even when we were doing the event, it's kind of hard to we had a whole theater, you know, that someone trusted me with, and I appreciate, you know, them letting us use it. But we had a theater. It was hard to fill up those seats, and he was, you know, his ego makes him feel like he's just this biggest thing. People didn't know who he was.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it was like we were trying to give him, you know, kind of like this pitch to try to get, you know, get it filled up for him. We was
But I
really
thought,
working.
yeah,
We was
he
really
say
working for him.
yeah, but he say he the most requested scholar. What?
Well, we gonna see about that today, because
Yeah, that's real tough.
the stuff that I sent you, you know, we did a whole lot to try to make that, you know, the best, because we took it on. And even though we were just trying to focus on one aspect of his work, you know, we I'm sorry, I'm dancing around these chords,
Oh no,
but
you're fine. You're fine.
yeah, we did a lot of work trying to get those seats filled up. But yeah, even with that, my kids, they don't come across. And even the fact that that son that he thought he was putting in the middle of something, he's the one that introduced me to Umar, like his
Okay.
work.
Mm-hmm.
So he came across it being passed on something else. It was not on the regular platforms.
Mm.
So
And then the last thing he says, my family is very angry. This will be addressed one way or another. That's almost like a veiled threat.
yeah, I'm not worried about none of them.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And if they were really all that worried, they go see about their mama.
Real talk. I said that
Put that
yesterday.
energy into something that's go let's go do some good, because coming this way, you don't want these problems. But yeah, I know that he was trying to and that's the thing about Umar. Umar tries to make out like he has a whole force behind him. And even
Yeah.
if he did, one thing about dictatorship is it's like death by 1,000 cuts. You know,
Mm.
you have nicked so many people and hurt so many people and done so much grime. You know, people hold that resentment, and when it's time to, when you take a knee, that's when they're going to dogpile you.
Mm-hmm.
And he has hurt a lot of people and done a lot of evil, so that's why he stays in drama.
Mm.
It's still people that are in Philadelphia that have issues with him. He's
No,
not
that's true. No, you're
loved in
right.
that city.
Mm-hmm.
Not by what I didn't go out there. Even when I was in my time alone, I wasn't going around, you know, trying to um like tell people that, oh, I'm up here with, no, he's not a flex to, you know, to be around or to be up on. He's not that guy.
Mm.
So I kept all of our dealings and everything, and I've even told the guy that filmed the video that you showed. I asked him if me and my son could get removed from it,
Mm.
and even Jarrell get then, you know, us removed from it, because we didn't want to be publicly aligned with him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I never posted him or my pictures on my page after, you know, we did the event. That event was one of many that was supposed to take place. You know, that was one of the conditions of us working with Jarrell's father. We were trying to offer, kind of like how Umar is working as an adult. He's running around the world speaking. We were trying to create events so this little boy, this 12-year-old, would have a platform of his own. And then we were going to, you know, do the events before the tragedy hit.
Mm-hmm.
So it was going to be Umar, and then you know, a few other people behind him that were lined up to do events. But after that tragedy, it kind of halted everything. So I wanted to speak on that. But yeah, his family being upset, I'm not worried about that
Yeah, but
at
he may
all.
just be saying that. That may not even be true because he's painting
It
the narrative here
possibly
too.
so,
Yeah.
because I just can't see letting my, unless they're immune to it.
Mm-hmm.
Where I was talking to my girlfriend, she was like, some people live like that and they're immune. But I don't think that he is, based off of the video that you showed before, because he was trying to say he was moving. He's in a process of moving.
Mm-hmm.
That shows, like, you know, you kind of know that this space is messed up. So are you just lazy, or maybe he doesn't? I don't know. I don't know.
No, yeah, and some of that I have follow maybe a page and a half of follow questions. So, and that was one of the questions, and we'll get to that a little bit later on.
Okay.
But I think with Umar in that scenario, he was exposed, and he wanted to come up with an excuse as to why he was living in filth. You
Yeah.
know, now if he wasn't exposed, I think he's perfectly comfortable in that because that's a pattern of behavior for him, living in filth. Right?
Yeah.
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 So it may not.
Because
He may just be immune to it in the sense that it doesn't register in his mind. And like you had said in the first interview, he may have been raised in that type of scenario anyway, and it's
yeah.
just something that doesn't register in his mind.
Yeah, because just even looking at some of the stuff in the house, I was just like, it's been a long time since, some things have been turned over in this home. So
What
yeah.
do you mean? What do you mean by that? So, some of the things in the house.
Just walking into it and looking at like the condition of the sofa, looking at condition of the chairs. He did tell me that he needed to have like he wanted me to decorate, or he wanted me to come in and fix things up and everything. And hey, that's my thing. So I was like,
Mm-hmm.
I was on it. So he kind of sets you up with these false narratives, and you're not understanding that it's really him trying to um protect himself. You're actually thinking that he's really interested in doing these things. He just
Mm.
wanted to make out like he was aware that the house was bad, it had issues, and he was willing to change it, or he just didn't have anybody to change it you
Mm-hmm.
know
Did he
um
tell you anything about the condition of the house before you got there?
he said some people think he's a hoarder,
Yeah,
like.
what do you mean? Can explain that? What was the context? Were you guys texting or you were
No,
talking?
we were on the phone. We had a really long phone conversation before I actually got out there. He was trying to prepare me. And
Mm,
honestly, I was in a mind frame that I don't judge. Like, I've went into space. I've had to go out of town to get women out of bad situations. I've been in all kinds of different types of homes, and
mm,
I don't pass any judgment. But so I was prepared to see something, that he lived different. I didn't
mm-hmm,
prepare for it to be what I saw. And like, he wanted to talk about, and I think that's when he was trying to cover up for himself, like, oh, there's no woman, I need somebody here that's going to be able to do that. So if you're a woman and you're going into that space with the idea, okay, this is a bachelor, he gonna live like a bachelor. He's gonna be eating out of the ice cream bowls and stuff like that. It's I understand, but that wasn't what it was. It was,
mm-hmm.
this is like what you said, is squalor. You
Yeah.
know, this is like you're not paying attention to cleanliness at all. This is not him knocking over something and spilling a little something in the fridge. That fridge needed to be thrown out.
Mm.
It couldn't. You can't do anything else with that.
So
Uh,
he told you specifically that people he didn't did he say who thought that he was a hoarder? Or he just said people think that I'm a hoarder.
yeah, he just said generally people think he's a hoarder.
Hmm.
So there's just a lot of piles of stuff. There's just,
Mm-hmm.
I can't put value on anybody's stuff just by eyeballing it, but just in there's just a whole lot of stuff. Like, there's piles and piles, like he has it piled. And a lot of that could have been alleviated if he just bought like shelving and put the stuff
Mm-hmm.
away. It's like sitting there stacked, like just sitting there and stacked, like it's
Mm-hmm.
not tended to. It's left. Basically, how you were saying, or how I was saying before, where he doesn't deal with things, he just basically lets them sit. And then
Mm.
more, and I'll tell you something else, he has a ton of in the house. Those donation, well, in bulk mail, when you work for the post office, they allow you to pick up like fan mail and stuff like that. You can have their crates. So they say United States Postal Service on it. He had an unusual amount of those things in his house, which you're supposed to return them, but he's using them as caddies.
Oh my goodness.
So that is what I found the juice and the cleaner mixed in together. Like it was like in there just like you had just put all juice and cleaner in a caddy and stuck it underneath a dirty sink.
Okay, so real quick, when you say caddy, you're talking about the male caddy for
Uh,
males?
yes, there's like these bulk containers. They are made out of plastic. We have a ton
Mm-hmm.
of them at our job where they hold bulk mail.
Mm-hmm.
And like sometimes small packages or whatever, they're white bins. And they say United States Postal Service. It tells you to
Mm-hmm.
return it upon, you know, and he's using them as caddies, as in like totes, like what we would have, what you said your wife keeps her spring clothes in or winter clothes. Yeah, he's using
Okay.
it as totes.
So he ain't trying to buy none from Walmart. He just
No, no.
now this is something that I was concerned about. And during your first interview, you had said that he had mixed, I guess, in one of these totes or some of these totes, his mother's juice and cleaning
Yes.
supplies.
Yes, and
What do you mean by that?
I'm gonna tell you how bad the ego on this guy is. I separated it. I took it. I wiped it down. I separated. I pulled all her juice out of there. Wiped them down with a rag, and I wiped them down and separated it. I set them on the edge of the table. Now, mind you, I done went home and I done came back, but it's like a matter of a couple of days.
Mm-hmm.
When I when I came back out, he went and put it right back the way it was. Like, no, you don't change anything in here. And I honestly, that wasn't my. I wasn't trying to come into his space and try to take over. I was
I
trying
understand.
to do right, and
Mm-hmm.
he's like, his ego won't allow that to happen.
Yeah, but in my mind, I would think that if he cared about his mother, he wouldn't want to mix the her juice with cleaning
Yes.
supplies in a one of those totes or whatever.
Right. Lennon, common sense to tell you if the grocery store doesn't stock it like that, then it's not
Mm-hmm.
supposed to be like that. If anything, if that let's say the bathroom cleaner has spilled on top of, her juice, it's a chance for cross contamination. But he didn't, I mean, he's like he didn't care.
Mm-hmm.
And it's all jumbled up underneath the sink
But
and
why would he
it's
have
filthy
why
underneath
would he
there.
have yeah, but why would he have the juice under the sink?
I don't know. I don't, and that's the way it is all over the house. He told me, he texted me, and I'll send that in. This is why I need to just send you all of our texts because he said, "Oh, I left some grape juice in the bathroom or some grapefruit juice in the bathroom. Can you get it and put it in the refrigerator?" Absolutely not. Nope. It went right into the trash.
What in the world?
Yep. That's what he texted me. He remembered it. So he was like, I left some grapefruit juice in the bathroom. Can you put it in the fridge or can you get in and put it in the fridge? You can give that to her or get it and put it in the fridge. And I was like, yeah, no, it's been in the bathroom. It doesn't go back anywhere else but in the
Okay,
trash.
okay, real quick. There's two things. One's the bathroom, but the other thing is the mother in a position where she could actually get the juice out of the under the sink from under the sink?
She does not leave. She doesn't, she's not mobile. So she's non ambulatory. So she does not walk. She can scoot a little bit, but she's not moving. She's
Okay.
not like touring around the house on her own. You
Okay,
know
I
what I
just want
mean?
to. Yeah, the reason I'm asking, and I know that she's disabled, I know that in the
Yeah,
wheelchair bound and
yeah.
all that stuff. The reason I'm asking is because that would, if she was able to get to that, uh, the juice, and let's say for whatever reason she picks up some cleaner and then drinks it, that would be a
Yes.
serious problem.
Yes. 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 Or anyone else that's just not thinking
Mm-hmm.
got a hold to it and in a hurry, trying to hurry. Because when you're trying to, you get through changing her, you're trying to, do anything else, is you're kind of moving around. So if
Mm-hmm.
anybody else, like another care person, wasn't in that same mind, they could have grabbed it, and it's too many chances for cross
Yeah,
contamination.
yeah,
It was
or
an
even
odd place to put it. It's
yeah.
like detergent, washing detergent in there. It was like all kinds of stuff in there.
Was there anything else you saw in the house that just was totally misplaced, should not have been there, or was mixed up with other things that and they should have been mixed up with?
Every like everything. The situation with her clothing and like the bedding, it was just like it was every which way. Everything's in bags. Like I
Mm-hmm.
told you, it's kind of like you're living inside of a storage unit. If she's like had an accident and she needed another nightgown, you could go to certain places to find that. But if she needed a short sleeve shirt, because she usually wore the nightgown and then a shirt on top of it because she could get cold. If you're looking for that shirt, is you got to figure it out of all of these clear bags of clothes,
Mm-hmm.
and so that was one thing. Her chucks were clear across the room, so you had to make sure you definitely got everything together when you're trying to take care of her.
Mm-hmm.
You got to get it before, and then you go and get her, um which is something that I didn't know until I had my first changing.
Yeah.
And then it's just like that everywhere. It's just odd. Like there's the water's under the table and it's stacked up, but it's also tea in there. I'm trying to think of everything. He's also gotten packages, like he's got like a overhaul of packages that he hasn't went through his mail. He's just ordering stuff. He hasn't opened it up.
Mm.
He's going through that kind of like that ritual of opening the door, shutting off the light, and open the door, and you literally have a very new ring camera here that you just have not installed. You're up here making memes about people that's evil, and you could have took that time and put your meme camera or your ring camera together and put it at the door. It's just
Mm-hmm.
his time is not. You can really tell that it's not time used properly. He's got
Mm-hmm.
dental stuff in the kitchen. The kitchen table is just like an array of stuff.
What do you mean dental stuff?
Like dental stuff, like dental hygiene stuff that you do your teeth with, like the floss water thing that you spray in
What?
your mouth to knock the plaque out. Yes, in the kitchen. And then his this stuff is all lined up from the floor all the way up. He's got you got to go into the closet where we were talking about. This might be the closet that he's filming from. He has a back area. It's not a room. It's kind of like an indention where there is a deep freezer back there, and then there is the pots and pans. And the pots and pans, this is strange. The pots and pans are inside of a box, so he doesn't want you to clean them and put them down in the stove, or put them on the stove so they're easily accessible. They're all the way in the back room inside of a cardboard box.
And when you say the back room on the first, you're talking on the second floor?
This is on the first floor.
Okay, because I'm thinking about the layout.
Yeah,
Yeah.
go all the way to the back door.
Okay.
And on the back
This would be on
door,
the right side before you go out into the back patio.
yes. So
Okay.
this is a door that goes out to that back patio. It's
Mm-hmm.
almost kind of like I would call it a pantry, because there's like a option of storage, and there's a broom closet. The brooms are not in the closet. The mops, the brooms, they're all just out, and they're everywhere. I don't know what it is in that broom closet. So I was kind of respecting his space. I wasn't like going through everything. But as I'm looking for things, I'm bumping into these things.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. So there's a room back there that could be a pantry if he added shelving, and there's that sliding door. These
Mm-hmm.
sliding doors are all over the house. Some
Yeah.
rooms have them, some rooms don't. The bathroom has one. That back pantry has one. I believe that the ancestral room had one, if I'm not mistaken, and I think his room has one. So
Mm-hmm.
they're not like open and closed. But yeah, it's just stuff all over the house. And then in the hallway upstairs, he has these long totes. They're very long and they're used for utility. They have clothes, I guess, in them, but they're very long black totes. The kind of stuff you would put in a garage, but
Mm-hmm.
they're stacked. They're like stacked like 6 high, and there's clothes all over them.
And that's on the second floor.
That's on the second floor of the hallway.
Mm-hmm.
So the even when you walk straight into the house, her wheelchair's there, but there's winter coats and bags of clothes, and it's just nothing is. It's like no formality to the house. It's just wherever it drops, it drops.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
then you have the condition of it, so it's you got that. So he has her area, and would be a living room. So she's in the living room area. But it's a
Mm-hmm.
very thin, like, structure to the townhome. It's almost like those brownstones, but like the row townhomes.
Okay. Can
Yes.
we go to the bathroom? Because I was this is something. This is a question that I'd asked. I want to ask. So um the bath. There's one bathroom and it's upstairs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. While you were there, did you use that bathroom?
Yeah, that's the whole. Yeah, it's a nice size. I'd be very happy to have that bathroom size.
Okay. Okay. So it, when you went into that bathroom, did you see anything up against the wall? Like, you know how he has fabric that he does when he live streams? Did you see any of that?
No, that wasn't there. But the bathroom, when you walk in, you have the sliding doors, but he
Mm-hmm.
always keeps those open. Then you have the bathtub. There's the shower curtain there. Um, there's dye, like hair dye, splattered everywhere. I don't know what that's all about, but
What you mean, black hair dye?
yeah, he dies. He
Yeah, I
dies
know.
the
I
heck out
know.
of himself.
Mm-hmm.
So he that then you have sit chairs that are up against the wall. There's like three of them, and those are like what you would put in a tub for an elderly person. But he has
Mm-hmm.
those lined up against the wall, and
Why
then you
why does he
walk
have
a.
three?
Yeah, he's got three of them. The bathrooms are pretty good size.
Mm-hmm. But why
Yeah,
three though?
I Maximus. He's just a maximal liver. Everything is extra. It's
Yeah.
like extra everything.
Yeah, and it doesn't make sense either because, like you said, the mother can't go upstairs anyway. So what is he using those to sit in? I don't get it. It's just weird. I'm sorry. So when you're going through, you pass by the tub. You said there's a tub. There's the shower curtain, and then what's next?
Yeah, so you go down a little bit. He's got a space between the tub and, just to give you an idea, and the bathroom sinks. He could fit a nice credenza there. I mean, like a nice size credenza there. And then you have the sink, you have the mirror, but there it's just the mirror planted. There's no medicine cabinet there. Then you walk a little bit more, and there's the toilet. There's a
Hmm.
window above the toilet. And then
Okay.
to the side of that, and this is on the right side, the baker's racks that they use in restaurants,
Hmm.
what he should actually have his pots and pans on. It is actually upstairs in the bathroom, holding all of his hygiene stuff.
That's weird.
Yeah. And then on the floor underneath that, he has a lot of toilet brushes, a lot of plungers, a lot of them.
Yeah, and you said that he tends to buy things. I don't mean to say it this way, but buy things in bulk. He'll buy a whole bunch of things that he doesn't necessarily need
Yeah.
at that time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really conducive, like, to people that don't know what they're doing. Like, if somebody doesn't know what they are doing, but they went to someone's house and they've had it, so they buy it. They don't buy it with a
Mm-hmm.
purpose,
Mm-hmm.
so they
Mm-hmm.
overbuy. So
Mm-hmm.
that's how the entire house is. It's like I told him he needed a white noise machine. I don't know how he's a psychologist and doesn't know what that is, but it's a machine you plug in the wall. It plays white noise and it drowns out, so if you're having a session, people can't hear what you're talking about. And he didn't know what it was. And I was like, well, if you instead of talking in the bathroom all the time, you could just buy those and set them up around the house. And I sent him that. And then he had never heard it. That threw me because I didn't know
Mm-hmm.
why he never heard of that. But it just, I don't know. It's a lot. It's so much.
So if you don't mind, we'll come back because I have questions that people sent me. We'll come back to those questions, but I want to go back to what he posted on his Instagram page, and he attempted to paint a narrative. I want to read that, and then if you explained it already, but this is dealing with the phone that your son.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, you there?
Yes, I'm
Yeah.
here. I'm here.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So I'll pull it
Can
up.
you hear
Let me
me?
go ahead. Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Sorry.
Yeah, we're having some technical difficulty. Y'all just hold on just a moment.
Wait a minute. Okay.
Yeah, it sounds like. Are you in a car?
I'm sorry.
It sounds like a car in the background.
No, I don't know what that is.
Yeah, it may just be static.
It might be. Let me see if I can. Hold on. It might be this. Did it get better?
Yeah, that sounds a lot better.
Okay. That was my fan. Okay.
Oh,
That's my desk fan.
it was loud. It sounded like an airplane.
I wish it worked like an airplane. It was just sputtering. Okay.
Okay, so what I want to do is I want to go back to the situation with the phone, and your son got in some trouble about that. But Umar, he takes that as an opportunity to spin a false narrative,
Yeah,
right?
that was.
So if I'm going to pull it up now, and then if you can give us, I'll read it, and then if you can break down what is it about it that is basically Umar? He's painting a false narrative. Basically, he's basically lying on you, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
he needs something. I don't have nothing. He needs something. I don't really have nothing that he knows of.
okay. So if you give me one moment, let me pull this up.
Okay.
Yeah, there's some feedback too. I'm getting some feedback from you. Okay, so let me pull this up here. All right. It's not showing. It's not populating here for some reason. Let me do it this way. Yeah, I apologize. For some reason, it's not coming up. Yeah, I think it'll work this time. Here we go. Okay, so this is something that he posted yesterday. He was very active yesterday on his Instagram page while we were live streaming. So
Yeah.
he posted a picture, and it's a picture you're holding a letter, and
That's
then
that's my son holding a letter.
okay, it's your son. Okay, I
Yeah,
thought
my oldest son. He's in his 20s.
okay, oldest son. Okay,
Yeah.
so this is what Umar said. He said this woman, and he docks your information. It's so trifling. Um, I'm sorry, I'm getting feedback from you or some sound. I'm going to mute you just as I read this. It says this woman, and it gave your name, is so trifling. She missed her son's IEP meeting to come to Philadelphia. She had the nerve to tell me that her other son, who is a young adult, was going to stand in for her at I don't know what that means. It's an IEP meeting. Are you serious? Your son has, well, he's even telling the business. It's always in trouble. It's always in trouble, and you're willingly missed the meeting to chase Shango Stick in Philadelphia. If you live such and such and know such and such father, please have him call Dr. Umar. I will help the man get his son's IEP services in order for free. He needs to get custody of his son from this woman. Wow, this is very vindictive. You have a lawsuit against that school. However, and he gives your name, I forgot to redact that, is too thirsty chasing the P word to help her son. Can you break this down in terms of
Oh,
what
he is
he's
so
trying to?
misled.
Yeah.
This is why you feed you. I always feed hungry people bullshit. So
Mm,
first of all, we don't have a lawsuit with the school district. That's first. Second of all, there's not going to be any custody because me and my kid's father get along tremendously. But he has. We had some disagreements when I first met him about how to handle my son,
mm-hmm,
which is part of co-parenting. He would know that if he did that. And the thing about it was I never missed an IEP meeting. That's why we were kind of trying to get the teacher involved. He knew about my son's situation, and he never once, and I sent you all of our texts, he never
yeah,
wanted to talk about it.
yeah, you did. Mm-hmm,
Never wanted to talk about it. This is your expertise. That's why I brought up in the last one. If you're a mechanic and me and you are, laying together, it's only right. I'm gonna bring up the check engine light is on.
mm-hmm,
But we used other sources because my son uh, has already seen someone that's reputable.
mm-hmm.
So I just stopped bringing him into the space anyway, and his methods were not effective from his lectures. So I decided not to use him. I think
Mm-hmm.
really what he wanted was to get at my kid's father.
Yeah,
He wanted to make this something that it's not going to turn into. You know, real is just what it is. What it is.
yeah. It's almost as if Umar assumed that somehow your son's father would have already has many issues with you, so that if he was able to
Mm-mm.
contact your son's father, that he would become an ally against you.
Yeah, it ain't gonna happen. I mean, he's a business owner. He's a dope guy. We have not even get into it. We just have things where we don't agree with like the co-parenting is two different homes. But my son was actually going there. That's why I was in Philly and he was here. My ex was on a trip. So when he come back in, he was going to take my son.
Mm-hmm.
But Umar doesn't know any of this because I don't talk to Umar. He doesn't have any of my business. I'm so in love with him, but he doesn't know anything that's going on that's verifiable in my life. And so I didn't tell him because I know his temperament. I know his type of people. I've been in his comment sections on his page. I know what you attract. I know what you like. Um, I did do a meeting at his table while he was getting ready. I think he was going out of town somewhere, but it wasn't an official IEP meeting. I was calling around um, trying to get something coordinated with the teachers. And he was only thing he did interject was something we already knew.
Mm-hmm.
And I talked muffled. I didn't like, hey, I got him here, like come in here and listen to this. None of that. I kept him completely out of everything. And I think that probably bothered him.
Mm-hmm.
But he's good. I've never missed a meeting. I've never missed anything where it comes to my son. My son's he's going through his battle. That's what he went to school for. Why would you shame him? Why would
Yeah,
you shame me? And then
yeah,
you want to sit up there and talk about you're here to help. I hope people are paying attention to this.
yeah. Yeah, there are people paying attention. What he's doing, it's just he's painting a false narrative, but he has a history of that type of behavior, and not just with the women that he's dealt with, but he tends to paint false narratives about himself too. That's just that's his
Yeah,
nature.
don't you
Yeah.
put that man up. Y'all sent all of these people sent these resumes and sent your kids IEP. All you did was give him ammunition to work with you and to do scandalous stuff. And if it doesn't work out, then he's going to use that stuff and dox you.
Hmm.
That's it. And my ex was actually mad, and I'm a thousand times sorry that I even put him, because he doesn't particularly care for Umar. But I was like, come on, we done tried, we done took him to the fort, we took him up to the army base, we took him everywhere to try to get him someone to talk to. I'm very proactive in his care and stuff, and he didn't want to open up. So we tried this because I thought he was a tall, because my son is 16, but he's 6'2". So
Hmm.
he's got some, things that he's dealing with as far as with being that tall. He's the tallest kid in the school.
Hmm.
And plus he does have a form of autism. I don't know why he's trying to put that out to like shame, but yeah, he's okay. He's doing good. But his father and we are in it to win it. We're not in it to try to be against each other. His father has a girlfriend, and I'm seeing someone. So, we still get along good.
Okay.
I talk to him at least 2 or 3 times a week,
Okay.
you know.
Now, Umar, he did post a picture of I mean, he
Why
shouldn't have
didn't
done it.
I see? I'm seeing this in the thing too. Why I didn't report? Here's another thing, and I think I said this earlier. There are a lot of women that I have went out of town and I have helped them get out of bad situations with men. The situation that I walked into was not ideal for their children. I always try to talk to those women beforehand or talk to people before I just CPS and start calling and reporting things. I
Hmm.
tried, and you will see this because I gave receipts. I tried to talk to Umar. When the paramedics showed up, I tried to protect him, but I also tried to protect his mother. I tried to do everything that I was supposed to do in order, but people are insufferable, and he didn't want to talk about the situation. He came into the house, he didn't want to talk about it at all. He has like that avoidance technique, what I was telling you. So no,
Um,
that's not my first thing, but I'm not going to let anybody sit in a situation he's not available to it. So we have to go to a different measure.
hmm. And there's quite a few people that asked that question. In other words, from what I understand with you, it sounds as if you were trying to figure out a way to fix this with Umar instead of calling authorities.
Yeah, I thought that was the point of me coming. If you look at the text message, that was the point of I thought of me coming in. It
Hmm.
seems like in the text messages, he's more worried about. I even cut off the physical with him. I'm like, no, we can just, because I don't want this to get weird. And I said this on the last one. I
Yeah.
didn't want any more physical from him. I wasn't dying about not being with him or anything like that. I was like, we could just focus on this. We'll get you together, get the house, cleaned up, get everything together. He didn't want to deal with it. Even after this man did me like this, I still sent him, hey, why don't we get a portable washer and dryer that we can stick in that big old bathroom of yours so that you don't have pissy sheets and stuff hanging up and going pollinating through the house. You could just take them and put them straight into the washing machine. That's why I
Hmm.
said he had the perfect person to come into the situation to help him get it together. He didn't want to get it together, and that's why
Yeah.
we're here, or one of
Yeah.
the reasons.
Yeah, I think though too that it wasn't so much that he wanted to get it together. It's just that he saw you as someone that as a resource that he could use you to not only take care of his mother's while he was away, but then there was also the sexual piece where he can basically have sex with you. But once you cut that off, and I saw this in the emails, the nature of the relationship totally changed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hmm. Hmm.
Yeah, he didn't want, like I wasn't dying to sleep with this man. I said, hey, look, we could just work on this, because it's kind of like I got my son, and I'm running out of town trying to be up under some man. But that's not how it was. There, I sat down my kids' entire life. I didn't date or anything. I focused on raising my children. That was
Mhm.
my choice. Before I met Umar, I was 4 years celibate, or not
Mm.
celibate, but I was 4 years sustaining, because I wanted to sit down and I wanted to focus on a project. It wasn't even about my kids; it was about a project that I wanted. My kids have never seen me date men or anything.
Mm.
So what the narratives he's trying to push, it really don't match up. I
Mhm.
wasn't I wasn't promiscuous before you. I'm not gonna be that after you.
Yeah.
But when I'm 43 years old, I wanted to explore and so I decided to do that, and with the wrong person. I thought he was more mature because he had this education. I thought he was a different type of man. But
Mhm.
this is my point. My point was, I was not running all the way out, running out, trying to fly out of town just to be up under him and neglect my children. My son has an active father who was in the picture taking care of him, and my son he was straight. He's straight. This was
Mhm.
mommy time. So I went out of town, and I had whatever I had.
I have to ask. Do you think that maybe the idea of you, because you said this before, it's almost like you wanted to help or save Umar.
I tried.
Um, yeah, but don't you think that that's? I just have to say it. Don't you think that's unreasonable?
Yeah, it is. Let me tell you, I'm looking back at those texts, Lennon, from every point, and this is my problem too in real life. I see people have issues, and I told you the reason why I'm like that. I was a single parent, and I know how it feels if you could just get a little bit of help. It's like I could just get a ride to work for this whole week. You know what I'm saying? It's always
Hmm.
something that little bit of help that could, change the trajectory of things. When I came in, I tried to help and do the event. Then I moved on. He brought something else to me. Then he brought something else to me. And he brought something else to me. I was changing all these different hats, trying to be helpful to him, because I felt like that was the reason for the bigger, like that bigger persona that I was seeing, and I couldn't put my finger on what it was. This man
Hmm.
could excel if only he just had somebody that wasn't interested. I didn't want to be a wife. I didn't want to be his girlfriend. All I wanted him to do was win. And I had that in text. I told him, I'll stay with your mom. I'll take care of her. Just go out there and run it. Just get it. And that's not what he wanted. That's not what he wanted. So
Yeah, but
there's no other supporter that he has that was more down for him than I was.
I
But
just think
he
that it's.
Go ahead,
I'm,
I'm
I'm,
sorry.
I'm sorry. I just think it's too much.
It is too much. It's too much. It got to be, when I saw that house, I said, "Oh shit." I said, "This is a mess." I said, "Okay, how do I deal with this? How would I take this large project and work it all the way down to the details?"
Yeah, but why would you take that? That's just, it's too much. It's just too much.
Deflecting. I'm
Hmm.
like that though. I'm a person. I take on projects. Even the project I'm working on now is massive. One of my investors pulled me in. He said, "You have to get a think tank. You cannot do this on your own." Just the same way Umar is about this school. And I told him, you have to learn how to delegate responsibilities. You got to pass things off. You cannot take everything at your own. But I feel like my approach to things, being methodical, that would be the way to knock things down, get things done. But you can't work with somebody who doesn't work in a methodical approach. He jumps all over the place. He's chaos.
Hmm.
He's like an agent for chaos. And I
Hmm.
felt like if we could just start, any problem that he brought to me, I was like, we could fix it. We could fix it. We could fix it.
It's too much. I think you've learned an important lesson, though, right?
No, you can't fix him. He needs professional help. I don't have the letters behind my name to help him.
Hmm. Hmm. Now, I am getting a little feedback from your phone.
Oh, yeah, this might be because we're on a thing. Sorry.
Yeah. Um, okay, so what I like to do is there are some follow-up questions. I want to start asking you some of these follow-up questions. And if you're in the chat, if you have any follow-up questions from the first interview or even from anything that we've talked about here, you can ask inside the chat room. Okay.
Is the feedback better?
Let me see. Let me talk. I'm
Um,
still, yeah, I'm still hearing a little bit.
oh man. Let me
Yeah.
see.
What you could do is you can call back in, and sometimes that'll correct the problem.
Okay, let me see too if I have the laptop really close. Is it better now?
Okay. Let me listen.
Uh,
Yeah, I'm still hearing. I'm still hearing it in the background.
okay, I can call back
Mhm.
in.
Yeah, yeah. Give it a try. I'll be here.
Okay,
Okay.
all right.
Mhm. All right. Before she comes back in, I have the questions, and then I'll take any other questions inside the chat room. We have plenty of questions to cover here. I just want to reiterate that this is not an interrogation. All right. Some of y'all came in here thinking that it was going to be, and I'm going to tell you now, check yourself. Okay, just check yourself. Listen, it's just not necessary. All right. If you have a question, a legitimate question, type it in there. Okay, we don't have to disparage anyone, and we shouldn't be. We shouldn't do that. Whatever you may think. Real talk, I don't give a shit. Okay. It's about respect. Okay. If you have a story and you come up on here, you want to tell your story and do it courageously, you should be able to tell that story without people disrespecting you inside the chat room. And if anyone in here, if you can't deal with that, okay, you know what to do. Okay. On the other hand, if you have a legitimate question, type it in all caps. I'll put it in the document and I'll ask her. It's really that simple. All right. All right. I'm going to wait here for her to call back in. I want to thank everyone for tuning on in. I didn't put a poll up. If there's a poll question that anyone thinks, I could, let me know inside the chat room and I can put a poll question because I don't think I put a poll question up here. Let me check real quick. Yeah. And I just want to say this. Women, it's not even a black woman issue. It's a woman issue. And it's not your responsibility to try to save somebody, some grown ass man who's 50 living in mama closet. That's not your responsibility. It's just too much. First of all, it's too much. The other thing is that you have to look at the situation for what it is. And in Umar's case, first of all, he doesn't want to get himself fixed. He doesn't want to fix his life. That's not what he wants. He wants to continue to get people to do things for him that he should be doing for himself. But women, that's not your job. That's not your job. I think there are women they see men who are down and out, and they feel like they can save them or they can help them, but it's more like he's like a lost boy. That's not it. You should that it's just time that's wasted on something that's not deserving of your time. You can put that time towards something else, or you can put that time towards a man who's on your level and who's willing to work with you as you work together on that level. You see what I'm saying? That's not Umar. See, so this is just something to be careful about in male-female relationships. It's not your job to try to save someone or try to fix someone. That's just too much. And in Umar's case, I think it's actually impossible. Okay, just something for you for women to think about. Okay. Okay, Lanea is back. Let's get Lanae back on. Lanae, you there?
Yes, I'm here. You're gonna hear some
Oh,
booms.
oh.
I got
What
a
is that?
pyromaniac
Oh,
right
it's
here.
the
You
it's
can
the
hear some
firework.
booms, but I think is the static gone?
Yeah, it is. Thank you.
Okay, I think it was a laptop. I think it was a
Okay.
laptop.
Okay, it's
Sorry.
all good. It's all good. Okay, so there's questions in the chat room.
Okay.
Let me one is from D that is all, and thanks for the super chat too, D that's all. The question is, did Umar ever talk about his third baby mama with you?
He never talked about the third baby mama. That was a
Mm-hmm.
shock. I asked him. I sent you the text message about that too. I asked him if he had another baby mom, and he
Mm-hmm.
was like, "Huh?" So
Oh yeah, you did send me that.
yeah, I love when
um,
people are like, "She's lying. She's lying." Like, yeah, I
yeah,
got
yeah,
all
don't
the receipts.
Yeah, and you have sent. That's the other thing. A lot of people don't know what you sent me. Okay, so they're
Yeah,
assuming too much. And again, if we have you on again, we'll go deeper and so forth and so on. But it's
yeah,
all good. Okay.
yeah.
The another question was, do you know if Umar has a team currently who helps him with his travel or event planning,
No,
donations, or a bank account manager?
no. It's a one-man band. He doesn't
Mm,
trust anybody. So that position I was in was real. I got there. I know people are going crazy about them text messages. That was a lot of gassing to get to that space um to get where I was.
mm-hmm.
Especially when I seen that he was unhealthy. When he was unhealthy, I was like, well, he's not Malcolm. Y'all don't know how hurtful it was to meet somebody that you thought you could have literally thought that this man is going down in the history books. He's going to be it. And then find out that he's not that guy. And then
Mm-hmm.
so I felt like I could get in that space and I could help him be that guy. You know what I mean?
Trying to save
And
him.
yeah, it wasn't doable because that guy has also an ego that is bigger than his popularity. So
Mm.
he doesn't trust when I tell, even when he was at Oxford and he's on live and he's got the camera in his crotches, I'm like, Jesus Christ, nobody else. Boosie's there. Nobody else is on live. Get off of live. Hold yourself in some kind of decorum. He doesn't he doesn't read the room. He asked me about wearing something to when he was in Africa. I said, no, that's not your. He was going to something and I can't remember what it was, but I was like, that is not your space. Don't wear white. Don't draw attention to yourself because it's not your day. And
Mm-hmm.
he wore white anyway. It's not about if there's anybody else in there wearing white. It's just a matter of etiquette and tact. He it's lacking. And he doesn't trust. He's got to trust you in order to listen to you. And he
Mm-hmm.
does not trust anybody.
Yeah, he's paranoid. Um, while you were dealing with Umar, well, let me backtrack just a little more context, because I think there are people who assume that you met Umar and for the first time, and then a month later you went to go take care of his mother. Okay, that's not an accurate representation
No.
of what took place. Can you just, for timeline's sake, and again, you also send me plenty of text messages, and you also talked about how you guys used to spend hours on the phone,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So it wasn't it wasn't like you talked that first day when he came out, and then he said, "Listen, I need help with my mother," and blah blah blah, and then the next week you fly out. That's not what happened, right?
No, no.
Okay. How much
So
time passed? Would you say?
I met him, did the event December the 3rd. He was trying to get me to come to the room that night. I passed on that. I needed more to find out who he was. The first time I went out, this is crazy because these dates circle each other. The first time I went out was March the 6th. That's when I went to Philly, and that was not about his mother. That was about
And
me and him.
okay, and that would have been in 2024.
That was in 2024. Yes, sir. And
Okay.
then I stayed out there for about 4 days. He went to an event and then he came back. And then I came on home. And then
Okay.
we kept talking.
And so March 2024, but you met him for the first time. Um,
December the 3rd was the first time I ever met that man.
and that was 2023, correct?
Yes. And
But
oh,
that
sorry.
was at the actual event, but you had been talking with them prior to set the event up.
Yes, March 21st is the day that I sent him a text like, see how I said all these dates are circling each other.
I see.
March 21st, 2023 was the initial contact. I sent out the text and I was like, you the goat, you the truth. But it wasn't like that. I was like, I agree with what you're saying, what you were talking about. I think he had on that Yogi Bear. Um, it might have been the Yogi Bear. No, I think it might have been on the Breakfast Club when he had on the picnic basket jacket. And I was like, yes, that's the way he's talking about. My son was like, he came in the room, he was like, he's talking just like you. He's saying everything you were saying. Here's another thing I wanted to say, because a lot of people think I'm running through. I never had been. I've had my own feelings about things, but I never linked with the conscious community. That came up on our first dealing. Um, I told him about something. He could air it. It doesn't matter. He doesn't know who it is. I'm not a talker, but I told him about that. He said, "Is the person in the conscious community?" I told him no. The person's not in the conscious community. But I wanted to let him know because he's around a lot of known people that there was something going on there. And it wasn't sexual. But after that, that makes a lot of sense why he asked me that, because the guy in the UNIA is actually an ex-Chiefs player. And I did not know that. So I don't even know. It's a lot of stuff that's unveiling to me that I wondered why he even contacted me to come to my city, because we don't have a woke. We're not really woke here. They're like we're speckled about, but this is kind of like a kumbaya state, you know. And we're on a Bible Belt. So when he reached back out and he was like, "Can I do an event?" That's why I said we were scrambling to try to. And here's the other thing: he had already been to the city prior. So where were you? Who were the people you were linked? Why ain't you dealing with them again? You done burnt a lot of bridges, and this is a small city. So if I do anything here, especially who my ex is, if I do anything here, it's gonna be all through everywhere. And I didn't know that the guy from UNIA had played for the Chiefs, but I think that's what he thought I was talking about, but that's not who I was talking about.
Okay. Okay, so just for the timeline's sake, because I think people need to be clear about this. First started talking with them March 21st of 2023. And like you said, you would talk with them for hours. Okay. And so March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. 9 months later, you have the actual event. Okay, but this is after you've been talking with them for a long time. And then it's the following year. So January, February, March, 3 months after the event. So basically, it's a year before you actually go out to see him, and you guys are intimate.
Yes. Okay. And we've been talking. We've been, and then he also gave me a boot camp. He said that we were going to have a boot camp in the city after. So once he left the city, we could have even fell off, but he said he wanted to do a boot camp here. He had a lot of people signing a book. We were running around getting signatures, making sure phone numbers were straight. But the boot camp never came about. He never brought it to fruition. So people thought that, and I sent you some of this stuff too. People thought that, and this is the jacked up thing. When we had Umar's event, the vendors at the front of the house, I charged them a price that was contingent on us doing more events. Remember, I told you I teamed up with the guy who So we were going to do more events. I would never charge those people that amount, but it was just for events. Regardless, you were our people. If you had product and we had an event, you was going to the front of the house. So when we had this event, I charged them based off of that. When there wasn't a boot camp where they could come back out and make even more money, then it seems like I charged them not a shit ton, but I charged them a little bit more than what I should have charged them had it been only one event, if that makes sense. You understand?
You understand.
So that, but based off of my reputation, people kind of got over that. I was like, hey, no, I thought there was going to be another boot camp. And you could tell by the text, that wasn't Siobhan. Siobhan was working. That was him. He just sent us on a fool's errand. So then when we started talking, I went out, we linked up. That's how that happened.
Okay, I just want to make that clear, and I already knew because of the text messages that you've sent me. It's not like I said, you met him for the first time at the actual event. I think people are assuming that, or at least there have been people who have assumed that. and
That's
that's not
because there's a
accurate.
lot of women that are out here doing that, but that's not, yeah, that's not
Mm.
me.
Hmm.
And no
Uh,
shade to them. It's just that that's not how this happened. I would never put nobody alone in my home, and I'm supposedly be COINTELPRO, FBI, DEA, everybody looking for me. I wouldn't just take somebody, snatch him up. He knew. Now my character ain't nothing, but he knew what my character was. That's why he put me next to his mother.
I see. I see. So let's get to these some of these questions, if you don't
Okay.
mind. Okay.
Okay.
And I'm starring them inside the chat room, so I'll try to get to everyone. And this one is from Jessica. She had asked, who takes care of the mother when Umar's mother when no one is there? Someone needs to report this. I'm behind on the stream. Where let's see. Okay, so basically, to the best of your knowledge, when no one is there, who's taking care of the mother?
He tells me, and by the text messages I have, that another aide, some other aide.
But this is I have a problem with that. I'm not
Mm-hmm.
saying with you. I'm saying with what
Yeah.
he's telling you,
Yep.
because if there is another aide, would that be someone who is professional doing that, or someone that he just brings in?
I don't. The condition that I got her when I got her, and it's kind of like where I started getting like almost attached. The condition when I got her, she was not. He wasn't happy with the care that she was getting, so he took a chance with me. And then I was okay with it, not because I'm gullible, but it had a dual purpose for me. I'm just like that. Like I could take care of her. I could start working on my project, tend to her when she needs it, and
Mm-hmm.
then I'll be able, and then he would be able to get some help also because I would be in the house holding down the house. This is in text. This was not to ensure me being his wife or even one of the co-wives or nothing. This was so that he could find his wives. I felt like he was going to he was going to make a bad pick based off of using poor judgment.
Mm-hmm.
So I came into the space to buy him time. And it's in text message. I don't know what he's trying to push off. I think it's the fact that I never wanted to marry him. I never wanted him as a husband. I never wanted anything with him other than we were just kicking it and linking, But I didn't have a problem with taking care of his mother, but things needed to be right. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
But now, Linnea, I just have to say, um, and I could be wrong about this, but I think, and I could be totally wrong about this, but
Yeah.
I think that when you saw that Umar needed help and you believed that no one was there to help him on the level that you were willing to help him, but that when you saw his mother and how she was living, that you felt um, somehow that it was your responsibility to fix all of that. And as you were taking care of the mother, that it wasn't just care, meaning physical care, it's also that you cared about her too.
Yeah, I did. And he
Okay.
took her away too. So
Yeah, and
yeah.
see, people were asking, like, what do you mean by taking her away? This is from the last one, and that's why when you said that, I could tell, even in your voice when you were talking about that you were hurt by that. What do you mean by him taking her away?
I mean, that's like, maybe that's a wrong way of saying it but that's his personality. If he
Mhm.
sees, I told you that before, like the boot camp, he snatched that. Brendan Deppa, he snatched that. I mean, there were anything that I showed passion in, he would snatch it. I mean, I'm
Mhm.
sitting up here trying to do research on how to take care of her. I don't like people that do that. It's like where I keep saying the fool's errand. I get my mind geared up. I'm not tripping off of him, but he's got me looking for houses. I'm looking in this, trying to figure out what houses. I'm looking for, like, how do I lift somebody her size, being my height, and all. That is stuff that I do not have time. I have things on my plate, but I was willing to give it time if it was something that was going to make things better. This is like me saying, hey, I need help, with setting up a platform, Lenon. You have your family, you have your kids, and you do all of this work setting up a skeleton, and I don't show, it's just like I'm sending you on some bullshit errand. When you get the work done, you like, wait a minute, what? You cost me time, and I don't have time to play with people that I don't know if his interest slips or he just says things to keep people kind of like lead them on. And I don't mean that in any other way than what it was as far as with the projects, but then cut it loose. If you can say these nasty, vile things to people, tell people, hey, I don't want to be bothered. Hey, I'm done with this. Hey, I don't want to do this. I don't want that. None of those things are in the text message.
I have to ask, if
Yes.
let's say when you came out there, if the mother wasn't there and it was just Umar, and the situation was as it was, meaning he was living in filth, it was a hoarder situation. The mother's not there, so it's not that you're there to take care of the mother. Do you think that you would have stayed and kept dealing with Umar?
It depends on how bad his mental health was. If that makes any sense. If I felt like he could man it, he just needs to find, it's not my problem. He just needs to find a female to help him come in here and get this stuff together. If he was actively showing, look, hey, I'm looking for a wife. I'm trying to find somebody to come in here and get my home together, get my travel together, do all of this stuff. Yeah, but maybe not, because his mouth is atrocious, and I just been like, you know what, it's all on you, buddy. You got to do it. But when the mom was in the mix, she was cool. Me and her was cool. It was when he came back, that's when shit went like, it tanked. It's like he was like the dark cloud that resurfaced. It was kind of okay because he was gone, he was on the road. And I was thinking, if I'm in a home situation like this, he ain't gonna be around no way. It'll just be me and her. And whatever he did out on the road, there's never no text messages about me. Hey, why are you hugged up with that girl? Oh, it was never about anything he did. Have fun. I told him have fun. But it's when it came down to her, when he started slipping, I was like, yeah, this is weird. I can't do it. So I think possibly it was the fact that I had gotten my sights set on like caring for her maybe, but also seeing some type of progress before it was just like halted.
Yeah, the reason why I ask is because I think that there was a part of you that felt like you could fix Umar. And again, you had been speaking with him, and you told me for hours on the phone, but also a lot of text messages for about a year before you actually met him in person. I think that on some level you felt like you could fix him, but then on the other hand, I think that you seeing how the mother was living, that extended this sense that somehow you were going to fix all of this. I just think it's just way too much, sis. I just gotta say.
Yeah, I think I was just, and then my kids are grown. Maybe I did borrow it, and I just wanted to. I don't like leaving people that are not in a better space than what I found them. You know what I mean?
I understand. I totally understand. But again, sis,
but no,
just,
that's not my mom. I didn't mean it like he could do whatever he want to do. That's his mama. But I just,
Yeah. Yeah, I understand. And people were asking, what do you mean take her away? But I see what you're saying, that it wasn't just a job for you, that you really wanted to turn things around, not just for Umar, but for the mama too. Okay. But
no,
again,
I haven't even gotten to this level with my own mother yet. I was like feeding her and we were talking. She's funny. She's hilarious. Y'all think Umar or something. She is hilarious. But yeah, so there is maybe even that bond. And I know there are people that have done CNA, and then they come in and something's happened with their people and they feel some type of way. But this is why I work with numbers. I don't work with people because numbers is the same. They don't change. People, it's heart wrenching. So
Okay, so let's get to these questions if
Yeah,
you don't mind. Okay.
sure.
I'm going to pull them up. And again, there's a lot inside the chat room. I've tried my best to archive those, and we'll do our best to get through all of them. Okay. Thanks everyone too for being patient during this live stream. I'll go in reverse order. And I asked this before, but I asked again: did you ever see Umar being violent?
No,
Okay.
no.
Okay. Another question was: have you ever been to FDMG, and if so, how much work was getting done when you went? And you did say you went to go see it. Was there any work getting done?
I didn't. I just saw the outside of it. I didn't go, and I didn't. He didn't know about it or anything. I didn't say, "Hey, I'm going up to FDMG." I went from. I went for my own because, to be quite honest, I was really passionate in that too. That's
Hmm.
where I wanted to. There's text messages. I wanted to go to paint day. He wouldn't let
I
me go to anything.
Sis, it's you doing too much. I'm
I
telling
know.
you, just too much. And I can tell you good people. You good people. You my kind of people. But you was trying to fix everything.
Yeah.
And he's not worthy of that. He's not even receptive to that, let alone
Yeah.
being worthy of it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But he
Um,
wouldn't. He wouldn't let me. Like I couldn't. He was like it was there for everybody. You schedule me to link up for hooking up, but you don't want me to come paint. I can't paint. Like
yeah, but that's probably because he had other people that he was dealing with. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying? That
he
was going.
told me. Yeah,
Mhm.
and that's the whole thing. I told him I was like I'm not. I have a good way of compartmentalizing that. I didn't want him. So I wanted him. I loved seeing him with taking pictures with women. I wanted him to find somebody good for him. I didn't want him. I think I just wanted, I was on the mission. I was not on him. You know what I
Mm.
mean? I'm hard on the mission. And there's a saying, follow, and I've been putting it in the chat, follow the mission, not the man. But when the man was slipping, it started to affect the mission, and that bothered me.
Okay, real quick, just for even more context, when you say mission, you're talking about helping the community to do better. Umar is supposed to be someone who's there to help the community do better, and you
Yeah.
wanted to participate in that process.
Yes, yes, yes. I'm very,
Hmm.
very big on, and I'm actively in it. I don't just like,
Yeah, but sis, you see, I think Umar he probably looks out for women like that, the ones
yeah,
that they're down for the cause. But then for Umar, it's also in his own mind as a predator. This is the type of woman that I want to at least try to see if I can get her to do stuff for me for under the guise of for the cause. But it's more than that.
yeah.
In
And
some cases, it
that
ain't got
was,
nothing to do with that. Yeah.
and that was a lot of the thing with Philly because I was like, there's so much work in Philly. Why hasn't he ever touched down in Philly? Like, get in the trenches, get busy. It's so
Hmm.
much work out there to do. And I don't know what his reasoning was, but it's a lot of the reason why I didn't have a problem going to Philly there. And I asked him about all of this stuff. This is so good that I kept these text messages. Like I asked him about, why is Philly pumping out all these activists? Why do you think? And he's aloof. He didn't want to talk about it. He never wanted to talk about the movement, anything when he was with. He never wanted to talk about any of that stuff.
What did you guys mainly talk about?
Bullshit. Like nothing. We didn't talk about
No, no,
nothing.
for real.
He's a
I'm talking.
he's
I,
very much like a child. He's very much like a child. He's very he doesn't catch jokes very well. I can't like joke with him via text because he doesn't. That's why most of our texts were sexual because
mm,
there's nothing else that you can link with my I have like an eclectic taste when it comes to, I can be talking about what Game of Thrones in 1 minute. I could be down here in something else. I'm all over the place. Like I was talking about Iridium with him, and he was just like he's lost. His intellect is very one stream. It's all about the movement, or and with that, when I started to speak on like the move, I'm asking him about move a year ago, and he was like, just gave me a very like simple answer. I was like, no, go into depth. You out there? Tell me what's the real stuff? Like and he didn't have nothing for me. And that was another thing that kind of, I was like, oh, you ain't know. Because it was flat. I was wanting to be, you got a chance to be with somebody who is pumping themselves up as a revolutionary.
That's just
I
an act
drove
with
that
Umar,
man
though.
crazy.
Yeah, that's just an act, though. Once he gets on stage, he gets
Yes,
into that
and that's
character.
what his followers don't get. Like I thought we was gonna be sitting on the bed talking about all these wonderful things about the movement and passing conspiracies. He don't want to talk about that stuff. He want to talk about ordering DoorDash. He want to watch Netflix and chill. That is you being gassed. And once I figured it out from, hey, Lenon, once I was out there and I figured it out from them 4 days, because he was like, what you gonna do? Because I don't want you laying up in a hotel room. I was like, I'm about to get out here and see Philly. What are you talking about? And then I tested it. I said, I'm going to the Moneybagg Yo concert. He was like, oh, what is that? I was like, you don't know who? I was like, never mind. Because there's a lot of stuff he don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just testing it. I wasn't going, I'm not a child. I wasn't going to that. But I was just testing it. And I played a lot of drill music when we were in that hotel. He didn't have no problem with it. I was literally in the bathroom rapping, curling my hair. And he's like, he didn't have nothing to say about it. I'm listening to K Camp and he's just like, oh, well,
I don't even know who that is.
I listen to a lot. I listen to everything.
Yeah, but
you
did say though. I'm sorry, I apologize. You did say in the last interview that he's really just a regular person.
He is. He's playing a character. People do not understand. Like, I thought he was vegan. Oh, I meant to send you the picture of the hotel room after he left. I thought he was vegan. He wants his mother to be vegan, so he's bought all of this stuff. It's like he talked to a vegan and just bought all this stuff. He didn't even care if I knew how to fix vegan food or anything. He was just like, that's vegan stuff. And then here's a cabinet, 2 cabinets full of all of this snack stuff. He didn't like try to say, hey, do you know how to prepare it? This is how I want her to eat. He didn't have a meal plan. He didn't have a schedule. And even when we were at the room, I was like, oh, well, I can't order that because I know he ain't going to eat it. I was like, well, what do you want to get to eat? And he's like, I want chicken nuggets and pizza. And I was
like, he's such a faker.
Like, when he came back from Atlanta, he was fasting. He was like, I was like, what are we going to eat? He was like, Chinese food. I'm like, oh, wait a minute, hold up. Prince of Peanut, you want to eat. Even I got a text when I was at the vending machine and I said, pick something, Papa. And he said, Twix. I was like, okay. He's just a normal person. He's not, you know, and I think that's probably why things got a little, and then I dialed back on because I can be a little bit militant in my thought. So I dialed back a little bit on that. And we got along like, okay, we didn't really have any issues where, you know, like if I played Ministry, like if I'm listening to heavy metal and I played Ministry, he wouldn't have cared. And I tell people his ringtone was what's his name? Sam Smith. He's a white man that is, you know, homosexual.
What?
That's his ringtone.
What are you talking about?
The leader of the black movement, huh?
What are you talking about? Sam Smith?
Yeah, he likes that one song by Sam Smith.
Who is Sam Smith?
Sam Smith is like this. He's very colorful.
Yeah, he do. I'll see right now. He looks very gay.
He's a
no disrespect.
He's a normal guy. He has something bad to say about everybody.
Though. Yeah, he does. What's the song though that he likes? Do you know?
It's the one where Mary J. Blige.
Oh,
Stay with me. Yeah, stay with me.
Mary J.
Because that damn ringtone would go all night long. Like,
That's
bro,
so
turn
funny.
off the phone.
That is too funny. I'm gonna listen to this when I get a chance. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good song, you know, but it wasn't what I thought he was gonna be listening to.
I know. I didn't think he. Yeah. And I love me some Mary J. That's she's one of my favorite singers.
Yeah, I love Mary J. But he wasn't my type of person, but I gave it a chance because I thought that we had that in line, and then I was praying that he was one of those men that want to pour into you. He's not one of those men.
No, he's not.
No,
He's
he
not.
doesn't. Even when I changed over, because I needed it for myself, for my own self, and I was asking him. He told me the books and everything, but I had to find my own. He sent me
Mhm.
to 3 people. They were all act like him, like real nasty undertone.
Yeah, you talking about Baba Lyles?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Hmm.
So
Yeah.
I found my own spiritual godfather through, my other means, by being around people that are EFI, and they move different, and they act different.
Hmm.
Um, and then I kept him out of it. Anything like that, I keep him away from it. I found my own people and stayed out of his
Okay.
space because
There was a question from Domo. Um, Let me see here. And I remember this. There was a video where someone called Umar and he was talking about getting a house, and the person on the phone was saying how much told him how much the house was, and Umar was like, he started laughing. That's expensive, something like that. The question is, were you the person that called Umar while he was live and told him the prices of some houses?
oh wow, it could have been. I'm the
Hmm.
person that he's done dropped a lot of stuff on me. And this is another reason why I'm not he's a very emotional person. So if you are one of the 2 wives, you better believe if he mad about something, your business is gonna go out there. And
Hmm.
it's not even where it's whatever he determines the narrative is. Because I was upset. Well, it was something I wasn't even upset, but I was just like, it was something that happened. Oh no, this is about the name. I have my ex's name on me,
Okay.
and
You mean
we have a
last name?
child together.
Yeah, you mean
We
last
have
name?
he was on live talking about you can't have no man's name tatted on you, and I'm
Oh, a
like, that's a little bit
tattoo.
different.
Yeah, a tattoo. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so and I could tell by when we weren't good, his lives were angry and he was
You told me
blocking
that.
people.
Hmm.
Yeah, so I tried to, and there's really only thing that I can't bake and cook for him. The only thing that I can do is talk sex, to him. So
Mm.
we had a lot of sexy talk.
So, would you say that that would calm him down and make him nicer, more amicable?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
absolutely, yes,
Hmm.
absolutely. When
Hmm.
things when I needed attention, like his attention to something, then I would started put the real stuff in and ended off with that. Like
I
ended
understand.
off with the he's
Hmm.
very sexually, but
Charged. Hmm.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
it's all about sex,
Mm.
and then which kind of fit in the moment because I was like trying to explore a little bit, but um, he's more focused on that. That's a coercion for him. Another reason why I was trying to stay in the space, drain him out. And I'm not trying to be nasty, but I was trying to keep him drained out so that he could go out and be thinking on with
Wow.
another head.
Yeah, no, I understand. I understand what you. The thing though, sis, is that there's nothing wrong because we're adults and we're human beings. We're sexual beings, and there's nothing wrong with the exploratory part, but it has to be with the right person. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he was not the right person. I thought he
Yeah.
was more mature. I never thought that he would be the type of person that he like when I first met him and all these pictures and stuff. I didn't think that he would be the person that I saw last night, or
Mm.
even the person I saw the first night we linked up.
What do you mean?
Um,
Can you explain that? What do you mean? Is it there's a serious difference between the two?
yeah, he's when y'all meet him at the events, he goes into a different persona, and then when he comes out of the event, you'll probably see if you've ever done an event for him. He goes very quiet.
Mm.
He's very quiet. The person that you're seeing at the end of the event when everybody is gone, that is a side of Umar. When he's up on that stage, he's not that person. He's not cracking jokes and and all of that. He's not, when he says powerful, powerful, when you're talking to him, he's not listening to you.
Yeah, I know. I noticed that.
He's not listening. I'm just gonna keep it 1,000 with you. He's not. I'm gonna keep it a full beam with you. That man is not listening to you. He's thinking about something way else. He doesn't have the right response, so he has a handful of responses that he leans on. Because I was talking to him from the bathroom, and I'm like, da 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 da. He's like, yeah, powerful, powerful queen, and I'm like, what?
You was like, I was thinking about doing my hair this way. What do you think?
And he don't care about them wigs. And I was gonna try to be on camera or whatever, but he doesn't care about. I will probably do it for the next time, but I got people walking in and out.
Yeah, you don't have to do that. Yeah.
No, it was the only thing it was for the kid. Like the kids were running in and out there outside popping firecrackers.
Oh no, I understand. It's all good. Don't even worry about it. Okay.
But yeah, but he doesn't care about blonde hair. He doesn't care about, and I'm not trying to encourage women to wear anything or to do anything other than how you express yourself. But yeah, he's not worried about a weave. He's not worried about blonde hair.
But did you wear weave or blonde hair or anything like that? Or
I never wear weave. I'm just not that type of person. I will get my nails done. I usually have the RBG on my ring finger, like Married to the Mission. But I'm not I wear nails. Sometimes I get them done. Sometimes I stop. I let my nails breathe. It is what it is. He's never told me don't. Only time he's ever said anything about my hair is he was like, put your hair in 2 ponytails. Because that's what he likes.
What in the world?
Yeah, he likes the 2 ponytails. So yeah, but other than that, he doesn't care about me listening to rap music. I listen to 42 Doug. I listen to, he doesn't care. He doesn't care. So
okay, well, let's get to some more of these questions. When you were at his mother's residence, was there air conditioning and heating for the mom?
There was air conditioning and there was heating. Yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah. It needs to be ventilated though. That house.
Yeah, I would think so. I would think so. Speaking of the house being, it needs to be ventilated. You said, I don't know if you said it in the interview or if you told me this through email, but that the wheelchair access
is blocked
on the inside, right?
Yeah, it's blocked. So when you walk in the house, you look to the left. There's a couch. And it's a long brown couch, and then he's got stuff stacked up in the corner. There's no way he's moving that stuff out of the way every time he's taking her out of the house. And then there's 2 recliners. One is her lift chair. Then her bed is there, and then on the other side, on your right side, if you're going in a circle, then that's where the TV is, and all of her hygiene stuff is like out. And then you keep walking down, that's the kitchen.
Okay, let me say this. If let's say you were there and there was an emergency that you had to get her out the house, how would you do that?
I don't know. Because I couldn't get her off of the floor. So
now, I'm sorry, real quick. Hold that thought. This is why I don't think that Umar has professionals coming to help her. Because if he did, they're mandated reporters, and if they come in there and they see that they can't even get the woman out of there, and if there's an emergency, there's an egress issue, they would have to report that.
I honestly think, and I have someone that is looking. There is a lady that owns a company, and I don't believe that the people are they're not American Black. And see, this kind of stuff hurts a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? It hurts a lot of people. That was the reason why I was trying. But if the state would have sent somebody in there, it's to see, they could have sent somebody in there that is absolutely a mandated reporter. I know there were some times when I couldn't get in touch with him. I was trying to figure out how to get her up off the ground. I tried to protect him the best that I could because I was not in a space to make things worse. But when the paramedics came and I was sitting there, I was talking to her because she was on the ground. I felt bad, I couldn't get her up. She's like my side, I couldn't get her up. So the paramedics came. I'm like, oh, can you help me get her up? They didn't take a name, they didn't do anything. But I mean, if it could, it had to be pulled up. It could, but they didn't trip. They were young guys, good looking guys too. They were really good looking guys.
You need to stop.
And they helped her up off the ground. Amazing dudes. He stood up on one side of the bed and he put the sheet in between her arms and they hoisted her up like she was an engine. And I was like, I wouldn't have known. He was like, yeah, you couldn't get her up off that ground. That's it's like, wait, she can't help you.
Real quick, this is just how my mind works. I'm a little weird.
That's okay.
Why are you always bringing up stuff dealing with like cars, mechanics, engines, that kind of stuff?
I don't know. I'm just weird. I love cars. Let me tell you, I love cars. Okay, I got problems. My son had a Hellcat and he is like 18. He didn't have no business.
No.
And I was,
that's right.
Yeah, but I couldn't help it. He's spinning, I spin it. We was both spinning it. Then we was like, we gotta get rid of this because we're gonna go. He had like a ticket the first week. Me and his dad got on him. And then he came back. I had a ticket the next week because I took the car away from him. I said, we got to get rid of this car.
That's right. Yeah, bless your heart. I knew it was something. That's how
I love four-wheelers. I love just cars. I'm into mostly things like tomboy. I'm a tomboy. Guns, all of that stuff. I love it all.
Okay. Now, real quick, I interrupt you and I apologize earlier. No, I don't know if you remember what your train of thought was, but we were talking about the couch blocking off the exit from the inside, and that would be the exit that would allow her in her wheelchair to get onto out of the house onto the wheelchair ramp that actually would lower her down to the floor.
Yeah.
And then so you were explaining how that's blocked off, and you were talking about where things were at in the house, where her bed is next to that. There's the TV, and then there's the kitchen. Was there anything else you wanted to say about that?
Yeah, I'm just really just what you said. If there was anything, he didn't show me how to work anything like any of those mechanical lifts. So if there was that, and he left the candle on top of the fridge burning. So if I would have slammed the fridge and he's got all that stuff everywhere, I would have been in there.
That is, oh my God.
It was, he didn't have like, hey, if something happens, here's my sister's number. If something happened here, my brother go, if you have to call the paramedics, this is how I want you to handle it. There's none of that. It was just basically, good. She's covered. I'm out of here. And I don't think that it's by malicious intent. Maybe I just feel like that's the way his brain works. He's just not like when I told you about the 3 a.m. He's aloof to certain things. It's like, why are you upset? Because it's 3 o'clock in the morning, bro. No.
Do you think that Umar has had other women come to take care of his mother?
I wouldn't doubt it. I would not doubt it. By what she says, I think that she was a Christian woman or is a Christian woman.
Yeah.
And I think that I didn't know because he had a Muslim. Now I didn't know she converted over or whatever. But I think she's a Christian woman, and he was bringing, from just her mindset, he was bringing women probably that were into voodoo or other arts, and she may not have agreed with it. You know what I mean? So she kept talking about witches, and and for somebody that's a devout Christian, bringing that into their home.
Yeah, that's serious.
Yeah, she's not going to say, because when she was eating, I told you she was like checking her food and stuff. I was like, I'm not going to put nothing in your food. You good.
Real quick, the candle on the refrigerator of all places, that's getting close to the ceiling.
He's tall.
Yeah, what is that, something related to EFA or something like that?
No, it wasn't anything like that. But he's just tall, and that's like a countertop. My son does that because they're tall
Hmm.
men. They just set things up high, and they don't
Okay. Yeah.
consider it's hard for midgets.
Yeah. Do you know if Umar's ever been reported for the situation with his mother?
Oh, so here's the deal with that. So this is why I came into the situation.
Hmm.
Um, the lady Umar gets into it with everybody. The
I was
lady,
going to ask you about that. Well, I'm gonna bring that up
bro,
later. Hmm.
and that's another reason why, like, he's a liability for people. The lady that was sending, I think she was, if it's anything like here, she was probably an African woman that owned her own business that had agents that are home health aides that
Hmm.
worked through her. And she dispatched them out, possibly. But I think him and the lady got into it because, as I told you before, his mother is sundowning, or,
Hmm.
she's going through dementia. He says it's MS. I don't know that because I've never been around
Okay.
anybody.
Well, real quick before you go on,
Yes.
this is not a professional diagnosis. You're saying based upon what you saw, your personal opinion is that she is suffering from some level of dementia, whether early
Yes.
stages or something like that.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Hmm.
Thank you for
No, it's
clearing
fine.
that up because I
Hmm.
want to be like, but yeah. So they got into it because they wanted him to put her on medicine to calm her, not to have her zombied out, but to calm her so that they could change her and care for her.
Because she doesn't like to be changed. All right. You said,
Right.
yep.
She
Hmm.
fights. And if
Yeah.
you have a girl that is there like that can't man her, and I think that's probably why he chose me too, possibly, because he felt like I could take it a little bit better than somebody else if
Mm.
she's violent because she doesn't want to get changed.
Hmm.
So, and I agree with him in, about the medicine. He didn't want to put her on medicine. And I agree with that part of it, but there had to been something else, even if,
Hmm.
because she can't go through that. You're only thinking about your opinion of the situation, not her quality of life. It's kind of like even where you have to think about people that have uh, children with behavioral problems. Sometimes it's not the fact of the medicine is harmful, and I'm being real. It's the fact that they aren't having a good quality of life because they can't sit down and enjoy a movie. They can't,
Yeah.
So there are some people are different polar opposites or different degrees with that, and I respect, both spaces. But yeah, with her, after taking care of her, I was like, not necessarily put her on medicine. I thought that she needed somebody that knows how to work with that. The only thing that I could come up with on my own was counting down. Like, let's count, let's get
Hmm.
count, Miss Barbara. And she was okay with counting, and that kept her from getting too worked up until it didn't.
Yeah.
Then she was like, "No, I'm not counting nothing." She was like, "I'm not counting
Yeah,
nothing."
you told me. Real quick, now that you bring, because there's you've talked about how you would have a good time with her, and but then there are times where, especially when she didn't want to be changed, that she would just, you even said that she swung on
Yeah,
you.
she's strong.
Yeah, okay, and the reason I'm bringing that up is because you did say that she calls Umar Blackie, right?
Yeah, that's her
I
nickname for him.
But see, the thing is, he was probably called that by her, maybe even by his siblings when he was a child.
I don't
Um,
doubt it.
yeah, is there anything else that she said about Umar that was telling or extraordinary or made you say, "Oh, what?"
She kept repeating a name, the Norman name that I told you about.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The way she didn't want nobody up, and I think that could be, it's something to that. I don't know if that's just her personally as a woman and her independence, but
Mm-hmm.
she didn't want anybody cleaning her. She didn't want anybody cleaning her. And then, as far as where he's concerned, she just basically has a feeling that he is the overseer.
Yeah.
Like, we're going to just pause everything until he gets here, and you have to explain to her that he may not be back for a while, and we got to get this done.
Mm-hmm.
And keep her mind off of it. She did talk about, like, she broke his finger. She talked about him bringing women there, and she don't
No,
trust
wait a minute.
them.
Hold on. When you say that, because you did say the witch thing, but when you say bringing women, what, to her
Yeah,
place?
it's like, I don't like what she got on. She's pretty, but she's showing too much, you know.
Oh no.
So he tried to make out like nobody's ever been around my mother. Your mother has a disdain for the women you bring around, or you have brought around, and she's a typical mom. You know, that's typical mom. You know, she didn't want, and I think she thought that, and it could be because my hair. She was like, "Oh, you different." It's like, you're different. Like, and she was telling me like she didn't like certain women, and she would say she's a cute girl, but she does funny things with her hand. I think that's
Mm.
her way of saying she steals. And then she talked a lot about some girls being there, and Umar got to pay them, you know. And so I think that has to do with a lot too.
Well, that's what I thought though. Anyway, and let me explain the reason why I thought that, because that's how
I
my
don't think
mind
he was
works.
paying them workers right either.
Let me explain why that's what I thought
Uh-huh.
when you said that he's bringing women there. If the place is filthy, most women ain't gonna want to be there.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Furthermore, most people ain't gonna want to be there to be kicking it with Umar.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
what I thought in my mind is that if he's paying people, quote unquote, paying people, if you guys catch my drift, they're not
Mm-hmm.
concerned about that. They're doing their job to get paid. That's what I thought when you said that.
Yeah, and he was trying to get it on in the bathroom. I'm like, no, sir. And when
Oh,
I
you mean?
came in the
Oh, hold
house, I
on.
had
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. You saying that Umar was trying to get it on with you in the upstairs bathroom?
yeah, he was like, I'm bending you over the sink, and I was like, no, you're not, because your mama's downstairs. Chill out.
And women don't do that, especially if the
No,
mamas
not
in.
with
Yeah.
your mom there. First, you don't put no women around her, and I'm just like, your mama's calling the neighbor a bulldigger. I don't think she's seasoned. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
She's not. He
Mm-hmm.
said she never smoked, never drank, or anything like that, and she probably didn't. She's a very intelligent woman. She's a beautiful woman, but she's like the type of person I could chill with. I could literally sit up there and chill with her, and
Well,
she wouldn't
yeah,
make
yeah.
me feel like I'm doing too much or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then he was like, they have another thing. They said newsy people. Instead of calling people nosy, they call them
Mm-hmm.
newsy. It's like, she said, do you like her? Do you think she's pretty? And I'll be like, yeah, she's okay. She said, yeah, but she's newsy. I was like, these are just people that be on the TV. I was like, yeah, she looked newsy.
Mm-hmm.
So she was there, but and when it come down to changing, she would her face would change. I said, "Are you wet?" And she was, "No, I ain't wet." And then she would
Mm-hmm.
make reference to me, trying to do something to her. I'm like, "Oh no, baby, no, no, no,
Wait,
no."
hold on. What do you mean do something to her?
Like she would make reference like you that's when I heard the bulldigger thing. I'm like, oh no, I'm not that way. I said I got kids and I'm not like that.
Okay. So
And then she was
something.
like, no, you're not supposed to do this. You're not supposed to do this. It made me feel like I was taking advantage, even though I know I'm not. You know what I'm saying? It
No,
makes
I
you,
understand.
if you're trying to help a woman put on her socks and she's like, no, Lenon, get off of me. It's going to make you feel some type of
Yeah,
way.
no,
And
I
you got to
understand.
keep putting her through that. That is what I was like, bro. And I was, when he came in the house, he was like, you've been going hard for me. And I was like, listen, we got to talk. He don't want to talk. And I said, your mother, this is what I'm feeling going on with your mother, because she's not the same person with you. And I said, let me watch how you take care of her. I forgot that this happened. And he did everything. And she's very different because she trusts you. She don't know me yet to trust me. she did get better a little bit down the road, but by that time he was already, pulling out the plug. He didn't want to use me anymore to take care of her. But I told him, I said, yeah, that's not what's going on. And you got a camera sitting right there. You know what I'm saying? If she don't want to put her leg up and I got to have her leg up, we at an impasse. And I'm not in a position or in a mental state to put her leg up. You know what I mean? I have to just sit there and wait and work with her because she's elder, she's fragile.
Yeah. Do you think she's safe?
Not in that situation, I don't. I feel like somebody should oversee it because he's gone too much and she's alone. She's not under his eyes as much. And even with her sliding down, I know the camera's there. He could roll back and see the footage. And then the way that he's acting right now, I don't trust it. But I feel like there should be somebody overseeing the situation to make sure that she's having quality, just top quality everything. And I wanted to get that house to get her out of there.
Yeah, I know, sis, but it's just too much. You did what you could do.
Oh no, yeah, I know, but I'm just saying that's why, because I felt like that would be a clean slate. But yeah, I don't feel like that's a good situation for anybody to be in.
Yeah. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because, well, I asked that question is because I have a sense that Umar has different people come through to take care of her when he can.
Yeah.
And those people may not necessarily be of the same ilk as you.
I know.
You see what I'm saying? Someone that is trustworthy and really cares about her, and who knows what may have happened to her or what they may have done to her over the last, who knows how long. Again, Umar moved in and that was in 2020, so we're talking about a half a decade.
And he don't know that much, because when we were talking about, he was like, yeah, she can't get a bladder infection. I mean, I know that already, from elderly people, their bodies respond differently with that. And I said, well, a woman can have a bladder infection or an infection more ways than just not drinking cranberry juice and water. She has to be cleaned properly. She's got to stay clean. She's,
Lord Jesus.
You can't have anybody just in there doing anything. They need to be skilled, and they have to be in an environment that shows, hey, we care about this woman. We don't play about her. This house is spotless. And you come up in here, you better bring your A game, but he's not, his mind ain't on that. His mind isn't on that. He's just trying to get somebody in there to fill them damn dates so he don't miss them dates. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure that's why he was upset when he didn't get to go to Lumumba at Congo. But that's failure to prepare on your own part. He wanted to, and this all happened after he went over to Africa. So whoever he went over there for that long stint in Ghana and left her with, when he came back, he was real. I'm not stupid. I know when he got in that wreck in Atlanta. Okay, so he came, I think it was Ghana. Something, he came back on the 21st. He was like, he's like, wait a minute, because I got to go to Atlanta. I got to do a show. And then I want you to meet me out there. We were supposed to meet out there. We were supposed to have dinner. I passed on the dinner. And that's when he got in the car wreck.
I remember that.
Yeah. So when he got in the car wreck, when he came in, we were in the room. And that's when he was all like, he wasn't his angry self normally. He was lovey-dovey. I think he was trying to work me up to ask me to take care of his mama. Matter of fact, I know he was.
Okay, and where was that? Where was that?
Oh, that was whenever he got in the car wreck in Atlanta. He came that day. I was in a Sheridan down in Philadelphia on 17th Street. He came in. He was whining about, well, I won't say whining because he probably was in a lot of pain. He was in pain.
From the car accident.
Yeah, he was like, my shoulder hurt, my shoulder hurt, my shoulder hurts. And
all right, sis, if you don't mind, because this is a question that someone they raised. I think from the other video, and this deals with when and how did he ask you to
Take
take
care
care
of-
of it. Yeah, but before you answer, I want you to if you can get like a date. Okay, if you can think of because what I'm gonna do is I need to take about a 4-minute break. Okay. And are you okay on
I know
time?
I'm a lot. I be talking.
No, it's fine. Are you okay on time?
Huh?
Are you okay on time?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, so let's just do this. What I'm gonna do, I want you to think about that. It was at the Sheraton, 17th Street. If you can think of the date and then think about what led up to him actually asking you. I'm gonna play a video. Okay,
But
okay. So
I'll wait until you come back.
Okay. All right, thank you. So I'm going to play this video real quick. And thanks, Drea, for asking that question. I'm going to play a video, and I'll be back, everyone, in about 4 minutes. And thank you so much, Lanae, for sharing all this information with us. We appreciate you, sis.
You're fine. I just want to make sure y'all got a full scope.
No, we're doing good. We're doing good. Okay, so I'll be back, everyone. Give me one moment. Lanae, thank you for your patience. Okay?
Sure.
All right.
Seriously, even if he feeling you like that, if he know you married, because you can wake up tomorrow and decide to go back for the kids. Finish it. Okay, I heard you can get a divorce for what, $50? They even take the access cards in it. Look, get the divorce first. Okay, don't be wasting no brother's time because he won't take you seriously. And the longer the divorce takes, the quicker his trust dissipates. Okay, there is no almost divorced. Are you almost gay? What? Almost gay? We'll talk about the lesbianism in a minute. But what I find in a lot of sisters who practice that lifestyle, and I love all my sisters, like I love all my brothers, is many of them were severely hurt by black men. They were severely hurt in childhood. They were severely hurt as teenagers. They may have been raped on a date. They may have been sexually molested. And that leads to rejection of black men. And some decide that I don't want to take the chance of being hurt again. I'd rather spend my life with a woman. Are y'all with me? I don't know a single case of black homosexuality or lesbianism that I cannot trace to some sort of psychological experience in childhood or teenage years, which is why we shouldn't beat up on them. Some brothers, I don't beat, I'm a therapist, I don't believe that. Just like they go into that, they can come back out. And I know people who've come back out, so you never reject them. And another reason why we can't reject our lesbian, homosexual, African brothers and sisters is because they have the highest suicide rate in our community. You hear that? You cracking jokes, talking about them. Next thing you know, you see their face on the front of the Daily News. They kill themselves because they're so isolated. You know what we want to do? Because we want to run at them with the Bible. Oh, you sin, read the chapter Levitic. The Quran said any man You can't go that way. They are victims. Stop treating victims like they're the perpetrators, y'all. What happened to our compassion? That Southern hospitality. We so nasty with each other. We so bad now that if I speak to somebody on the street, they don't even speak back if they don't know you. You notice that? I said, how you doing, sister? Wait, do I know you? Damn. You got to know me to say hi, you evil, nasty, single ass thing. I'm playing. Now, date rape. Date rape is a reality. And not only is date rape a reality, date rape happens at all ages. Did you hear that? Some sisters think I'm 40 now. I'm 40. Ain't no man. A 50-year-old man is still stronger than you. A 40-year-old man is still stronger than you. Please be careful. Date rape still happens. 28% of all women are raped by husbands and boyfriends. 35% of women are raped by acquaintances. 5% are raped by other relatives. And only 26% of rapes are reported. This is from the United States Department of Justice. This means what? If you get raped on a date, you knew the guy. You're not getting raped by strangers. Just like our daughters at home ain't being molested by strangers. They're being molested by big brother, big cousin, next door neighbor. Y'all got to watch that, especially with your girls, your boys as well, because when they get molested, that sets off a train of events. Are y'all with me? Are y'all with me? You got to protect them little girls. I know you go over your sister's house and y'all going to watch some soap operas and you want to send her upstairs with her cousin, but you don't know what her cousin's been exposed to. And if her cousin been molested, guess what? He might try to molest her, or she might try to molest her. Never leave your children alone unless you can say without a shadow of a doubt, I know what the kids have been exposed to that I'm leaving her with. I'm telling you. Because they experiment on each other. Molestation is off the hook. Incest is off the hook too. Okay? Protect those babies, y'all. You can't leave them on everybody. You cannot do that. You got to stop doing it. You got some moms that just want to keep dropping them off, keep dropping them off. You cannot do that. Okay? If you can't leave them with a blood relative, okay, you got to be careful because people sick. People are sick out here. 31% of women are raped by strangers. First dates. First dates, and this is for my teenage sisters and my sisters in college for the first time. You know, they get to college, they get buck wild. Now they up in some guy dorm room. Okay, she don't want to give them none, so they take it. And you know, in some states, you have to prove forced entry for him to be convicted. Now, how does a woman prove that a man forced his, what was it, scars or something? But you got to see, it ain't going to be no.
Oh my God, this guy's so ridiculous. Thank y'all for your patience. Lanae, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I ain't
Okay,
gonna
thank
tell
you.
you what I think.
Well, you know, we can, whatever you're comfortable sharing, you're more than welcome to
I
do so,
think
sis.
something happened to him a long time ago when he was a kid, and it jacked him up bad. It might have been sexual. I think that his mother has been through something sexual. I think that sometimes some people that just keeps rearing his ugly head. I think that's why he has an obsession with sex. I know that he has an obsession with sex because I've yeah, I can, I don't know what it is about me, and I want to say it's my hair. I think it's my hair, and I think it's because my hair is gray. I'm just like I kind of like Steve Martin. My hair grayed early, and it's getting whiter and whiter. But I've told him I'm gonna dye my hair because I wanted to do something different, not even brown or so. I just wanted to do something different. He's like, no, 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 keep it gray. I love it gray. I love it. And I don't know if it's a kink. I don't know, but and he's big on elders. And then here's the other thing: the way that Umar gets about Christianity with Christians, like I was a Christian, but he gets fighting angry about it. So I think that there's something there. Like, I don't know if it comes from his mother, about, like some people just put toxic things about, religion on others. And maybe he has built up just some nasty, I mean, he was Muslim, but he's not even going at Muslims the way he goes at Christians.
Yeah, you're right.
He was his father who was supposed to have been, kind of abusive to him too, I guess, was Muslim.
Yeah, he said that. Yeah, and he said his father was emotionally abusive.
Yeah, and I think he's mad his dad left him in that situation because literally everything about his dad he mimics. He's an activist. He followed everything. Usually, if you don't want to be nothing like that parent, you don't want to be nothing like that parent. Or maybe that's why he don't get busy in Philly because his dad is active out there. I don't know, but something messed that man up bad. And he's been like that. And I think he went into psychology to try to figure it out.
Yeah, I think so too. I think so. Okay, so
December
let's
the
go.
23rd was the day that he got into the wreck.
Okay. That was the wreck. And that was the same day that he asked you dealing with your mom, with his mom?
So wait a minute. He said, "Good girl over there. Are you going home?" Okay, I'm trying. December 23rd. He got to the hotel. Okay, he got to the hotel about 4:45, and I gave him the room number, and he came on up. So yeah, it was the day before Christmas. So yeah, their Christmas. And I left Christmas. I was going to leave that day, but he was like, "No, we were supposed to go out to dinner." Da 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 da. And that's the day that I told you he kept watching that series on Netflix, and I had to put him on pause. So yeah, so he had a wreck. He was on that show all day.
I know.
So yeah,
Because he thought that show was about him. I remember he said that. I said, "This guy, he crazy."
He didn't bring that up to me, and he had something happen, I guess, before that, the child support thing, because he talked about that. He was like, and I told him, you wanted 2 wives, you got 2 women right there that have your kids, marry her, but he got mad at me.
Yeah, but they don't want to have nothing to deal with him, though.
No, they don't. And then
so can you tell me when was it, to the best of your memory, when was it, and what was the context for Umar to ask you to come take care of his mother? What was the conversation?
He called me, and he was calling before though. He was like calling choppy. And I was like, something's up. Something's because I know he ain't calling me. We usually I said something's up. He got something on his brain. And I thought it was, we talked about Mark Lamont, with the Joe Budden. Did I tell you about that? I won't go into
I don't know if you mentioned the Mark Lamont thing on the last live stream. You wanna share that?
Yeah, I can. I'll tell you this and then I'll tell you that. So we can make like some, but yeah, so he called me. He was like, I'm gonna call you right back. He was driving from somewhere to somewhere. I think he was like driving down maybe to DC. And so was that the time? I'm trying to make sure I got my days in order. But because he kept calling, he called me. It was like 1 minute. He was like, dang, I'm gonna call you back. And then he called me back and he was like, dang, I gotta call you back. And I didn't think nothing of it because I know how he is. So then we finally got on the phone and we were talking and he was like really talking low. And I was like, he must be with his mom. And he ain't never called me around his mom. So I'm listening and he's like telling me all of this stuff. He told me about what happened with the UNIA. He said that he was dating 2 women that were in there. He didn't want to let them go, but they talked too much and they told on each other. And that's what caused the problem. So he was dating 2 women in there. And then
I did not know that.
Yeah, he was dating 2 women in the UNIA and they kicked up some crap. And then he moved on. He was like going through this series. I was like, what is going on with him? He was like going through a series of stuff. And then we started talking about E5 and we were talking about why I don't want to get married. And he was like, women think that kids are going to be there to take care of them when they get older. And I was like, I don't know. I still have my opinions. And then we moved on. We were talking about some other things, but it was like dead silence. And it wasn't like the conversation wasn't really rolling, but he was divulging a lot. And I was like, but it was like all at once. And I said, he's manic, so I'm not going to worry about it. I'm going to just sit and listen to it. So we get into the second hour. Yeah, we go into the second hour and then we start going and of him. And here's the thing. Umar does not talk to you. He talks to himself while you are present. So you can interject or whatever, but it's basically
he'll keep talking.
Yeah. So he started saying what was going on with his mother and his brothers or he had his mother in his care and he didn't want them coming over there to the house. I didn't ask no questions because when you ask questions, even though he's telling you things, he makes you feel like you're being nosy. So you got to let him kind of come out with the shit on his own. So he's talking to me, telling me how his brothers and sisters are trying to basically take his mom and have control over his mom. He didn't want him over at the house. He doesn't have any help. He's going off into I'm trying to think of everything. Then he starts talking about the lady. When he was over in Africa, he says that the lady, when it comes to him and starts talking to him about his mother's behavior and that she needed to possibly encourage him to put her on medicine to kind of get her dociled out. And he didn't agree with that. He was furious. So one of the ladies that was in here, this is how he thinks though. One of the ladies that was kind of in the meeting with them is like, yeah, Umar, it's really hard. They had to come to him in teams, and I know why, especially about his mother. So they came to him in a team, and he was like, basically, F both of y'all, I'm going to do this my way. And he said, I want, if I could just find somebody to take care of my mother, I would marry them. Same thing he did with the school floors. I know Umar's games. So I said, well, I sent you a text too where he's talking about the school floors. I said, you could probably save yourself a bad marriage and a lot of time if you just use this and, but in this, I was like, well, let's pause us kicking it, hooking up. And he was like, and I can help you with your mother. And he was like, will you? And I was like, yeah, I will help you with your mother. Absolutely. Because he was explaining to me everything that was going on. And I said, I'll help you out with your mother. He said, and I'll pay you and I'll do all this other stuff. I said, okay, no problem. I felt like it was going to be good for him because it was stressing him out. And we had already been acting weird on lives and calling me choppy. I felt like, take this off of his plate. He's going to get right back on his game. You know what I mean? And, I said, yeah, anything. Absolutely. I said, I'll do it. And then that'll be my contribution to, the school getting up. Because I hadn't sent Umar any money. The whole time we've been sleeping together and all this other stuff, I never gave him any money. I sent him a $250, and that was for the books that he left behind from the event. He told me to get him off. I got him off. I sent him his change, or, not the change, but the money. And I never gave him any, like, this is for, Fdmg. So I said, yeah, you won't let me go to anything to help out. So this will be my way of helping out. And then it was cool. It was immediate. I thought we were going to start having conversations about her care, but he was like, I'm going to book you a flight. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, I got a process because I don't work for a normal employer. I got to process how I can, get the time off. And as soon as I clear it, I'm going to hit you back and we'll just go from there. And I think too, a lot of what was, I thought that we were finally getting to a plateau, like, okay, finally he's going to be able to relax, put the guard down, not be so nasty every time we talk, at some point, because he's like, damn, this girl really got my back. I really got a friend. Because he said he never had a friend before. Okay, well, you got a friend now. I'm ride or die. What do we got to do to get you right? And that was what it was. So I was on a plane. And then he started beating me up because of the ask. Like, not physically beating me up, but,
Yeah.
He started, oh, you're playing with me and you're just doing this because you think I need you. And I'm like, no, I don't do stuff like that to people. That's what you used to dealing with. But no, I'm not. If I can't do it, I just can't do it. If I can't get the time off, I spent the time I was supposed to go over to Africa to look at something for myself. I spent it on taking care of his mother. That time I accumulated, I was supposed to go on my own trip. But I took it, I took this on. But he made me feel like I only offered to get something from him. And that's not what I did. He couldn't accept the offer. And I think he was a little mad. It was me that was in that position. I think he wanted, I don't know, somebody else in that position. And then he thought after things went sideways that I wanted to cash in on what he offered up. But I never wanted Umar as a husband.
What did he offer up?
He was like, he thinks people are going to hold him to. Okay, so he feels like he's an eligible bachelor. So he's going to dangle that carrot in front of some women's face and some women will bite. The problem with me was even before Umar, and all of anybody that knows me knows, I'm not somebody that's really too interested in marriage. So he had to find a different way of coming at me. And that's why he was trying to get me on that call. He was trying to get me to talk me into want to be married. And he told me, this is another thing he told me. He was like, I had a dream. You were in a dream and you were sitting in the kitchen and it was another wife there. And he was saying something was spinning from E5. He was working me. He was like, something was spinning from E5. Like a dude was spinning and it was, basically giving him all of the reasons or all of the signs that I was to be his wife. And I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I really thought, I was like, is this why I met this man? Like, is
That's
this
just,
really,
yeah, that's just manipulation. He's a master manipulator, so he brings in
yeah,
Aoife because he knows you with Aoife. It's called running game. That's what we used to call it.
yeah. But it was he running a long game because he was. Because I was like, is this like, maybe this is why, I finally came off the porch. It was him. I was putting things up, but in my heart of all hearts, I knew he wasn't for me, but I wanted to help him out. So
yeah,
that's how he got me out there.
Yeah. So while you were out there, did any of his family members or siblings or anyone for that matter ever come there while you were there?
Nope. I don't think they didn't want to come over there. He sent me text messages from his brother. And I was even like, I don't know if I need to take a strap with me or whatever. His brother seems a little shady. But I don't know. But he sent me the text message on his brother, and his brother is basically, I think you have those, but his brother is basically like, I need some money. What's good? And he's like, did he threaten me at the end? You know what a threat is? Literally the same text message that he sent my son.
I could find that text to show people, but that was one of the ones that I was like, there's a lot of
y'all grind time, and that and when I start getting them phone calls and people in my space, like people like, why is she coming for him? Why? I never came for him. I have all the text messages. I tried to break things out cordially. Umar, I said, get your people out of my space. I don't know about no pull-up teams, none of that stuff. If somebody come on my property, I'm gonna put them down. He's like, well, I don't know. I don't know who it is. Yeah, you do, because the first chick knew him, and then later on, he lies so much he doesn't remember what he lies about. So the first chick in S, if he's listening with his punk, that girl. He said he messed with her in 2017. So why does this girl show up in my space after the event? You better get her, because if I get her, it's gonna be ugly. And then more people. I just got the phone. That's why I went into this, telling you about how the phone, I got the 267 number. I got that there. I understand. Oh, my bad. Wrong number. Somebody else used to have this number, but I'm getting 10 and 15 calls from 215s and 267s. You put that number out there. And then the girl that was from an event, he got into it with the girl from the event, and she called me. She left a message on my phone. And the message was basically like she needs some help. She was trying to act like she was a DV, like somebody that's in DV.
What's DV?
Like domestic violence situation.
Okay.
And so this is all starting to make sense.
Oh, V.
Now.
I'm sorry, DV. You said,
yeah,
I thought
sorry,
you said
DV, domestic violence. So she's a survivor. She's in a bad situation. Help me. So he knew that that's the time that I was on, because there was lives that he did when girls were in bad situations, and he would send me their number. So I have those text messages. I reach out to the girls, and they're just talking any kind of way because they want to talk to him. I said, oh no, she don't need no help. She want to talk to you. And I throw them back at him. But when I got this call, I didn't save an event in my phone. I was supposed to go to the very first time I went to Philly. I was supposed to go to an event, but him and the girl got into it, and he was like, I'm not even going to do the event. And I said, okay, so I never mind. I paid $40 for the tickets, but so we ain't going. He was like, no, I'm not going. We're going to go back to the hotel. Okay, cool. So all of a sudden, this girl, the same girl, she comes calling me and leaving me a message on my phone because he forgot I've already met her. So now she's on my phone and she's like, oh, I need help. I need somebody to talk to. Da 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 da. I saved the message and everything. And I said, I called her back, or I called him immediately. I didn't even call her back. I called him immediately. I said, somebody's, calling, and I think these are people that you knew. And or no. And he was like, who is it? And I said, it's the girl that you got into it with at the event. And I couldn't at that time download the voicemail to send it to him, but I called her back. And I didn't tell her who I was or anything. I didn't even tell her I was out of state.
She left you a voicemail? That's you saying she left you a voicemail?
Yeah, she left me a voicemail. I couldn't get in touch with Umar because he always thinks I'm calling him to cupcake. But I told him, if I call you, it's on business.
Do you still have that?
Huh?
I'm sorry. Do you still have that voicemail?
I think I do. I still think I can get it off. I will send it.
Okay.
I will send it. I know that.
Anything. Okay. All right.
I got a ton of stuff. So it wasn't like, and I told Umar, I said, there are people that I'm protecting their privacy from what I just told you, like from dealing with survivors. And then there's people that I know that are also known. You're not the only person I know that's known. I need you to get these people away from me, because what if I would have answered the phone and just talked to her like, are you safe? Are you, what are we doing? Where are you? Do you need, help? Then somebody would have knew something about me. And I'm not interested in giving out that type of information. So I told him, get these people out of my space. Your supporters, your fans, whatever they are, get them up out of my space. If you don't want to deal, then don't deal. Go away. But they kept coming. And then he sends me a text message back, real just evil, talking about my spies are what did he say? He said my spies.
I saw that.
They're
everywhere.
Like,
something. They're very efficient. I saw that.
Yeah, he didn't want me. I think he thought I was sleeping. It's so much. This is a rabbit hole.
Yeah,
he either didn't want me sleeping with anybody in the city that I'm in, or he did not want me. He wanted to know who I knew that was known, because he's very big on name dropping. And that's one thing that would frustrate him about me. He was like, who is it? Who is it? And I was like, I don't tell people's business, and I don't name drop.
Well, you're doing it now. I said you doing it now, though.
Yeah, I'm dropping them all. I'm dropping them all. But
here's that text. Let me read it to everyone.
Okay.
I can't see the top. It says, I know a lot of people are going to regret choosing a different team, but I'm dope AF. And that was from you. And then he says, my spies are excellent. And then you said, thank you for admitting to it. Respect that. If they are so good, then I'm sure they have let you know I was one to something. I can't see the end part right there. Yeah. Okay.
I was probably talking some cash.
And I was trying to find the receipt, and you did send it to me from his brother. And when you sent it to me, I didn't quite understand what it was about, but you explained it. It almost sounds like his brother was trying to get money out of Umar.
Yeah, I think his brother be punking him on. Like, I think the money has a lot to do with their family. He got a lot of brothers and sisters, and you cashing in, you getting money. Yeah, we need some help, and I can't even judge it. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't even judge it, but I don't know.
No, and that happens because I had a cousin. Well, he's still alive, but one of his siblings was involved with some stuff. I'm trying to drop too much information. They was coming up on some crazy amounts of money. I'm talking millions of dollars.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna tell y'all what they was doing. And her brother, once he was in jail at first, but by the time he gets out, he found out that they was coming up. They was really coming up. And he was like, yeah, I need money. Right. So initially they thought that they could just give him a little bit and then he'll leave it alone. But as the money kept coming in, he kept asking more and more. And then he was like, well, if you don't give me money, I'm gonna go to he didn't say feds, but we knew what he was talking about. And that was his way to continue to get money out of his siblings. And he did it for a very long time until they finally all got hemmed up. But that's a whole nother story. But yeah, that happens. Yeah, that happens.
Wow. And I think they was shaking him down left and right. I don't know what the dynamic is, but they're very, close mouth on a lot of things, and they were pretty much like he took his mom, and they were like okay with it, I guess. I think he did say that they come over and visit, but he specifically told me if anybody comes to that door, and I remember this about when Anissa came out, because I'm like, what do I do? Like if the family like coming over, I know how my family is, they're gonna pull up and be like, hey, what's going on? Type. If they came over and was like, hey, where is Umar? What, whatever, what am I supposed to do? Just like not let them in. They mama's in here. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be in that dynamic with the family, but I'm trying to protect your space too, her space. I don't know if they're good for her or good, bad. I don't know. But he was like, no, if nobody that comes here, don't answer the door for anybody. He bought me Valentines. He got me and his mom Valentines.
Yeah, you told me that real quick, because he's against all of that, right? But like you said, he's a regular old guy. What year was that when he got you
buy
Valentines?
me Christmas presents if I asked him to. He's really, I don't know what his obsession is with me, but yeah, he was. If I wanted Christmas, he would have came
if you don't
down
mind,
the chimney.
what? He ain't getting down. Cut it out. What year was that for the Valentine? Just for the timeline part.
Oh, that was 2024. Let me look at it. I can send you the card.
He sent you what you mean a card? Oh, it was.
He got me a balloon. And you know what he did with his evil self? He stabbed the balloons. He stabbed them with a knife. I said, really, Umar, you that hateful?
Wait a minute. Tell you got to tell that story. This was
I left him because I didn't want to get on the plane with him, and I left my fruit. He got me some. He loves chocolate strawberries. He thinks everybody else do. And I was like,
yeah, I know that.
He brought me like a bunch of chocolate covered fruit, which was and the balloons. He got 3 balloons, and his mom got them, and I tied all the balloons on her tray so she could look at them. And I left mine with her too, because I didn't want to be going to the airport. And this evil, he goes and stabs the balloon with a knife because he thought I took the rental car keys.
Yeah, you told me. You sent me the receipt on that. Yeah.
Like, why would you? I'm not spiteful, but then you turn around and do stuff like that. Why would you do that?
He's psycho.
I left my stuff there. Thank God I didn't leave my suitcase, but my clothes were so bad from taking care of her. I didn't feel comfortable just leaving dirty clothes there. So I took my clothes home to wash them, and there wasn't a wash machine there, and I didn't know what the washing situation was, like the days or whatever, or how he just was unavailable for so much. And so I took the clothes home in the suitcase, and I left some things there. He just threw it away, or he did whatever with it. But I lost my bank card, and I was like, have you found? Oh, let me tell y'all about my package. I lost my bank card there. Have you seen my bank card? Nope, I ain't seen it. You have seen it. You probably threw it away. And then I had a package coming with iron pills. The first time I took care of her, my iron got real low. When we got into it in the kitchen, that was because I had a bloody nose, and I was getting dizzy. Yeah, my iron was stupid low.
Yeah, but you don't even know, sis. It might not even been that. It could have just been being in that environment.
Yeah. I didn't even think about that. But I was dizzy. I was like, I couldn't do the dishes. I kept getting, like, standing there. I kept getting dizzy. So he was like, "Why ain't the dishes done?" I was like, "Well, you'll see on the camera, because you can like literally see me trying to catch the blood or whatever." And he was, he never said, "Oh, damn, you had a bloody nose. My bad. That's why the dishes wasn't done." He didn't care. And then I was like, my package, I was at the hotel. He put me in a hotel. And I said, I have a package that's coming. He was like, why can't you just go to CVS and get your iron pills? And I was like, cause I wanted these iron pills. My kids were sending them. And so he was like, he refused it. He refused my package because I wouldn't tell him what was in it.
You sent me the receipt too.
Yep, I sent it and they refused it. And it says biggest day. And my cousin works at the post office and she was like, he refused it. I was like, that's hateful. You sit up.
Yeah, he's very spiteful. The thing, and I have to say this, that's not manly behavior to be stabbing balloons for this type of situation. And someone else commented, but someone else commented and said, you know, for him to do that, you know, that's like it could lead up to something even more serious.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said they had the team talk to him about his mom. I don't think it was safe introducing, putting her on meds. Yeah. Just going on one-on-one. I don't think it was safe. And he was so like clearly, Umar, clearly something's going on with this woman, and he's like vicious about it. I don't think it's about his mom. I think it's just because that's what he wants, and that's the way he's gonna have it.
Okay. So you saw he had I can't remember if you said a Glock or something on his
the pistol.
Okay, so a pistol on the dresser. Yeah. He does have knives and he likes playing with them because I've seen him in different videos.
He buys them every time he goes to the
Did you see any knives around?
He bought one when he was in Kansas City. He buys knives all the time. Yeah, he likes knives.
Oh my God.
Yep. I wouldn't trust him with a gun. I just his mental state is not.
He's out there. Yeah. Yeah. Did you see? I'm sorry, sis. Did you see? Because there is a video, and I can't remember which video it was, but I do have it downloaded. I just got to run back into it. There's a video where I think he's up at the abandoned buildings, and he has some what do they call brass knuckles? Did you see any of that?
I didn't see that.
Yeah, because he goes like this, and he's up there at the school, and he's going like this with his brass knuckles.
Yeah, I'm not.
Did you?
I didn't see that, but I'm not surprised at all. Did I see anything like that in his house?
Yeah. Did you see any other weapons?
Just the pistol. I don't know why he would leave the pistol out on the dresser other than to intimidate me.
Yeah, that's wild. Stabbing balloons. That's like, man.
If you coming in the house, if I don't do nothing else when I come in, and if I have on I have a 16-year-old here, all my kids are familiar with, carrying and everything. But the very first thing I do is hit the safe. The very first thing, even if I don't have the wristband,
just to check. Yeah, just to check.
Yeah, this just off. That's just if it's my everyday carry, then absolutely, that's where I'm going with it to put it in the safe. But he just put it on the dresser. Like, I know he's got a gun safe in the room. He's got a gun safe. I think that's where he's putting his guns. I've never seen a gun safe like it, but it's a safe. He's got a safe in there. Why not? Why would you just take it off and put it on top? Well, I don't know. Maybe if you don't have kids in the house, I don't know. But I think it was more for me.
It could have been. Are you okay on time?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I don't think we're going to get through all because I haven't even gotten to the questions that I typed out. These are all questions.
I'm sorry, I'm long-winded.
No, sis. I mean, for you to do this, a lot of respect to you for doing this in the first place. And if you have the time, we can get back together in the near future. I would hope. But I would like to at least get to the questions from the chat room.
Okay.
Now, everyone, real quick. Her Cash App is there on the screen. Iconic Moguls. If you've enjoyed this sister with everything that she shared, not just today, but in that first interview, that's opened up the gates for other people to come out and speak about Umar. Again, if anyone is watching this and you have stories that you have personal dealings with Umar, whether you're male or female, and you would like to come and share your story, you can email me at LenonHonor@yahoo.com, and then we'll go from there. So again, Lenae's Cash App is cash icon $icon IKONIC, Mogulz. Okay. All right. So let's get into some of these other questions.
Okay.
Did Umar act like he was financially struggling?
Yes, because I had to rent the house. He's not doing well. He had to pay the phone bill, the deposit on a lot of. I could have, but I made him do it because he was already. He's the one that invited me to come out, so I made him pay that.
Okay.
But he was like, "Oh, there's no more money on here. You think I'm rich?" Because the places that I wanted to stay, I don't know. I didn't. But this was before I knew how he was living. So I probably wouldn't have had him pay for a lot of that stuff.
Okay. Another question is, did people pay for Umar's boot camp? And if they did he refund them?
He did. Nobody paid. He just, had us stuck with I'm coming back, and a lot of people paid extra to be a vendor because they had anything that we did, they were going to be my vendors. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
okay.
I probably wouldn't have charged them that much. Just $50. I thought that was crazy for an Umar lecture, but
okay. Speaking of how much they charge, when you had him out for the event, how much did he charge you guys to come out and speak?
He didn't. He requested himself. That's what I was going to try to get to. He requested himself. We flipped the bill on that event. The gym, the theater that we used, they were gracious. They were helpful. We had to pay for the sound, the lighting. I didn't have to pay for the videography. The first one, I had two of them. The first one, because he just wanted to get in with Umar. We spent the gas to go up there, get him. He did take us. This is how he paid us. He took us out to eat.
Yeah, he does that.
That was how he made his little, he took us out to eat, and he acted a damn fool in the restaurant, so we don't even get to go back there.
Okay, what happened in the restaurant?
Oh my God, I tell you, this man is out of, he was just talking to the waiter. It was like, he was talking to the waiter like he was trash. We had an incident with a black guy up, I think we were in, I don't know where we were, but we were on the road. I told this one guy, I was like, "Hey, I like your wigs." He had some cute fat wigs, and I said, "I like your wigs." He was like, "Oh, thank you." He said, "Is that?" I was like, "Yeah, that's him," because I didn't know no better. And he was like, "Oh, he was showing him love," and there were a lot of white people in there. They didn't know who he was, but he was eating it up. But then when he got in the car, he was like, "Why would he come up and put me out there like that?" He was like, and then he was rude to the guy when we were pulling off. But here's the thing. They had a line going out of the gas station just because he was just standing up there buying stuff. He was buying small little liquor things and buying pocket knives and buying.
Okay, whoa. Wait a minute. You're saying that Umar was buying liquor things?
Yeah, he was buying like little liquor things. I don't know. He was just buying like little liquors and all this other stuff.
Okay, back up. Where is this exactly?
I think this is when we're coming from Nebraska. We're bringing him, this is December the 3rd. We have drove out to Nebraska to pick him up, and we are bringing him down to Kansas City. Yep.
And so where were you at? Was it at like a 7-Eleven? Was it a Walmart?
It was like one of them mom and pop gas stations. I like a Quick Stop or something like that. But the guy had a bunch of stuff in there, like what you were talking about, like the knives and the blowtorch lighters and stuff. And
I got you.
Umar was like, he was up in there, and the man was getting frustrated with him, and he was getting nasty back with him because he was trying to get the line out. The line was damn near out the door. And
Umar does that. He used
stuff.
to do that. Yeah, and he would use, and I'm gonna come back to this other issue with the little liquor because I think I know what you're talking about. But Umar has, I've seen him do this because he would go to this spot in Wilmington called what was it called? It was where he would get Obatala Shake. Remind me what that spot was called. And he would record himself coming in. He would be all loud, and everyone, so he gets everyone's attention. He goes up, and then he goes to this whole process of okay, what do you guys have? And they'll tell them, and then, well, what is that? What's on that? And then they'll tell them, and he says, well, what about this? And then what about this, right? He'll point to it, and they'll tell them. Was it that type of situation? Yeah, he has the tendency to do that. You see?
Like he's his personal shopper. Like the dude was like, bro, just get the stuff and get the hell on.
Yeah, and it was called Drop Squad Kitchen, and there's plenty of times where he did it. But now, real quick, so he's buying different things, and you see him buy the little. Is it the little tiny, like small little liquor bottles?
It could have been for E5.
Okay, that's true. Mm-hmm.
It could have been his because I have rum but yeah, it could have been for E5.
Yeah, you never saw him drink any alcohol, did you?
I didn't, but I'm gonna tell you, he wanted this particular juice out on a stage. If you watch that video, I'm coming out on the stage bringing water and juice. That juice he wanted with him. Mm-hmm. So I don't know what was in that juice.
Oh, okay, I get you. I get you. So real quick, just for clarification, he didn't charge you for the event. He did it for free?
Yeah, he did the event for free. He did the event for free.
Yeah, and the reason why I'm saying this is because I've been telling people this for years, that it's not as if he's the most requesting, meaning that people are requesting him to come out and paying him a lot of money, not like in his heyday. What's happened is that Umar, because he's burned so many bridges, he begs for people to put events together for him, and he just goes out there for free. He's not making any money, and so then the question becomes, who's paying for everything else, that in terms of him eating, traveling, going here and there, all around the world? And that's where the donation money comes in. He's been living off of that donation money.
I wish more people would follow you, Lenon, because they would figure all of this out. You are absolutely right. He called us. We put on everything. We did the event. Basically, he called us to throw him an event. We threw on the event. He made money off of the books. He sent the books. I hope he doesn't dox that address, because that would be stupid. But he sent the books to an address that I gave him. I never gave him my address. Okay. He sent the books ahead, and that's when a woman was like, how did she get a book and read the book before she met him? Because we had the books a week prior. So he sent the books. We transported the books in him, and then when we got there, he does the show, and the way he writes it off, I guess, with taxes, is he takes us out to eat.
Yeah, okay,
that's a business expense. You see what I'm saying? So he's somebody done put him on.
Yeah. He's a con man. He's a scammer, and he uses his nonprofit status and not to open up a school, but for his own personal lifestyle, which includes paying for dinners, for people who have him come out, because that's also part of his lifestyle too. And then it also makes you guys feel as if he's all about the business. He's all about the community, when in point of fact, he's not. Okay, let's get to some more of these questions. Okay. Let's see. And matter of fact, I just want to answer this one myself because you've already talked about this. And someone that asks, is Dr. Umar using the school donations to pay for child support? I'm sure he is. Yeah. And then is Dr. Umar Johnson using donation money to pay for vacations? Understand that Umar's on a perpetual vacation. And like we were talking about here, a lot of that money from the donations is going for him to fly to different places. They're not paying for these things for him to get food. They're not paying for these things for him to go and speak. They're not paying for these things. That's all donors' money that's fueling his lifestyle.
Yeah, he told me in the car when we first got him, we were like, he had been audited. And I'm gonna send you some stuff on that, some extensive stuff. He said that I don't know why he would tell me that, but he said that he got audited, and they came and he had to get all his receipts and investigate, get all his stuff together. So yeah, I just wanted to add that he did tell me that. Okay.
We've seen Umar gambling. Do you think he has a gambling problem? Did you see any gambling while you were with him?
He didn't have a problem with me going to live in Philly. I know that he took his mother to Atlantic City for her birthday, and he's been up there a few times from what I gather.
Okay, so, and that is for gambling purposes.
And when I called him to pick my lucky numbers and stuff, he would pick them.
Okay. Yeah, all right. There you go. Someone said, Lenon, check my pic. This is someone probably who's dealt with Umar, and that's an older picture of Umar. This is KX397. KF397. If at any point you'd like to come on and speak about your experience with Umar, you can always email me at LenonHonor@yahoo.com. Okay. Black. Now this may be a weird question, but I think honest answer from you. Don't be trying to. It's not about the movement here.
No,
This is
we
about.
ain't opening
It's about
that school.
Let me
That's
ask
cool.
the
That was y'all. The bag was him getting the structure. That was school was never supposed. Maybe in his good years, in his young good years. But right now, when y'all donate, y'all are paying for his mother's care. You're paying for flights, anything that he hasn't gotten paid for yet from the speaking engagements. He makes all his money from the colleges. He makes his money from the colleges, in the books,
in the podcast.
In the podcast. I'm sorry, in the books.
Yeah.
He, if y'all buy books and stuff like that, and that's another reason why I was trying to come on to help him organize. Because he would have had a beautiful portfolio. He doesn't know what he's doing, and he don't want nobody to tell him nothing.
Yeah, and he could have legitimately been a multimillionaire if he had done this right, starting back in 2000. Yeah.
If he could have coined the Black Queens Forever, if he coined that, he would have been sitting on top of.
Yeah.
But you can't tell him nothing.
That's right. That's Umar.
He could have sold his curriculum. He could have bought that land. He could have put up a fabricated building and added, and then did a building fund to get more. There's so many ways that man could have done this correctly, and he just no.
Yeah. 78 Vet asks, has anyone ever suggested mental health help? And I'm going to assume for Umar.
Yes, I have. I was sending all the text messages. I have, just like I'm talking to y'all, I have talked to Umar, but this is what he does. He will go quiet on me. The way that I wake him up is I have to talk sexual to him or send a booty pic, because he will respond to that, because he feels he's like a child. If you go in on him and you tell him all of these things that you are saying, he feels like you are not giving him kudos. Anything that's not a kudos is you're being negative.
Yeah, praise and worship, like you said.
Very big on worship. Yes.
Did you ever talk? Did you ever talk to him about anything mental health wise dealing with him? And if so, did he have a response?
I did. I asked him if he was autistic when we were in bed, and he said no. Why? I said, no, I just asked, like I wasn't, there was something off about you. I'm not saying it like that. You're not.
No, I know. I understand.
Like there's my son has autism, and I don't, but you can clearly, once you get around him, you can tell, like he tells you exactly what's on his mind. But, I asked him, I said, and then I also started diagnosing him. Off of ChatGPT, I was like, "Do you think you got histrionic?" I was like, "Do you think you're narcissistic?" Narcissistic.
What did he say to the narcissistic part?
He said, because I sent him the diagnosis. He was like, he was telling me the difference between the two. He was like, one is a like a fake narcissist, and the other one is an actual diagnosis. Okay, I didn't ask you that. Which one is you? But I've asked him about him having this what is that called? Dissociative
disorder.
Yeah. I've asked him about that. He didn't respond. He only chimes in on things that excite him. You know what I'm saying? So you'll see me in a text. I'm trying to get him engaged.
That's very fascinating. Do you think that he's aware that he has some mental health issues?
I do. I think that he knew it from an early age. He knew that he was different, and he went into psychology to try to find out what.
Yeah, you said that. Yeah. Another question about the autism. Why did you ask him specifically about autism?
Because he stems a lot. I know that.
Okay, what does that mean?
Stemming is like, excuse me, this smoke is starting to get to me.
You okay?
Yes, the bottle rocket stuff. Sorry, it's for these kids is lighting it up out here.
Yeah. Do you need to? Okay, yeah. If you need to move to another location, or if it's not good for you,
Okay.
we can always come.
I think I'm gonna go in go in further in the house. I'm
Okay,
on the screen.
okay.
But yeah, he's stimming is kind of like, somebody else can probably explain it a little bit better than I can. But basically, like, they have these ticks that they do to kind of keep themselves from like doing things that are socially awkward.
Mm-hmm.
So he may one thing that I know about Umar, he's smart. He writes. I think he writes. When he gets in spaces, he has a little book or whatever, he can write. And when we were in
Mm-hmm.
the room, he would write down things, like he'll jot down his that schedule that he constantly puts up.
Mm-hmm.
He'll just run through it real fast. Like, he knows that like the back of his hand. And he'll
Yeah,
just like,
he memorizes dates. Yeah.
yes, and that's
Mm-hmm.
how he keeps himself from going into a space. He's not good with emotional things. And like when he comes in the house and I'm worked up, which is not my normal me, but if I'm like that, he'll be like, oh, he'll start blinking real fast. And I know
Yeah,
that
I've
it's
seen that.
too much. It's an overload. I gotta calm down.
Oh wow.
He'll start blinking real
Yeah.
yeah, I know and if you see him on pictures, if you see his hand is spread out like a 5 when he's taking pictures, he's overstimulated. He's like,
Yeah, I know what you mean.
he's trying to hang on. Like, y'all need to wrap
Mm-hmm.
this shit up because I'm about to,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And so what's the other thing? He has so many of them. Um
Let me read this real quick.
yeah.
Stimming or stimulatory behavior is a common trait in individuals with autism spectrum disorder (ASD). It involves repetitive movements or vocalizations, repeating things 3 times, that can serve as a coping mechanism for managing emotions, sensory input, or stress.
Yeah, and this drives people crazy. Him repeating things 3 times. The reason why he does that, for one reason, it is overstand, understand, and understand. That's why he
Mm-hmm.
says it 3, to lock it in. But
Mm-hmm.
also, Umar is a master of propaganda.
He
Like,
is.
he studied it. He has books on it. So you feeling him, and when he speaks to you, he knows key points to hit. He knows to touch you and point. He knows all of that stuff. He is very good at that. He
The
knows
master
when you,
manipulator.
yeah, yeah. He knows how not to act. So if he's stressed out, that hand goes to a 5 because he knows if he keeps it cuffed tight, then people can tell that he's stressed. So he
Mm-hmm.
overextends it to show that I'm really not stressed. He's trying to compensate.
I've seen it. Wow, fascinating. Fascinating
Yeah.
stuff.
It's an almost
Okay.
all, and I called him out on it, and he's like, looked at me crazy. I was like, yeah, I know. I be watching you.
Yeah, he's probably not even aware of it though.
No,
You know.
he's probably not.
Can I play something for you? I want you to look at this and tell me, because what we're talking about here just popped into my mind. This is a video from 2016,
Okay.
August 28th, 2016. And just for context, Umar, he's backstage and he's about to go up to actually speak. And I want everyone to see what he's doing here, okay? Because it ties to, in my opinion, it ties to what you're saying. Okay, here it is right here.
It's like a woolly.
Mm-hmm. See? There's about 2 more minutes. I want to play this whole thing, and then I'll get your commentary. There's that clenched fist. Yeah, it's almost done. It's also interesting that he's recording this live. That's the part that I don't quite get. Like, why would he actually record this live for everyone to see it? Maybe because it makes him feel as if people are there with him as he's dealing with I don't know, maybe some
Yes.
extreme anxiety, maybe.
Yes, that's absolutely what it is. If it
Mm-hmm.
wasn't for his fans, that man would be, whew, he would not have nobody,
Mm.
because he goes and talks to y'all about, he talks to people, y'all, about stuff before he even brought it to me. Like some things, and
Mm-hmm.
I was have to remind myself not to feel no type of way about it, because I'm like, damn, I'm sleeping with you, I don't know this. And
Well, what do you mean? Can you give us an example of what you mean?
like if something happened with the school band, oh, Anissa coming out. When Anissa
Mm-hmm.
came out, he went to his fans, or not his fans, excuse me, but the supporters. His supporters, before he came to me, and I was at the house with his mother. And y'all, when I tell you Anissa looks like his mama, if his mama was 2 shades darker, that girl is the splitting image of his mom.
Mm.
But he did, and I think that's a lot of the reason why he responded to her. He didn't tell me my birthday is significant to a passing of his family member. He didn't tell
Mm-hmm.
me that, like, just in normal conversation, like, oh, I have an aunt that has that birth or passed on that day, or that's the day that
Mm-hmm.
my grandmother passed away. He doesn't he doesn't voluntarily give that information, but he'll tell you something way more private. And
Hmm.
you're good with dates, sir. I know I don't know if he was matching up even our link ups by dates, because I think it's crazy that literally a whole, like, every March I'm with him, you know what I'm saying, or something else, or the fact that my daughter's you know, it's just it's a lot of things that are a hellified coincidence, and I don't know.
Yeah, well,
But
dates are really important to him, and that may be part of some psychological issue as well.
very, and that woolly, him stemming with that I've seen that before. I've never seen it with an adult, but there are some kids that have like little pieces of cloth that they rub or they eat
Mm-hmm.
with them.
Mm-hmm.
And the tapping is something that my son does, and they also have other things that they grow out of, or they switch it out if people
Mm-hmm.
start making comments about it. But
Yeah.
yeah, he's very much on social media. He will tell y'all something very private before anybody else knows.
Yeah. Okay, now this is a kind of lighten things up here because this is the deep stuff, especially him
Yeah.
stabbing the balloons. I'm like, man. Marcus asked, can you ask her where Umar keeps the zebra cakes? Because he does like
Above the stove. Above the stove, in the kitchen,
uh-huh.
above the stove.
Okay. What was the stove clean? What would you say?
Nothing. The stove was okay. He loves to
Mm-hmm.
eat turkey and butts. Or beans and butts.
Turkey
That's what he
butt.
calls it.
Oh, beans. Okay, I got you. I
Beans
was
and
about to say,
butts. He
Lord.
loves beans and butts. And
Uh-huh.
I was like, I gotta figure out how to make beans and butt for her. And I think that he wants only him to make beans and butt for his mom. But the stove was clean, but it looked very new. It was one thing that I think his old stove went out because that was like the
Mm-hmm.
newest appliance. It was like I was like, oh, this is
Yeah. Was
cool.
there a microwave?
But he does not believe in a microwave,
Okay. Mm-hmm.
so he doesn't use a microwave.
Mm-hmm.
Which I was okay with that, but he has an extremely large um tea collection.
Yeah, you
Like it's
told me.
insane.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a tea guy too, so I guess Umar and I don't have a whole bunch of it, but I like tea.
He's got a
Someone-
ton of it. A
yeah,
ton
someone
of
had
it.
asked, Jessica had asked, does Umar change her and empty the toilet that she uses?
Yeah, he does. He has his way. He just goes right in. He don't glove up or nothing. He just
Mm-hmm.
goes right in.
Okay. Someone had asked, where was the gorilla from?
I don't know, but that thing was strange sitting on top of them piles of clothes.
Was it a black gorilla?
He has cool stuff. He don't take care of it.
Yeah, was it a black gorilla?
Yep, it was black.
What was it? Did it have a silverback?
No, but it had his eyes cocked to the side like it didn't trust nobody. The gorilla was on. It was like sketchy. This tell you something kind of sketchy about you. It was odd.
Well, that is crazy.
Even his comforter, the comforter on his bed is like, I was like, really, dude?
What was it?
He has like a Ninja Turtle type of comforter on his bed. Maybe it's something he always wanted.
You gotta be like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Yes, and it's like from that era too.
Was it old?
Yeah, it was pretty old. I don't know where he got that from. Maybe Amazon, but
Well, that's wild. But that's Umar. He's very childlike though. That's something I've commented about a lot in the past.
he has every kind of Frederick Douglass coffee mug you could possibly. I took all them coffee mugs. He had like 60 of them. I tried to take them out of there. He was like, "Oh no, we ain't getting rid of this."
Where were they? Were they just scattered around?
They're just all up in the cabinet, but none of the stuff that's supposed to be in the cabinet could fit. And then, like, it's very back in time. You know what I'm saying? Even there was a picture on the fridge that is from it's with all of his brothers and sisters, his mother and everything, but it's been up there so long you can't tell who or what they look like. They just figured.
Is that the one with his daddy in like towards the front?
They're like sitting around a table or something. It looked like they're at some kind of community center or a church or
Oh
something.
no, not that one. No, this one, it looked like it was like around Christmas or something like that. Yeah, the one I'm thinking about. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Mhm.
no, I think this one is a little, but I try to look at it and it's like I don't know. It's you can't see it.
Mhm. Now one of the people that was around, especially when Umar was started with this school scam early on, was someone named Sharon. Did you ever meet Sharon?
No, I never met
Mhm.
any of the girls. Never met any of his girls. None of them.
Tiff the Griff.
No, I didn't meet her either. I heard
What
about her
about
though.
yeah? What
He didn't.
about
He doesn't
Aunt
like
Ann?
her.
Yeah, I know he don't like her at all.
He's
What about
like,
Aunt?
she talks too damn much. That's what he said.
Hmm.
He
Yeah.
doesn't like a lot of people that I'm surprised to see him around. And I told y'all that too. He tells his his supporters, I keep saying fans, but his supporters, that stuff, but like personal stuff. But he's like, when they call, he's like sucking his teeth. He don't want to be bothered with them. He said
Hmm.
you is just stupid. Like he says things that's really mean, and
Hmm.
I told him to kind of lighten up on that. But he does, and especially the men that are very like go fetchy and snitching on other. He talks about them, but you encourage the behavior.
Yeah.
Like people send him stuff that people are doing and stuff. He talks about the person, but you take the information. Tell him to stop sending you stuff like that.
Hmm. Hmm. By
So
the way, did he? Because I know there was another woman that had dealt with Umar, and she did a video online, and she talked about how he was very much preoccupied with his phone. Like he would spend a lot of time on his phone. Did you
yeah,
see
he
that?
is a yeah. You have to literally. I've had to take the phone out of his hand or pause the phone in order to get him like to come to. He talks about
Hmm.
people being on devices. I even thought about for his birthday this year before we got into it, getting him what the hell is that a switch, because he talks about
Hmm.
game systems, but I really think he is a guy that needs a game system. He would have a ball on it.
You talking
uh,
about Nintendo Switch?
yeah, he needs a
Mhm.
Nintendo Switch for when he's on the road and stuff like that. But I know that that goes against what he is, what he says, but he is
Mhm.
that kid. He's that person. He's a lot like Brenda Deppa, like in that
Yeah,
regard.
yeah. You're right, and I didn't say that back then,
I think he
but
saw a
especially
lot of himself in him.
there you go. There you go. Yep, you're right. You're right. Especially, see the pieces. A lot of the pieces are being put together in my mind, based upon things that you're saying from your personal experience.
Hmm.
And even when you brought up autism, that's why I took the time to really kind of explore that a little bit deeper, because Umar he shows some very interesting signs and symptoms. And I have to say, there are some of these things. I associated with ADHD, but it could just be a manifestation of levels of autism.
He could be like my son and have both. My
Oh,
son
okay.
didn't want to have nothing to do with him. He was like, I don't want to talk to him. I was like, you don't want to talk
Hmm.
to him? I think he thought I was trying to sneak him into the space, but they act identical. Like that's why he doesn't bother me as much as he sets other people off, because they not identical. They're not identical. My
No,
son's
I
not.
know what you're saying. I understand.
But
I
yeah,
know what you're saying.
and I asked him, I said, are you autistic? Because I've spent a lot of time, even though I'm skipping IEP meetings, I've spent a lot of time.
Based upon the narrative he was saying. Yeah.
That's why I'm being funny. But yeah, I've spent a lot of time in that world because my baby's got.
Hmm.
So I see a lot of autism in him. I think it's coupled with some other things. I think those
Yeah.
other things came because he is a black, or he was a black child in a space, and they were not understanding to what was going on to him. So he
Yeah, and it
has a
makes
lot of
yeah.
things, and I think his daddy did a lot of damage trying to drill sergeant it out of him,
Yeah. Yep.
and he didn't
Hmm.
understand. He was trying to make, like a lot of these men out here, they don't understand their kids are different. they're trying to just go on autopilot parenting. No, you have to take time. You got to dig.
Yeah.
You got to be creative.
You're right, and that's something that I've even had to learn, because the way that I grew up is very much different than how my sons, in particular my sons, how they're growing up.
Yeah.
Because we were taught that you have to be hard, that you have to be able to deal with stuff and and take it,
Yeah.
and not cry about it, not whine about it. And I'm still kind of like that to this day. Like there's stuff that happens, and I'm saying I ain't gonna worry about it. Just gonna handle it, But it's very much hardcore. But the problem is that when you're dealing with younger boys, they have to be able to work through their emotions. And if you stop them from doing it, that's going to cause problems later on down the line. This is something I had to learn. And over time, I've gotten better with it. And I have a sense that Jamal, as a drill instructor in what was he? He was a Marine. That a lot of the levels of discipline that that Jamal received in the Marines, which is over the top, that he tried to apply that to Umar, but Umar was very much different. And as even to this day, Umar, he doesn't manage levels of stress well. So if you have your own father putting you through that, it couldn't have been easy either.
And then on top of that, Lenon, I want to tell you too, he's the oldest sibling of a lot of siblings. He was probably supposed to, or they expected him to show up a lot of the time for those siblings, and he probably couldn't, wanted to, but he couldn't because he had his own things. I think that they put him in that school, and that was his break away from it, but it also did some damage too. I think that he is a lot like my son in that regard, like his daddy putting him in that military school severed that tie with his mother. And it was not that his mother was kind of like, what do they call those people when it's not your security animal, but they're like your safe person. You know what I mean? Yeah. So Umar really is, if you think to like take away all of his fuck up, messed up things, he really is a hell of a case study. That's why I understand you going into depth about him. And a lot of times people are like, what do you, because I'm always wondering, why is he doing this? Why is he like this?
Me too. Yeah, me too. Yep.
Instead of just like, oh, he's an asshole. That's all it is.
Yes.
No, there's something else that happened a long time,
A lot of things. There must have been a lot of things.
He is deeply traumatized. And he has some really off balance ideas on how to be a man, on how to just a lot of things. Yeah,
and it's evident even how he's dealing with this situation. He doesn't know how to cope, and he doesn't know how to manage this as a man would.
I just told him, I said, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just telling him, and I said, my only two things, hey, don't, because when he stonewalls, if we're done, we're done. I don't really care about that, but let me know so I can take care of myself. I'd like to, go to the doctor and, go on, sit back up on the porch. I said that, and there was one other thing. Don't put other people in my space. The very two things that I asked him not to do. He would not ever tell me, okay, babe, we had a fun route, I'm gonna move on. And then not even that, he would not stop. He put people in my space because he knew my privacy was of the utmost importance. That's why he put all of this stuff out here. So the two things that I asked him or he thought would get at me, he went directly to those things. And I knew he would.
Yeah, vindictive.
Yep. Yeah.
Very vindictive.
Yeah.
I have to ask, do you think that part of the reason why you were willing to do for Umar what not a lot of people would have attempted to do was because you saw in Umar aspects of what you see in your own son?
Absolutely. And I wanted him to understand that whatever is in you, though it has not been acceptable in our community, in the Black community, you can be okay in your skin and teach people how to deal with it. Simplifying it as ain't no daddy in the home and stuff like that. You have to teach these people, pour into them. You sitting up here putting up these crazy ass memes, and you need to be talking about these things on a consistent basis and to help them help their kids.
Yeah.
I didn't see him in a space. I felt like that the popularity made the shield go up, and it's smart. And now that passion and everything that he once had went out the window. Because
Mm.
he's too busy trying to meet this image. And I just seen a
Yeah.
different. It's unfortunate things went like this because I just felt like that's what I was saying in the beginning. I felt like if he just really had somebody ride or die, I'm not trying to. Sex was just that was something that got your attention. That's kind of like the candy for the fat kid. But in all actuality, if you were really given a space to do some damn good, even by him drawing that thing up of Africa about all these things that he wanted for the school,
Mm-hmm.
he's highly imaginative, but there's a lot of stuff that stops that from happening. And if you get control over that, like I've been trying to teach my son,
Yeah.
the sky is the limit for you.
Yeah, but perhaps it is that if you do it early on, it can
Yeah.
have the impact that you would desire. But
Yes.
if it happens, when Umar's 40, he's 50 now,
Yes.
that it
Too far
may,
gone.
yeah, yeah.
Yep. And
So
that's
and
sad.
yeah, it is. But the thing is, I think that's probably what a lot of people are missing out to this equation. It wasn't just that you met Umar on a whim and you decided to go take care of his mother. There's so much more. There was a lot of time that passed too, over a year,
Mhm.
of you texting back and forth and talking on the phone. But then all these other dynamics, of you wanting to save Umar, seeing things in Umar that you see in your own son, but then also getting out there and taking care of his mother. I could tell that you genuinely cared about her, and people need to consider all of that too, as we continue talking about your experience with Umar. There was a lot that was wrapped up in this.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I just feel I wish that we could just have like healthier spaces to have, conversations like me and you just had um in spaces, because like there's so much going on and I feel like it could do a lot of good, but this nastiness, the violence, that takes away from the good.
Yeah.
And some people are not. Lennon, I think that you found that space on your own with life, maybe. And I have that space, but I think Umar was raised in a space where that wasn't able to flourish, and so he
Yeah.
just uses the darkness in order to stay on top.
Yeah. And I also think he was never validated. You know.
No.
Yeah, because he has major issues with being validated, like you said, being worshipped and being praised. Someone said something else, and this is James. Salute to James. He says he's an old school Marine. That's probably why his father rejected
Yep.
him with autism.
Yep. You know how many black parents just like you, all you need to do is whoop his butt. Like with my
Hmm.
son, no, that's not what we gonna do. We gonna figure it out. I'm not saying that's probably what Jamal did, but that's the kind of mindset all that boy needs is structure. No, he's got some other things going on with him.
Yeah, yeah. James also said his dad was embarrassed by his autistic son. Umar went to
Yep.
school to prove him wrong. Since Umar is highly functional, reading calms him down.
Yep.
Hmm.
Reading keeps his mind in, or he's got a problem. I think Umar has what they said. My son has a Ferrari brain with bicycle brakes. That's the way they say it. Like even when he's losing stuff, he's moving faster than where his brain is.
Hmm.
Yeah, reading paces that out. That's why it's very important to get your kids reading and stuff. It helps them. It helps that brain keep the pace and stay on task. Very
Hmm.
true. Very true.
Hmm. Okay, sis. I want to be respectful of your time. Are you okay? If you can keep going, is how much time can you get?
Oh, I'm good. I don't. I'm
Okay.
good. I'm good.
Okay, because if you don't mind, I'd like to get to all the questions that were sent in this chat room,
Yeah.
and then I have other stuff. Well, maybe we can get together in the future, if you're up to it. Let's get to this next question. This is from Pretty Brown Eyes. Did you do any online research on Umar before you started your relationship with Umar?
Very little. I'm a extremely busy person. Very little. I did call myself doing a little bit more digging because y'all got to understand he was with my son, my son at the time, my oldest son. And I mean, my son idolized him. He never really showed that much interest in anyone. So I wanted to make sure he was a good dude, you know. And he was like, oh, like even when we went out to eat, he's hanging with him. He felt open to talk to him. I wanted to make sure he wasn't some weirdo, you know, that we were going up there and picking up. And I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything.
Yeah,
But as far as like sexual, I didn't view him like that. I didn't have like I wouldn't have gone and looked off into his personal life because I was just focused on his self as a professional. You know what I mean? And there, you know, I knew that his beliefs were radical, but you know, for everything else that I've come across with my son, you know, I said, hey, what the hell?
Yeah, and that's another pattern because I tend to recognize patterns with Umar. We're in the women that will at least talk with Umar. Oftentimes they're doing it because they have sons that they have issues, that the sons have issues, and they're you know, they want to try to get help. And because Umar presents himself as this, you know, professional psychologist, school psychologist, therapist. He's not a therapist, but he says
when you're at your most vulnerable. I'm
Mm-hmm.
never vulnerable in any other place. You know, if you look at me from the outside, I'm not vulnerable with anything else. I'm pretty much lean towards logic with everything, as you know, you can see. So when this comes along, this is the only thing that makes me vulnerable. My kids are, I turn into mush.
Yeah, bless
So
your heart.
yeah, that's how he's getting women.
Yeah, yeah. Another question, I may have already asked this. Can we ask if Umar tried pursuing other women while Lenae was there?
I encouraged it. I like seeing them with other. I like the pictures, all that stuff. I even sent texts where I was like, she's cute. I like her. I wanted him to find a wife, or if he wanted to, I don't know how the hell he was gonna pull that off, especially with his paranoia. Because as soon as they agreed on something and didn't include him, shit was gonna hit the fan.
Yeah.
But I was trying to work him to that like realization.
But you that's not, I'm sorry, sis. You know, I got love for you, but I mean, man, it's too much.
I know.
It's too much.
But I didn't want him.
Yeah, let me ask you this though. Because it doesn't sound like Umar was someone that you saw as sexually desirable in the beginning, but obviously something changed. What was it that changed?
His brain. You know, I'm a thinker, and his brain, when he's on point, that does it. You know what I'm saying? Like when he's on point, when he's on top of his game, when he's talking right, when he stays on task. But the only thing that kept breaking me with him is like he'll be on live, we'll be going in, and it's not about jealousy, it's just because it's kind of like a class clown. He'll break and be like, Lord have mercy, Lord have mercy. It's nothing even there walking, Umar. Stay on what you talking about. I think he does it to keep people's attention. I think he leans on it because he's been told he's a fine man, you know, like he's cute, he's desirable, and he leans on it because that makes him acceptable. But there's also another person in there, but you know, besides all of that. But he don't lean on that person. Like stay on your intellect. That's what is the flex, you know. But yeah, I wasn't attracted to him when I met him and everything like that. And then I was coming out of 4 years, you know, out in the desert. So I was coming back too, but I was more hyped up about what his work was. That's where I was just there. And then it's kind of like you're with, oh my God, if you done psyched yourself up, you're like, damn, I'm with Malcolm X, damn, I'm with MLK. Like you're thinking, because you haven't seen all the other stuff. So I wanted to ask him every damn thing. What do you eat for breakfast? What do you do here? You know, I wanted to know everything. And I had his number. Oh my God, I drove that man crazy. But when I figured out he was like everybody else, like I told him, I said something. He was like, I'm a revolutionary. Like, how could you even ask me that? Like, just eating pie. Like, what
Mhm.
how you talking about the one in the kitchen? I mean, like, come on, man, what are we doing? But yeah, when that's how I saw him, and then
Mhm.
he just kind of grew, and then also I think too I felt compassion for him. I did. I don't anymore. Like with
Mhm.
all the things we just talked about. But then when I seen that that demon come out, yeah, I was like, oh no, it's something very wrong about you.
Yeah. What would you say was the biggest experience that you had where that demon came out on a whole nother level?
When when he had me get up, oh my God, there were so many. I think the first time I seen it was when something happened to the little boy, the drill. And I was
Mhm.
like, maybe he's just caught up in a moment and he's not acting proper to the situation. He was just cold to it. Like this
Mhm.
man's father just took himself in the black family, just took themselves out of the game. You don't feel no type of way about this. You don't want to lean on mental health. You want to lean to conspiracy, even though there are some very sketchy things about the story. And then the fact that you didn't even consider the family before you just plopped it up on Instagram.
Yeah.
That's cold. That's
Mhm.
cold on it. And I was talking to him. The fact
Mhm.
that we did all of that work to put that event on, and then somebody had the audacity to send in, oh, the filming crew wasn't black. They were, but the man was a light-skinned, a fairly light-skinned guy, and he felt the need not to, kind of like, yeah, okay, whatever, they did a great job. He felt the need to send that BS to us. I felt like that was tactless. There were so many incidents that came along, but the one when his daughter came out and I seen he did her like that, and I'm
Mhm.
literally taking care of a woman that is her twin. You know what I'm saying? And she needs you. She needs you to show up in both capacities as
Yeah.
a
She
father
still does.
and
Mhm.
still. And I asked him, I said, please, I know, don't take it, but I wanted to help her. I wanted to help her too. And I was like, you gotta help her. You gotta help her. This is not the person that I would have ever laid down with.
Mm.
Ever. I don't like people like that. And
Mhm.
then I try to tell him about his supporters. You need to get these people in check. Like they're in your comment section talking, not necessarily to me, but to each other. How can you be talking about black love and y'all talking to each other like that? That's
Yeah.
weird. Get
Mhm.
get that under control so you can have spaces like what you got over here.
Yeah. Real talk. Mhm. The other thing though too, I think Umar he thrives in chaos in the sense that if he can create chaos in other people's lives, he feels like he's in control.
Oh, he does. He does. And I
Mhm.
saw it in his mother by the things that she was choosing to talk about. I don't meditate on stuff like that. I don't talk about women. I don't talk about people when they leave the circle. Umar is a very mean girl type dude. He's
What do you
like,
mean, mean girl?
he talks to RZA. I respect RZA. RZA Islam is doing his thing. Y'all might not agree on how you do it, but y'all after the same goal. And he had some bad stuff to say about RZA. I'm like, why are you talking shit on RZA?
Yeah, what did he say? You talking about RZA Islam? What did he say?
Yeah, he's talking about he was, RZA has very good posture. So, he thinks he's homosexual. He said he came behind him and whispered in his ear and I was like, he's got a problem with him. He has a problem with Professor Griff is in our city a lot. We got a lot of love for him. He is now with Soleil, but he don't. I said, do you
Mm-hmm.
know him? I'm trying to figure out the parameters because I'm new to the conscious community. I don't know who we mess with. I'm not a type of person I mess with people, and I know you don't like them in your face. I
Yeah,
just
well,
felt
he's
like
done. Yeah, Umar's done events with Professor Griff though.
he said he heard he didn't like him. So I was like, okay, well, I guess we don't like him or whatever. I said something. He told me about you. And then I'm thinking all of these things from the other side of the pond. And I'm like, oh, well, Lenon, we don't like Lenon. And so we just, he doesn't like all these people. He doesn't like him and Mark Lamont. I don't know what and I try to keep Mark Lamont on his toes, but I guess he threw me under the bus. That's what kind of pushed Umar to his max. But you know, he doesn't like him because he dated one of his baby moms, and
Yeah, a
he's
lot of
thought
people don't. Yeah, a lot of people don't know that. Can you explain that?
one of the baby moms went in high school or maybe in college was dating Mark Lamont Hill. And he thought that Mark Lamont was trying to get him on Joe Budden to basically, you know, pull out all some receipts on Umar. So he canceled the Joe Budden. He was like, I'll intellectually whoop him in a debate, which, you know, I don't know, but he was like, but do you think I should go? And I was turning over because I gave him advice on a lot of things. Umar does not make his own decisions well. But for that situation, I walked through it with him, and it kind of had me in it. Like, how would I go about it? But he was thinking that he was thinking that they were trying to get him on there and shame him,
Like
or not
ambush
shame
him.
him, but throw all his dirty laundry out there, and then have an intellectual there. Umar don't like being in the same space with intellectual.
Yeah, you're right. And so what you're saying is that Mark Lamont Hill was going to be on the Joe Budden podcast with
Yeah,
Umar?
he was on
Okay.
Joe Budden, and he didn't want to be on there. I really worried about him in Breakfast Club when Jess Hilarious was on there. I wanted to know how their dynamic would go because he's a little bit insensitive to, you know, certain things. But he had a problem with that space. He
Well,
had
what if she had a problem with Jess? What was it about Jess Hilarious though?
he said she talks a lot. He don't like her.
Well,
I
she
like
is.
Jess.
Yeah, she's very outspoken. That's probably why he doesn't
She
like.
is.
Yeah, yeah.
And for her to just had a baby, you know, she was going through that. And I just felt like, be sensitive. I sent him a thing about being sensitive to her needs and all that other stuff. Then we were talking about he was just over. I think Amber Rose was trying to wink up on, like winking at him or whatever. And I was like, well, figure out why she's there. Because I know the space. I know people that are in that space. I'm like, you got to make sure that, you know, the industry loves, you know, dirt. That's their currency, you know. I was encouraged before, you know, even going out there, like, to just protect myself. So I told him, I said, make sure, you know, she's there for you and not. So he sent me text messages. She sent him, which they could go either way. You know, I don't know if she was flirting or she was
Well,
trying to
who sent
get, you know, a
who
piece of
sent the
this
sent
Amber
who sent who?
Rose.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah. So Sukiana is something that he wanted, and I don't. This is from what I hear. He wanted that. I don't think Sukiana laid with him, but I think that he was coming off kind of Uncle Creepy to her.
Probably.
But you
And because
know,
she's younger too, right?
yeah, I don't. And then he's sitting up there talking about me, and you want to align yourself with somebody that, you know, no shade to her, but she, you know, she's talking about eating a guy's groceries. I mean, you can't be on both sides of the fence. Either you on or you off. And I
Well,
kind of figured just by him, the way he was sex talk with me, like what he's into and what he's not into. So
Lord have mercy. Well, you said uh something about groceries. What does that mean?
like the back door, like he wanted her to mess with his back door, I guess.
Okay. All right. Good Lord Jesus.
Yeah.
And what was her name again?
Uh,
Suki.
there's Sukiana, and then there was
Suki.
what was the other one? Amber Rose.
Yeah, because I just want to see what
how
old Suki on it because
You
she's
know who he
33.
reminds me of?
Hmm.
He is like a male version to give people a better scope. He is a male version of Amanda Seal.
Amanda. Oh, she's like a comedian.
Yes.
Yeah, because she was on Club Shay Shay, and she did say that she had autism, right?
Yeah, but I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't know how true or whatever. But she seems to have a bad. People get a bad tone from her. She's a very intelligent, though. The
Yeah,
woman
she is.
is.
She speaks very well. Yeah,
She
she
is
speaks very
very intelligent. She just does not do well with people, but she's no worse than Umar is. She's just a woman, you know.
well.
He gets
Hmm.
passes on his stuff. She gets called out, and I'm not trying to push her on anybody or
I
whatever, but
understand. Hmm.
you know, that's just the dynamic. And look at I don't know. I think he did kind of like he had eyes on Cheyenne Bryant. Which I would have liked that mashup, but I knew it wasn't gonna happen. Cheyenne, you
Hmm.
know,
Cheyenne Bryant.
he just likes good looking women.
Okay, that's fine. Cheyenne Bryant. I don't even know who that is. Let me see.
She's a doctor too, but I think that was
Oh,
kind
okay.
of
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think that was stubble because he didn't enjoy her intellect. I can guarantee you that Umar is not going to get someone on his level or above.
Hmm.
He's
Hmm.
not going to, he can't stay in that space because he needs you to shrink in order for him to be okay.
Yeah, yeah. Because he's a very insecure individual.
Very.
Um, sis, is there and again, this is maybe beyond the scope, whatever you're comfortable with. You did say in terms of Umar's sexual proclivities that you could tell that there was something there based on the text message or sex message, if you will.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you can share to kind of shed light on that if you're comfortable with that?
Yeah. I was trying to find myself like explore. I'm only messing with him. I'm staying in a small city. Anybody would have jumped up and said, "Hey, I was with her too." But I was just like trying to, and I thought that he was more of a looker, not a like a taker. Because when we got together, he wasn't really like suave, like he knew what the hell, he knew his way around some things. I'm like, oh shoot, I knew more than you, so I just took over
Okay,
and
wait a
I
minute. Hold
started.
on. You're saying you're talking about sexually here.
Yeah,
Okay. Hmm.
yeah. So I just kind of like I held the reins. I introduced things or whatever, and then he came to the idea that he wanted two chicks, and I was like, well, I'm not up for that. Like I thought about it, but I was like, I don't know about that one. I
Hmm.
didn't know how far I wanted to go into that space. And then I thought that was just part of him wanting two wives.
Yeah, no,
So,
it's actually reversed. What he wants is that type of freak off type of thing, but he uses his whole two wives as the, you know.
oh yeah, I got the Texas. So I know he wants two women and I know why he wants the two women and I want
Okay,
to know
well,
what he wants them to do.
all right. Well, can you share?
Huh?
Can you share? What
He
was?
just wants to he's a big butt guy and he wants two women giving him oral sex.
Okay, I'm not.
I
I
don't
don't
know
get that.
how that works, but that's what he wants.
Why did you
I
say?
said, so
What is
you
it?
want a Cinnabon assembly line? And he was like, yeah, yeah. Little is never good enough for him.
I don't understand that. I don't get it. You're saying,
He
um,
wants two women to give him oral sex at the same time.
okay,
Yep.
but why did you say he's a big butt? What that got to do with it?
He likes butts. He wants to look at a butt, be hitting a butt, and if he could have them spread about also, then he would have that.
Okay, all
You
right.
know what I
Well,
mean? He just wants to like all he sees is booties. I don't know what he's a booty guy.
yeah. Well, that's why he always says 5'5" thick in the thighs, and he talks like that, and how they have to have a big butt and this kind of thing.
The most I was interested in doing like with the sensory deprivation, I thought that would be good for him because I thought he had autism. So I was like,
Hmm.
there's text in there. I was like, we're going to just like cover your eyes and close your ears out, and then we're going to try it like that.
Hmm.
And he wasn't against it, so I was like, well, that's what we'll try that. I was more into that the one girl thing came in and he gave me instructions. He wanted me. I was like, yeah. This was not going to happen though. I just as far as with my comfortability. But then again, I found someone and I was like, well, maybe this might work. But he wanted me to find the girl. So you have to do all the work, just like he told the live. He wanted you to find the girl, talk to her. If that's what she was good with, then introduce her to him, which I don't know how the hell that was going to play out. Because how can I take a woman that doesn't know who she's going to go lay with? Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Who's going to sign up for that? So,
yeah.
and I'm not really into women, because if I get one unclean, and then it's gonna mess things up for me. So I'm just a germ thing. It's a situation. I'm still getting it together in my head. Who knows? I don't know what'll happen, but for right now, I'm just not really all that.
It's just too far. It's just too far. So,
but that's what he wants.
Yeah. So let me ask you this: outside of him wanting to have sex with two women, I guess at the same time, was there anything else that he suggested that was for you? It was a no-no.
For me to do that was a no. He didn't want me messing with anyone else.
Okay.
That was a no. And I don't
no,
even
I'm saying for you, where you said no, that's not something that
that he, like, as far as the act. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
I don't really like people playing with my butthole, and he's into that.
Okay.
Did I go too far?
No, it's just that this. Listen, I've always said that, and people can do what they want to. What I'm saying is that if there is a couple and they've been together and they want to explore, okay, I get that. But this is a scenario where Umar, lives a sexually, you see what I'm saying? He lives a sexually promiscuous lifestyle, and he wants to do these things with people that, in my opinion, he doesn't know well enough, and it's so far over the top, especially if it's someone that you don't know. That's the thing.
Yeah. You can't get to that level with him. And I told him, like, we can have some conversations, we can talk about some things, but you don't want to have the conversations in order to have those. You just want, and I even told him, I said, I would be willing to back out and get you somebody that can find you girls like this, so
but
that you can.
Oh my Lord, that's it.
But I can't be involved with a lot of this stuff.
Yeah.
Because it's not. That's the extent of my help.
Yeah, and I remember it just comes to mind now that you're sharing this. I remember when he had his beef with Tariq Nasheed. One of the things he alleged that Tariq Nasheed likes to have people play with his backside, if you will.
These the same way, and I can't do it. I'm like, what if something's out down there lingering around? I can't do it.
Yeah.
I can't get down like that. I can't. And he's talking about I don't know. He done put it out there, so if he didn't want nobody to know, then he shouldn't have. But he wants, and I do believe that he has taken oral sex from a man before.
Whoa! Hold on now, sis. Don't okay, listen.
Don't do that.
I'm just saying, I don't want to say stuff that,
I mean, how do you know that a man's jaw is stronger than a woman? I don't know. If a man says I know what I'm capable of. If a man tells you that your jaws are not as strong as men, then that's what I'm thinking.
That's what Umar said.
Yeah, and I asked him, and he was like, "What are you talking about?" I was like, "Well, why would you say something like that?" I just looked up. I was like, "Why are you what?" And I was like, I can't, because this might have been in the other direction, and I can't.
Yeah.
I told him about cheeking the condom. He's like, what is that? I'm like, wait a minute, hold up, wait a minute. I told him about spermicide. He's like, what is that? I said, oh no, this is not working. He doesn't want to. He doesn't know enough to be, like you said. No, he shouldn't be out here playing around,
Yeah.
because he don't know how to safe play. He doesn't know how to safe play.
Was there any experiences that you had sexually where you felt as if you questioned whether or not it was something that you should have done with Umar?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Okay, was there anything that um that you questioned about sexually doing with Umar that you would afterwards you were like, maybe I shouldn't have done that?
Yeah. The first time I was like, yeah, maybe. And then when we had an incident where I don't know what he was doing back there, but I told him, I was like, well, we could try. Well, there's two things. Well, I told him we could try one thing, and he was like, okay. And so we tried that, and then I noticed he didn't go to the bathroom, to kind of like put the condom in the toilet. I'm like, where's the condom at? He was like, huh? I said, where is the condom? And then the condom was off. So I said, yeah, we're good. He forgot. And then it's not even that he forgot. I was like, why would you take it off and then why would you not come out and then take it off? Why would you take it off while it's in? Why would you do that?
I don't understand. That's too far for me. I don't get
I
any
didn't
of that.
expect. We had been sleeping. I know he was talking about he wanted a baby. That's why I said he wanted a baby. That's when shit is like stuff got really weird, Lennon. Lennon. He started doing like weird stuff. If you've ever, there's certain things that he's not going to be able to do with a woman. It's just not going to be able to happen. And then,
can you give me an example? What you mean by weird stuff?
like he's gonna have to accept. It's not even weird. Okay, so things got weird when he did that incident. When he didn't want to, we decided to do the soul. He asked me about the soul tie thing, and I was like, okay, let's do it.
What's that?
That was when we weren't going to use anything, and then we were going to just do whatever. And he was okay with that, and I was okay with that. I thought we were okay with that. Like, I thought the conversation was going pretty good, and then executed taking the condom off and then like leaving it in was too much.
Okay, when you say leaving it in where?
In me.
Oh.
He said I clenched up, and that's how I was like, no, that's not what happened.
Okay, and when you saying clenched up, are you talking front or back?
I'm talking about in the front.
Okay.
The back is not possible with him.
Okay. It's mind boggling. I don't, because you said he forgot. How could he forget that?
He didn't forget. He was trying to leave the condom. I think he's done this to get kids before. He's like one of those people, he'll finish and then he'll take it off and leave it in.
To get kids, to try to impregnate?
Yeah.
Boy, I tell you.
I asked when we first, and I forgot to tell you this, when we first came out there, I brought my medical records and everything, because I don't know, I'm not used to being like that. So I was like, here's my medical. He didn't want to see it. He didn't want to see nothing. He didn't. And it was pretty disciplined. Like he was pretty disciplined about himself and everything. And I saw like some good hygiene things, you know, and I was like, okay, you know, this is somebody. But then he just started getting sloppy. I think it's when he's high. Like when he's high, he doesn't, it's not the same. He doesn't perform the same. He's just not the same person. And I
Mm-hmm.
think he has to always, um, like always, it can never be from the hotel straight to me. I'm not from the hotel, the airport straight to me.
Mm-hmm.
He goes always to go get whatever he's gonna get, and then come in. And then he comes in, he's a different person.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Who knows what he's, because he actually did talk about in a previous video how you men, he was giving this as advice, that in order to make love properly, that you need to get high. He says beam up to beam in. In other words, you get high beaming up so that you can beam in, penetrate.
Wow. See, that's why I said y'all knew a lot. There's still stuff that I'm finding out from watching him. I've been having him asking him like just conversation wise in the bed. I'm just asking him questions, and he don't want to answer them. But I'll go back and I'm like seeing footage where he done talked about it.
Mm-hmm.
You
Mm-hmm.
know, and I'm like, why? And then he brings up pillow talk, like, sir, that goes out the window for all the stuff we've done. It's
Yeah. Speaking of pillow talk, you did say that you would text and it would be, like sexualized text messages. Was
Oh
there any?
yes, our texts are off the chain.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I said if anybody got my phone, oh Lord.
What stands out in terms of the sex talk on via texting, that you would be comfortable sharing?
Um, I would share any of it because I mean, it's all out there. I don't
Mm-hmm.
mind saying anything. He's an emoji person. I don't know if he's probably like finishing himself off or something. And I'm thinking he's on the road. We're like sexting, and he's on the road, and he's got pictures, so he's taking care of himself.
Mm-hmm. I've
So
suggested that too. Yeah.
yeah, I think, and I'm under, so I'm making it as erotic as I possibly can. I don't just walk around talking like this, but I can get where I need to go. If he's feeling it, then he emojis it out. And if he's not, I mean, his hands are busy, so he can't write paragraphs.
Mm.
I was like, I know you want to put pressure on me. Don't you want to? Oh, this is how it's really bad. Just don't
I
you
didn't.
want to
I'm
put?
sorry. What was that? I didn't hear that because of the fireworks. What'd you say?
I started laughing. This is all just trying. Okay, so I know you want to put pressure on me. Don't you want to put it in my mouth? I talk so much shit. You won't play. What's wrong?
That's from Umar.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
And
that's
again,
very
yeah.
light. That's very
Yo.
light. Sometimes it's even like if he'll say I need feminine energy, then I'll start talking, and then I work graveyard too, so we would. You should have never put this shit out. I'm about to blow up your spot, bruh. Yeah, you bomb first, I'm a bomb last.
Poor,
Trying to
that's
get something real.
poor, poor Umar. And I
Oh, and I
told
gotta
him.
tell you too.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Now, Boosie, I don't have a thing for Boosie, but I respect that man. His intellect is like he's really good, and I'm an entrepreneur, so I just like him.
He's a
He must have
businessman.
thought I liked him. He
Mm-hmm.
shrugged him at the Oxford debate so bad. That was the main person he needed to get up on so he could help him with the school. I'll tell you. I'll tell you another one. This is to a girl about a girl's picture. She's perfect for you. 5'19", 25. Clean it up and lock her in. Love is in the air. It's going to be an amazing summer. She and him look good together.
Who said that?
That was a girl with some sunglasses on, and I just thought that she would be great for him. Like,
Mm-hmm.
and I was telling him, clean it up, clean your act up, get yourself together, and lock it in. And then I would send him, damn, the haircut is sexy on you. I wouldn't even seen the pictures. I say anytime you want head, it's no questions asked. I give it, and that's one thing I do. Like when he comes in, I just go straight to it because I don't give him any problems on that end because I know that's what he wants.
Mm-hmm. People were
And
asking. I'm sorry, sister. People were asking. When you're saying Boosie, who are you talking about exactly?
not little Boosie.
Yeah, yeah.
Boosie is a Boosie Thimbacawayo.
Mm-hmm.
He is a South African. He's a motivational speaker. He's like this a supreme entrepreneur. Like
Yeah, and
he
you're saying
is.
he was at the debate.
Yeah, he was one of the other men at the Oxford debate. If you have a business, follow that man. He is the truth. And I tried to get Umar, like, you need to, and I was going crazy on his voicemail, like, oh my God, it's Jose. Like, I like him a lot, but not like
Mm-hmm.
anything like
No, I understand.
I
Yeah.
just I admire him. I admire his backstory. He is a Christian. I don't do the subgroups. If you're a good person and you for black advancement of blacks, I'm all for it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
Did you?
I sent him a lot of. If you have been with me, I know a lot. Oh, he was getting mad. Let's see. I won't send that one. It's just all over. I have texts where I'm getting in his butt about stuff he does.
Okay, don't use that word.
No, he probably
Lord
would have
Jesus.
lasted then.
Lord Jesus, don't play this. We're gonna leave that one right there,
Some
sis. We
man, he is,
goodness gracious.
and even if he is, I would have preferred him to come out. There are some things that were kind of suspect. Just come out and be who you are, and
Okay, hold on now. Wait a minute, because see, now he's called me gay many times, and I'm not gonna do that to
maybe
him.
he was hoping you was.
Well, the thing is, I know that when he said that I was attracted to him and all this kind of stuff, if you're heterosexual, you're not going to be talking like that. Period.
Yeah.
Again, let me be clear. Everyone in could question that. I'm not questioning his sexuality, and I'm not going to do him like that. But you said that there were some things that you saw that were kind of suspect, and one of the things you said is how he mentioned how men's jaws are stronger dealing with oral sex. What else?
Yeah.
What else did you experience or hear him say or see him do that made you kind of question?
When he started playing with my like my butthole, I was like, oh no, we ain't doing that. Like we
Mm-hmm.
were in the bed, and I was like, nah, I'm not for that because I'm not doing that because I'm
Mm-hmm.
just not that. I'm not into that with
Okay.
him.
Mm-hmm.
But he was like, why not or something, and I was like, no. He needed me to tell him I love you, I love you, I love you. He always needed I love you. He needed me to constantly stop doing if I'm, going down on him or whatever. He always needed to hear, I love you. I'm not leaving. None of that. Like he needed that.
Did he tell you that? He told you, please, tell me that.
He was like, do you love me? Like he would stop me and be like, do you love me? And I'd be like, yeah, I love you. I got love for you.
My goodness. It sounds as if he has some serious
He
psychological
needs it
issues.
in order
Yeah.
to get going.
Mm-hmm.
Then how are you messing with? Maybe he needs all of these women to love him.
Yeah.
He's very tender, though. He's a tender dumpling. There's like he can't take like the finish. He can't take me all like not even me, but just like oral. He can't take it all the way out. You know what I mean? He can't. He has to stop. He gets like cringed up and stuff. I'm like, relax. It's
Yeah.
gonna
I
be
don't.
okay.
Yeah, I don't understand that. And I mean, we're already here. I wasn't expecting it to get
I'm
here, but we're already
sorry.
here. No, 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 no. We're already here. It,
I'm not trying to disrespect anybody in the
no,
we
no,
just
no. And it's not
I
that.
don't
It's
want
just
people to be like, oh my God.
yeah. What do you mean by that? That he gets. What are you saying? He gets upset or he gets disgruntled?
No, he just like gets, oh my God, oh no. I'm like, relax. You just make, I get, I don't know how it feels for men, but like he can't, you can't go from start to finish with him on that level, because he has to break and stop, and he's like, oh my God, that's too much, I can't take that, or whatever.
Oh,
Like he
I
couldn't
see what you're
even.
saying.
Yeah, he was pointing and stuff, like what, and you gotta guess, you gotta be in sync to guess what he wants.
What
He
do you mean
need
point? What do you mean pointing?
Like he wants me to turn, so because he likes to play with my bottom while he's getting head. Yeah, he likes that. He likes that. That's his shit.
I don't even get that. Real
He
talk.
likes that. He likes all, like he likes I don't know, this thing between my leg. He likes to like he likes to rub your inner thigh. Maybe that has to do with having big thighs. He likes the bigger thighs. I don't know why. I was like, and I made a comment. I was like, oh, look at you being a chubby chaser. And he's like, you crazy. He was like, I love fat girls. And I was like, okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
And it's in text, because I'm like, what we're not gonna do, like, I don't want you doing all of this or whatever, and trying to make me feel some type of way. And he's like, no, what are you talking about? He's like, I love fat girls. I love
Mm-hmm.
fat girl. I was like, I have never seen you pushing up on a fat girl. You're not a chubby chaser. I know what type of women you like.
Mm-hmm.
You might like to sleep with them. You know what I'm saying? But that's not your pick
Yeah.
at all. But evidently he does. He likes certain things. He likes I guess it just the butt has to be there. I don't
Mm-hmm.
think he really cares about the size.
Okay. Is there anything else in terms of sexually that you thought that Umar asked for, or that he engaged in, that made you kind of take a step back and say, hey, wait a minute, maybe I mean, I'm just going to throw this out here that he's bisexual.
He gets like like his overly happy is like in the room, like he's very comfortable with being naked, and not, I'm gonna say he's dancing, but he kind of like, if he feels safe and he's happy, then he gets, he's like, he might get a little over the top.
Mm-hmm.
Like some guys get up and they start rapping or whatever, then he gets up and he gets excited.
Rapping, I ain't never got
I
up
have
that dude stuff.
girlfriends that one girlfriend said that her husband gets up and he thinks he's a rap star. So after they, girls talk. So I've never had that either, but I
He
thought
that
that was
hey,
just hilarious.
it is inspiring. It is
His
inspiring,
is
brother. You know what
more
I'm saying?
like he likes to like do that dance, like that dance he was doing when he was eating. It's like he
Uh
got
huh.
some good food.
Yeah, well, food and sex, there's a thing with Umar. They're intertwined.
I just said don't do it like when you're naked. Don't do
Mm.
that.
Okay, now, real quick, I have to say this. Everyone who sees this, everyone in the Cookie Crush chat, I just want everyone to know that I am not here to question Umar Johnson's sexuality. This is a sister who had particular experiences with sexual experiences, and some of those experiences had her question Umar's sexuality. But in no way am I saying that Umar is
No,
homosexual or that he's
no.
bisexual or anything like that. Is it possible? Yes, but as far as I'm concerned, I don't want to put that on Umar, because if he's not, then that wouldn't be fair. And even though he's done that to me, saying that I'm a homosexual when I'm not, I don't want to do that to him. It's an issue of integrity. So I just want to say that
And I've
here.
never
Yeah.
caught him with the man. I've been
Hmm.
in the phone. I've never seen anything like that. I don't know, but I do. Everybody is different, in their. And he took my safe space, so I'm, kind of removing his. If he is, he is. I just, I don't have any feelings. I wouldn't feel any. Well, I don't like him, but I just, it's. I don't have any feeling about it. But if
Hmm.
he's a little bit more giddy than most people are after, and while he's naked,
Hmm.
that's just the way he is.
Yeah.
And he got mad because there was an incident that happened. I didn't even know I did it, but I had a picture. I don't even know how it happened, but I had a picture because I think I was just like in the moment, and we've been like doing so much sexual stuff. I was just like, oh, that's hilarious. And then click, and he's like, I'm a revolutionary, and I'm like, I'm. It's not. I'm not. I wasn't doing it to make you mad. It's a whole text thing about it. Oh my
About
God, he
wait, I
stopped
don't
talking to me
understand.
for about a month.
I don't understand. What was it that made him upset?
I wasn't trying to do anything bad. We were just in a moment. He was giddy, and he was dancing around the suitcase. I was like, so I had took a picture, but it wasn't not to go crazy on the. I think he thought I was gonna expose him with the picture, but I was like, no, that's not. We were in a moment. It was like, I don't know.
Well, what was he dancing around naked or something like that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I can
Yeah,
see
he was
what. Yeah.
kind of doing the how that guy is dancing on your intro. He's kind of doing something with his hands and like moving, and I thought it was funny, so I just took the picture.
Okay. All right.
So like I don't know, that might be something that men do. I don't have a lot of experience with men, so I don't know. I have what I have, but I don't have an extensive catalog of men that know that this is normal behavior when they it doesn't mean that they're bisexual or gay. I'm just saying that.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah,
I understand what you're saying.
it was
it
odd
is.
to me. I don't.
Yeah, it seems odd to me because I'm trying to go to sleep. To be real with y'all, afterwards I'm trying to go to sleep. That's just me.
He go to sleep sometimes, or sometimes he
Mm-hmm.
get powered up and he start like talking about stuff, or he wouldn't want to talk, and he just we had one incident where that girl threw the bag at him in Savana, and I was like, you got off the thinking in my head, I was like, you got off the phone with me and had that girl come down there. I know that girl because you already done said, after some time now, you like big girls. So if you put her through that, and I'm seeing how you act to your daughter. So if you let that woman get drug up out of there, and you knew, instead of just be like, give me a moment, y'all, and step to the side and talk to her, see what was going on. I think what happened is that I think that girl, he did the Stonewall thing with the girl, and she didn't know what it was, because it threw me off the first time he did it too.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't. It's not him gone. I thought he ghosted me like a couple of times, but it's not him gone. And that's why I said I only have two things that I say: don't do the Irish goodbyes, and don't do put people in my space. But he'll do this thing where he'll just shut down. And he is something that you said or you did. He doesn't know how to tell you, hey, you messed up. I don't like that or something. He just shuts down. And then you could say, hey, how's your day? Just on a whim. And he'll be like, I'm good. And he's over it.
Yeah.
That's just how he is.
Let me ask, and I still have maybe about 5 more questions, but let me ask you this. Was there anything that Umar, outside of him wanting you to find another woman so that he can have what they call a menage?
Yeah.
Threesome. I guess
yeah,
it's threesome, right?
Yeah. The twosome.
Yeah. That's all I know. Okay, real talk. Listen, I have to be focused, and I ain't got enough hands. I ain't got enough feet. I ain't got enough private parts.
He said in the text, he's like, I don't want you on her. I'm like, so what the hell am I doing when you getting busy with her? What am I doing?
Yeah, that's.
I don't know what my job is in that. That's why I said I'm gonna be standing there awkward. Like,
he didn't ask you to bring no baby oil, did he?
Hold her hands or something. He told me to bring the shea butter. He told me to bring it. And guess what? You're not gonna believe this. I'm telling you, this stuff goes for days. The TSA took it. I had so much shea butter, they took it.
Oh my God. Yeah, you was trafficking that shea butter like Pete was trafficking that baby oil.
He was gonna be all creamed up.
I'm just playing. I'm just playing. That's
We was gonna be creamed up, sliding all over the place. I'm telling you.
yeah, because that's real talk right there. Okay,
Yeah, he told me to bring the shea butter. I forgot all about that shea butter, whatever. Yeah, I forgot all about that. Shea butter.
Sharif
Shea
in the
butter.
chat. Sharif in the chat room said Rico. Umar sitting here. He's sitting in Mama calls and he's so mad right now.
I
That's
know
your
it's
fault.
like this.
I told
You
him.
shouldn't have never came for my kids, bruh.
Yep, real talk.
I would have kept every damn thing because this is not recent stuff. I've been me and him that had worse fights than what got us here. We have had worse things, but when somebody has told you you are he called me a demonic. What did he call me? He called me
Yeah,
an
I saw that.
Yeah, he called me an evil demon, threw some scriptures at me. I'm like,
He sure
you don't
did.
even know the Bible. Like, what are you talking about?
And he definitely ain't living by it, that's for sure.
At all. So we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. And I've literally just got through taking care of your mother. Are you that evil?
Yeah. Yeah. I want to ask, so that we can close up on this sex part, and then I want to finish. There's like 5
I'm
or 6
sorry,
more
Lenon.
questions.
I ain't
No,
trying
it's
to
okay.
turn you into
No,
a sex
it's okay.
pod.
No, it's real. And I've stated many times that Umar, he has these proclivities and that he's a sexual deviant.
Very much so.
And it's not just because he wants to do certain things outside of what we would kind of classify as normal sexual behavior. It's that he wants to do this with any woman that he can find, and he's engaged in sexually exploiting women all around the world. That's a serious issue. So I just want to make
especially
that
if you're
point.
thinking that this is the way it was told to me. That and I understand we were being safe. I'm thinking the way that he is about himself, he's requiring that. And I'm thinking that it wasn't until I saw, and I'm not saying anything about Suki, but I'm saying the type. You see what I'm saying? I know Suki probably keeps her body in tip top condition. But and even though she's free with her, sexuality, I don't even judge her off of that. But it's the type. He has a certain type of woman that he is drawn to. And I am almost, see how I am. I would never talk about any of this before he talked about it.
Yeah.
So, but behind closed door with one sexual partner, we can go to the moon. I will, if fried chicken came into it, so be it. But he doesn't have that discretion.
Yeah.
He doesn't have that discretion at all. And he didn't even, he doesn't think about all of the other women that you are messing with, like their safety.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I told him, I was like, are you taking off the condom with anybody? I asked him all of these things. We had these conversations. He was, yeah, like a dog whenever, when it had that bump on his lip. I asked him about that. I asked him about it again. I asked him about it in person.
What did he say?
He was appalled in the room. And then he skipped over it but at that time we hadn't had sex again, but he skipped over it this recent part when I brought it back up again. I was like, what the fuck is on your lip? Like, what is going on with your lip? I seen it in hidden colors, but I didn't see it before I met him though. Or, it was long way down the road. My girlfriend told me. But yeah, and he's just like, don't ask me nothing about, or he'll try to make it out like you don't have a right to ask. Like, yeah, I do. And thank God I haven't had a chance to get with him again since that me asking the second time. It wouldn't have been no playtime.
Yeah, I understand. I hear you on that. Let me ask in terms of the sex part. Outside of Umar wanting the menage a trois type of thing, and then also the backside stuff that obviously he's I guess has a proclivity towards. Was there anything that he attempted to do or wanted you to do that you were just not comfortable doing? Anything else?
The anal was a problem because of his it's not even really his size. It's the size and the width. It's like I wasn't interested in that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think that's what made him want to start playing back there. And then it became an
Oh,
obsession. And I
yeah.
was like, every time I was like, well, that's his thing. You know what I'm saying? Everybody got a thing if that's what he needs in order to get where he's going, you know. But I'm not somebody really interested in having. And then I'm thinking about like him eating after and stuff like that. Cause I had to tell him, I was like, go wash your hands. You just got through playing with my butt. Go wash your hands.
Wait a minute. Are you saying that he would be back there playing and then go and eat without washing
Mm-hmm.
his hands?
Yep, if I let him, he would have picked up that piece and went straight in. I was like, no, go wash your hands. You got to be playing with my butt. My butt is clean. But I've heard this that you can get pink eye from farting in, at somebody's face. It's particles. Just go wash. Better
Yeah,
safe than
okay.
sorry.
All right. Well, I tell you, boy, this is wild. That's all
Yeah,
I can say.
no.
But the thing is, and we're adults here, and people can have whatever it is that they're interested in. But I
Yeah.
just want to reiterate that Umar is the one that opened this up by posting those text messages.
He
Um,
did. This
and
stuff
then
would have never hit the never my ex or anybody never ever break that secret. I know there are people, and this isn't even sexual, just there are people that I have and people know this about me. So if I'm talking like this, you done did something to me. I literally
mm,
have a whole business. We're holding personal private things. I'm not somebody just to come out, but
he
this
did it.
is like he
Hmm.
did this.
Yeah.
Why would you put that stuff up to shame me?
Hmm.
Let anybody else tell it. They don't even they probably, if they know me, they don't know too much about me. They are
Hmm.
trying to Google now to try to figure out what they can come up with. I'm just not out there. Like, I'm a very private, closed off person. If I'm in spaces with people that are known or not known, their business is safe with me always. This dude brought this on himself when he came for my kids. Even
Yeah.
the text messages about myself, I could have ate that. But my kids, that's off limits.
Yeah.
And I'm
The
not
other.
trying to say that he's possibly, homosexual or bisexual or whatever because of that. I don't see that as anything. That's his life. But
Yeah.
he's constantly coming for other people as being, either you're sexually attracted to him or
Hmm.
you're not. You
Yeah,
know what
and
I'm saying? But don't
and he
accuse
did that.
them.
Yeah, that's the thing though. That's one of the things that was weird about one of the yesterday when he was going off the rails and crashing on his Instagram page. He's taken it down since that time. But he
The
had said
damage has
something.
been done.
Yeah, but he said something like that I was attracted to him. I don't know what he said. Something like that. And in my mind, I'm thinking, if you're a heterosexual man,
Why are
you're
you
not.
even on that time?
Yeah, you wouldn't be talking about how some other guy is attracted to you. That's at least where I come from. You don't do that. And
That's what
again, I'm
the first thing he said about you. I'm like, who is Lenon? I seen all the I'm like, who is this? I didn't even know
hmm
who you were. And he was like, oh, he had a already script laid out. He
yeah.
don't say nothing. He gave me more about you than what he did about the bump on the lip.
Mm.
I peep everything. You got a
hmm
whole script about Lenon, but you don't have anything for me. Yeah, no. I knew automatically. I was like, okay, he's safe. The same way with RZA. I know RZA just is having a baby. He says things because I don't know why he says it.
hmm
Like, are you
Yeah.
attracted to these men? Or if you're not attracted to them, find another way. But that attacking their sexuality that's not it.
Yeah. Right. And so what you were saying earlier was that Umar was saying that Rizza Islam was gay.
Yeah, RZA's not gay. He's got perfect posture. He's a strong man. I guess I don't really follow him too much. I hope to work from in the future, like, or what at that time in the future when we were doing events, but I don't think that I knew he wasn't.
Was
I
there
thought it
was
was
there
just something, a way of emasculating a man, like.
let me ask you this. Was there anyone else that Umar had negative comments about that are well known, or that he said that they were gay?
Um. Oh my God. I know it was Riz. I knew we went over that. I knew about you. I know that there's a guy named Gerald Palmer, and I'm gonna have to go. I actually did look up him, but I felt bad. I tried to reach out to Gerald when I did. This is a while ago. I said, well, I have that information, and I had sent it. But
Hmm.
he said, hold on to it for me. But I didn't know the context behind all of that. I don't know what happened at a community college. I don't know anything about what happened with that. But I tried to reach out to him to let him know, you're on his sites. And for some
Hmm.
reason, there's some kind of group of people that are on the net that are like, I've tried to go in that space and see what was going on. I couldn't figure it out. I know about, he constantly send me stuff on for Amber. He didn't really talk about Suki, which was strange. He kind of wanted me to stay separate from Suki. I think that they might even have a friendship, maybe, I don't know. The situation with Ray J, I know Big Nook, we had a conversation about him. I said, did you want to knock him out? He was like, yeah.
I don't
And
even
I
know
was
who
like,
that is.
oh.
Big Nuke, you said?
I think, yeah, his name is Big Nuke. He's a guy that, it was like a Christian talk show. I'm trying to think of somebody else. There's a city councilwoman, and he's got it. He do not like her. She's in Delaware.
Hmm.
I think I sent you her
Yeah,
information.
you did. Yeah, I don't remember her name though. Yeah.
Uh, yeah, he's got it in for her bad. Um, and I think that is all. Other people he wouldn't say anything about.
Hmm.
Nobody else. I just knew that he wouldn't respond to me about them.
Okay.
But those are the
Okay.
only ones, and the rest of the people that he beefs with is really people in the day to day. You know what I mean? Like, or not even his day to day, but like people that he has to work. He works around. He'll make comments about people.
Yeah, I have a question concerning that, but this is on the actual document, Word document.
Hmm.
But we'll maybe in the future we can get back together. And we'll talk. I'll email you. But if you can have enough time to answer about 6 more questions, and then I have super chats to get through. I
Yeah,
would really appreciate it. Can we do that? That way I'll have all
yeah.
this
Go
stuff.
right ahead.
Yeah, thank
I
you so much.
I blocked out the night for you, and I'm fine. I'm
I,
fine.
I really appreciate it. I
I
really
know I've
do.
been talking y'all heads off.
No, no, no. We appreciate you, and you got a lot of love inside of the chat room. And see, a lot of the stuff we're talking about now, we wouldn't have been talking about it unless. But what Umar, what he did was he posted text messages that were sexual in nature
Yeah,
between you and him. But then he also posted a picture that would be considered to be revenge porn.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
What do you think about that before we move forward?
Some people have told me to go after him. There's even about my sons. There's also that's what I was waiting on before I could get in. I was waiting on a guy that normally does a lot of my online stuff because he's better at it than I am. And you
Hmm.
should see these talons. I got some long nails on. But anyway, um, there is something because I am like a federal employee. I had to send a text to his phone just because I have to be very careful of him, that I never talked to him about taxes. I never
Hmm.
I want to say that publicly too. I've never looked at his taxes. I've never talked to him about taxes. I've never given him advice on taxes. I never said I would do his taxes. Anything that has to do with taxes, I have never went near that man or anything. Not even brought it up.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a strange one to talk about. He, he don't think before he moves. He does. And he doesn't investigate before he has conversations. He goes live, he says things, he tells his supporters to do things, or they take it upon themselves, and he doesn't have enough forethought that doxing certain people, doing certain things. And I sent you that thing of when you Google me, it shows I'm a clerk. I'm a clerk at the IRS. I've been in that I've been out of that position for some time now. That's not up to date information. But it's left up. But there's nothing else that's up there. He just needs to be smart.
Yeah.
I told him, you sent your followers to look into your passports and stuff like that. He doesn't know anything about UNEX violations. He doesn't know anything about that stuff. He just talks. And if they work for the government, then they should know enough to be smart themselves. But don't let that man talk you into doing something that could have you in doing federal time.
Yeah.
So
Okay, so let me get to these final questions. By the way,
yes, sir.
Cash App is $ iconic moguls, IKONICMOGULZ. If anyone views this video or you're watching it now and you want to support the sister, please, that's one of the ways that you can do so. So let's do these real quick.
Yes, sir.
And some of these aren't even questions. So hold on one second. Let me scroll down here. Okay. Some of these I think are a little beyond. I shouldn't be asking.
I'm an open book. Y'all done seen my tail on social media. No.
Yeah. Okay. I'll go ahead and ask these hesitantly. Someone that asks, "What does he smell like during relations? Sweaty?"
He's sweaty.
Okay.
He's sweaty. But he's sweaty. I was trying to get him to see, and that's another thing. You can tell Umar has not been in a long-term relationship with a woman or doesn't have the ability. He does not have the way his feet look, the way he smells. There's no scent there's no residue of a woman that was there. You know what I'm saying? Like
I know
certain
what you mean.
men, I can, look at a man and tell how good his woman is by how he keeps, you shouldn't have to tell a woman to do your feet. She's just going to do them because your feet look bad and they need to be done. And
I don't know nothing. My wife ain't that, but I have pretty feet, so
she
that's
got
probably
5
different.
kids. Stall her out.
Yeah, that's real talk. Once these babies get no, but my have really pretty feet, which is almost ridiculous.
I can see your hands that you're well kept. You keep your hands clean. You can look at somebody and tell when they
Yeah.
keep themselves up. Yeah.
By the way, you did mention there was and I'm not even going to tell to people what you sent me. But you did say that Umar wears socks a lot. Why does he wear socks?
Oh, his feet are just really bad. His feet they look like hooves, like he's a demon. Like his feet look bad, and that's not something that you can go to he needs to see a podiatrist. He needs to see a dentist. He needs to see a lot of things. I'm not a tongue kisser, or I would have knew his dental was off.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
I'm like, call me crazy, but I just don't be like, I gotta really be secure with you to be like sticking my tongue in your mouth. It's just the aftertaste type thing for me. So I don't know how his dental is, but I can look at his dental and be like, yeah, it's kind of lacking. I can tell you ain't said nothing about going to the dentist. You eat a lot of sweets, and then I'm looking at your feet. Your feet are bad. That's something you got to take an antibiotic from the inside. You got to fight that shit from the inside.
Okay, because I'm not quite sure what you mean by bad. Can you describe what they look like?
They just look like they look like feet. They're like you can look at that one picture that he has with the crown on,
The African attire.
and with the dress, like the garb on, the African garb, and look at his feet in that picture. You can see it. So he's got a lot of rotten toe fungus. He's got a lot of corns. He's got bad feet, very bad feet, which is okay. Okay for a man, because my father was in the military. I know how combat boots will do feet, but you got to take care of them. You got to have some attempt. And he doesn't. For all him being around all those women, they ain't put no. That's crazy.
Well, he basically hitting and quitting, so it's not like
he's
11
not spending
long.
no time. That's what I'm saying. He's saying he's got this queendom, but the queendom ain't got him. You know what I'm saying? The queendom's flipping. They not helping him. He be wearing these damn shiny ass suits and stuff. Like, these girls ain't telling you that them shiny suits is not damn Pee Wee Herman shoes and stuff. His hit or miss on the outfit. But I blow his head up because confidence,
Yeah.
Yeah, he has hobbit feet. Very much hobbit feet. The precious.
The precious.
I love Lenon.
I told you all he was sorry.
Mess you up by the thing. Got feet like a raccoon. Oh
yeah, boy. That's crazy. Just
them damn things is treacherous. His toes is throwing up gang signs and everything. It's terrible.
His left feet is east side Pyru, his right foot is grip. All right. Okay, that's wild. Okay. Let's get back.
He need to go see somebody. He is.
That is wild.
Stay out of them Nikes. Them Nikes will have your feet messed up.
All right, let me just see if there's any questions from Super Chats. Boy, this is wild. Okay, here's a question from way earlier, like 4 hours ago. Someone that asks, this is Miss Parker, had asked, do you think he treats his mother this way as some sort of revenge to how she treated him coming up?
That is a beautiful question. That is a beautiful, beautiful question. And I'm going to have to say absolutely. I believe that it has a lot to do with it. I really do. It really does. And I think he just got, and I think it has a lot of the reason why the other kids stay away. I think it's a lot of the reason why he treats his daughter the way. Because I'm telling y'all, if y'all see his mama looks, they look so much alike. It's almost like looking at his daughter. Then if you love your mom and you can look at your daughter and see her, why? I don't understand that.
Yeah, that's wild. But it's like you said, there's this extreme level of detachment that he has.
Yeah.
And
I think it comes out in that Christian, him being
hatred
so
for Christian. Yeah.
When you were playing that clip, I was thinking about it. Like, she must have probably forced the church on him with his issues or something, or he just is upset with her, maybe for what you never know with kids. He might hold her responsible for why his dad left. You don't know.
Or responsible for his dad deciding to ship him away.
Or that, yes. Yep.
Yeah.
You don't know what's going on. And I'm going to tell you something about Umar. Umar does not ask questions. He assumes. There's a lot of times when he stonewalled me or shut down based off of an assumption. And we could have easily had a 2-second conversation and cleared it up, but he doesn't have the capability. This is why a marriage is not an option for him, because that requires you got to stay in it and work at it. He has too many damn options, he thinks.
Yeah. Thanks, Miss Parker, for the super chat. And everyone else who sent in super chats. Fairchild had asked this way earlier. Lanae, why do you think Shoemake never utilized his 501c3 to acquire a safe home for his mother and at least get a car? That's a great question.
Because he does not. It really is. It's the same reason that school is not up and running. I just don't think he has the ability to see things through from start to finish. You know what I mean? He's not somebody that he can think up a beautiful idea, but he doesn't know how to execute it from start to the steps that go into it, the things that have to be checked, the cross-checked. Even when he got that school, or even attempted this mission, he said that it's sent from the ancestors. They didn't tell you how to go about it.
Yeah, real talk.
Like your footing is all over the place. And what's crazy is I'm constantly around men that have built things that are this size and bigger. And when I did the event, one of them, and I thought at the time he was hating, but he was like, that is not how you go about attacking this. And I was like, well, what do you mean? He said, that's not how you build. He said, that's a lot of the reason what's going on with Black people is that they build wrong. They're not following the proper steps. And he ran it down to me. It would take a lot, but I was seeing where he was talking about the whole execution was just off. There's certain things that weren't done before you do this, and it makes you run in a circle. So yeah, in short answer, I absolutely think that that's why he hasn't had any success or is going to have any success, because he doesn't know the proper steps.
Yeah.
I also wondered why he started driving so late, but he is on the East Coast, so I don't know.
Yeah, how late did he start driving?
He started driving in his 20s. Which was odd to me, like even just knowing how to drive.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
Yeah, but remember he was sent off to a military academy.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know if they offered, driving classes there or not. Some of that acts, and we kind of addressed this earlier. No Contendo, and thanks for super chat. No Contendo. Are you pursuing legal action against Umar for doxing, threats, intimidation, or defamation, pain and suffering? Did Umar try unwanted advances or touching?
We actually discussed this earlier today. There is, I could, and then by anything that he secures in life, I would have that sitting lying in wait. But at this time, his assets, I would have to spend my own money to go in and get him taken care of. And here's the other thing. He didn't seek. You got to kind of look at how people handle things. He has an avoidance. So I would end up, if he filed bankruptcy or anything, my girlfriend's an attorney. So if he filed for bankruptcy, they could scrub for look like for any of his assets or what his money is. I might go through with it and still do it. But he hasn't shown up to see through the custody battle. He wants to be an attorney. That was your time to show up and fight.
Yeah.
You didn't show up for your daughter.
Yeah.
You don't have the patience or the insight to see things through, and that would just waste my money. Trying to get money from him, but it's not off the table at all.
What about a restraining order because he's posting things, revenge porn, that kind of thing?
That is absolutely something, an ex parte. And he still texted me today. He sent me text today. I sent him.
Saying what?
He sent me that damn Oscar the Grouch. I made an Oscar the Grouch. I was calling him Dr. Umar. And he sent me what I posted on my page.
Yeah, and the thing is that I couldn't access what you sent me today. So you said he how many times did he text you today?
Oh, he sent one. Okay, he sent me some early this morning. He sent me the Mr. Potato Head that you were looking for last night. That you said 10 more minutes 2 hours ago. Go to bed,
Yeah.
Ninja. Your wife waiting on you. Um, then he sent me the general clerk thing from the what we have online. From open payrolls. Um, then he put final warning, like warning me to stand down. Y'all
Yeah.
gotta
See this.
know I'm not. I've been talking about steps. This has been a long time in waiting. I've been about to get his ass. I gave him a few times to turn things around, but his ego wouldn't allow him to come up out of it. So then he sent my Saban Rock page because I know what information he knows. He doesn't know my other names on social media, like anything. But the Siobhan Rock or Siobhan Stone page, and you can kind of look at the page. Common Sense will tell you it's been set up specifically for his idiots that come for me. And then he said, "Okay, I tried. Let's do it." And then I said, "Let it rip, boy. You hitting, you hunting. You is never really that bright." And then I posted something, what a grouch, the Dr. Umar thing, and he sent that back to me. And then I told him he lied about my son's IEP meeting. I sent him the protection for certain roles, which I had to stop engaging with him because I don't want to slip up and say something. So
Yeah.
what he knows right now works just for me. That works well for me. It works well for his following. Um, but common sense will tell you it ain't really nothing out here about this girl, and what is out here seems fixed. So I don't know. They can keep going with it. There's nothing out here though that can hurt. Like I told you, I had the guy tell me about how he builds. I've been working with somebody that's very intelligent. They help me build stealth. So that's the best way to build in this day and age. Putting your face and your name and everything on there, that's not always the best thing because things like this happen.
Yeah.
So the two investors, they don't know anything about what's going on. They don't follow him. They know nothing about him. It's You could shout this from the rooftop. I'm still in the game. That's the best way to build.
Yeah. The other part of the question was that at any point did Umar try unwanted advances or touching?
Yeah, the kicking my when we were at the house, I was trying to shut things off with him because he was acting weird about us sleeping together and then being around his mom too. He was just like, no woman I've ever touched has ever been around my mom. Um, he's went into Norman Batesy mode. So I was just like, okay, let's just shut the sex off because I didn't want to let her go. Um, but I told him a lot of times. See, he's putting out like I just couldn't get off of him. There's so many texts of him, me like, okay, I'm done with this. I might have went back, but still, okay, I'm done with this. Or if you don't want to continue on, or if you done found your wives, then let me know. You want to quit hooking up, fine, just let me know. There's a lot of that. He never has one text, and I sent all of our texts. There's no text in there saying, "Girl, stop harassing me, leave me alone, what is you doing?" And the man don't want to be bothered. The man is going to let you know in not so
Yeah.
many ways, don't bother me. And he is a very nasty person. If he didn't want to be bothered, he'll let you know. Don't bother me. That's not what happened. That's not what happened. There's a lot of times when I'm talking to myself, I don't really care because I'm pissed off and I'm venting. It's a lot of times when he calls after. I mean, it's just he played this well in the respect that he was already he was working or dealing with me with a strategy. But once I caught on to the strategy, I beat him at his own game.
Yeah. Yeah. You definitely did. He wasn't expecting this. No Contendo asked another, and we're almost done, sis. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Um,
I'm happy to do it.
yeah. No Contendo also asks, Did Umar Johnson ever solicit donations from large and or national Black organizations like NAACP, UNCF, HBCUs, NOI, IUIC, etc.? Did he talk down on any of those organizations?
He talked down on the when we had an event when we had an event. I know he doesn't like the NAACP, but I don't particularly care for them either. They're just non-existent in some spaces. He never spoke about the UNCF. Before I knew he was deranged, I was pushing him to the UN because I was like, yeah, my footing was like to get him to the top. Like I was like, yeah, go to the UN, start. But he never said anything about that. HBCUs, he has been vocal about his dismay for them. The NOI, that is a strange one. I have a lot of respect for them in a way. I do know that after he left the city, they contacted me. And I told him, I did tell him, because remember, I'm in loyal mode. So anything that was going down, I'm letting him know. So they did contact me, but I don't know what it was about. I just got an email, and maybe they wanted, to know some information, and they were probably thinking, I don't know. But they did reach out.
You're saying the NOI emailed you?
Yeah, there was somebody from, and I might have that email still, and I can send it over.
Yeah.
But
Are you saying there was someone from the NOI that was at the event and then later they emailed you?
I don't know. It was a very, from what, and I showed it to my son. It kind of got me shook up a little bit because I was like, hey, did you see this? I can't even remember the name that was on it. And there were so many weird things happening after that event. He just wasn't open for. He asked me if there were newsy people coming around, but I didn't even give him that information. And most people won't, because he throws everything up on Instagram. You can't have no backdoor conversations with him, even in respect to anything that is going on with him like anything, because he don't provide a space for it. He cuts himself out of it. It would probably been a lot of things he could have avoided or got help with, or got celebrities to step up. But everything that you post up on that, and that scares people. I had even go to just like the people I know, like, look, I got to go after this dude, and it is what it is. But my colors haven't changed. But he's just, he's not, he tells on the tattler instead of just taking it under his hat and be like, thanks for good looking out. Thank you for letting me know. So we can keep you on your toes. He goes and puts it up on Instagram and tells everybody. Like that thing with Ray J, he shouldn't have never posted that. That would have been something that you would have had. You checked the man, you didn't need to post it up. Now celebrities know, oh yeah, you a clout chaser. And they stay clear of them. They don't, if they can get money for underhanded stuff, they could have had Fdmg up and running.
Yeah.
If they was really messing with him like that.
Yeah. The other thing though too is he's so messy. Let's say if they did donate, ain't no telling what he might say on Instagram to and just telling the business, and maybe they don't want all that business out there.
Exactly.
Yeah, he's really messy and sloppy with stuff. That's the thing I love about Umar.
Like I gotta stop saying that, because when women get that bad, I don't mean that. I'm sorry, I apologize. That's a slip off. But he is very, very messy. He reminds me of just sass. Like he just has a tone about him that's not masculine at all.
Yeah, he's sassy. He's sassy.
Very, very. And he hasn't been around enough true alpha males.
I can tell.
To check him on that. Like, man, no, you don't sit with the women. Even if you see eye to eye, you have to stay in your lane and take that pecking order, because that's how you get vetted out. This is how women are choosing. I knew when I seen certain things in him, I was like, yeah, you're not husband material, my boy. You're popular. You got a lot of clout out here, but everybody don't run off of that. You're a huge liability for me. When you had your daughter come out and you didn't call back home and be like, hey, this is what's going on. I'm keeping you on your toes because you guarded something precious to me. Do right by. You didn't have no words. So that let me know that you left your mama unguarded. You left me unguarded. You left your home, your castle unguarded. And you just out. That things like that are not masculine to me.
Yeah.
It's
No, that's
not
real
about
talk.
pillow talk. It's about keeping you on your toes. No, we don't talk to these people because this is what happened. It's behind closed doors. It's just for your knowledge so you can move better so that you're not causing liabilities for me.
Yeah. Yeah, I
And
totally understand that.
he's not hit to that.
Yeah. No, and thanks, No Contender, for the super chats. No Contender also says, remember the car accident you mentioned? Does he have private insurance? Do you know?
I don't think so. I don't think so at all. I don't think Umar has insurance. I don't think he has it on them buildings. I think he's like real, like nothing. And I'm worried about if somebody, anything happened with like a fire or anything, it'd just be a loss. I don't think
Yeah.
he has insurance on them buildings.
I don't either. I don't either. Did Umar ever mention witches putting a hex on him or anything like that?
Um, he has hinted around. I honestly think that Umar is trying to be or is a warlock. From that room, or he's in the arts. He's definitely playing around with something dark. And I'm not saying that like I know voodoo gets a bad rep and all those other things, but I'm talking about like he playing around with something that he really doesn't understand. Like he's leaning all the way to the dark side. He's not balancing it out with, I asked my baba about him, and he was like, this is crazy, and this is probably the only thing I'm gonna say spiritual, but there was a trip to Philly that I was supposed to link with him, and I was getting a prayer done over me, and they said that nothing that means you any harm will be able to come near you. And it was so many events, and I won't go all into them, but it shook everything, even to the point I had a flood in the room. I had to switch hotels, but he couldn't get to me. It was like something was blocking him from getting to me, and I was like, yep, that's because your ass ain't no good. But I was only going back into that space to retain, kind of like the relationship, to use it for what it's for. I had been checked out mentally over him. A lot of the text messages, I've already checked out emotionally. I'm like, I'm done with them, but I need to get back in because I want to get this. I didn't get to see inside the squad. I just wanted more information, but it stopped where it needed to stop.
Yeah, but I also think though too that the mom, I think that his mother, you cared about her, And,
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
I really did.
I think you still do. I think you still do. But that speaks to your character.
She's funny. I mean, she's a good woman. She's funny. You could tell that she did, she's raised her kids, and I have a lot of respect for, she just deserves the best right now, and he needs to get his head in order so he can give that to her.
I don't think he wants to. I think he just sees her as an object to control. And like you said before, it's like he uses her as leverage against like his siblings, that type of a thing.
And when that last question you got, where he was like he's doing this to get back at her.
Oh, I'm sorry. You muted. Are you there? Hold on one second. Let me see. Yeah, it looks like her phone muted.
I'm sorry, I hit the wrong thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You were talking about the last question about one of the questions about Umar trying to get back at his mother.
Yeah, he wasn't doing like she wasn't the top of his priority. Like, you would have had her a meal plan. You would have been like, this is the way I take care of her. This is this. He would have been like, come over here so I can walk you all the way through, because I need to know that you're going to be good to my mom. Make sure y'all get along, whatever. he wasn't concerned about any of that. All he was concerned about was getting out on that road.
Yeah. Yeah, but also, like I said, I think Umar probably done this with other women, but even for him to do that in the first place, that shows a lack of care and protection. You know, because he just doesn't know. He does. You know, another woman that you know wasn't as kind and gracious as you could have been up in there and doing who knows what to the mama.
Yep.
And Umar, he's traveling and he has no idea what's going on.
And
So it
another
just
thing, Lenon,
Mhm.
she acts very much like a elder that has been sexually assaulted.
Yeah.
She acts very much like that, and that is the scary part because she does not. I think if you don't know her and she's telling you, no, you ain't supposed to be doing this, you know, like, I don't know if it's flashback. I don't know. I don't know if she's confused. I don't know. There's too many things. It's probably best. I know I'm favored. It was probably best that I came out of that space
Amen.
because I could have something could have been put on me. I don't trust this man. Like from where I met him and where I am now, I know my heart was in the right place, but you can't be right with everybody. He's
Mm.
literally showed me that he thinks I'm coming out about him is something. You put me in some precarious situations because you could have really did and could still do the fool. I don't know what he has up his sleeve,
Hmm.
you know. But here's the other thing that we were wondering. Me and my girlfriend were talking about. We were wondering how is he on that lease? How is he
Oh,
on that lease? Since she's
uh,
on
uh,
public housing, but he has
yeah,
assets over a certain amount. He
yeah.
can't.
Well, I'll tell you, he's not on the paperwork for that property.
Then he's not supposed to be there.
No, no, I know that's, and I've been telling people that for years. He's not
If
supposed to be there.
he has a room and all that other stuff in there
Hmm.
that's residing there. You're
Yeah.
spending the night. I don't know if the time pauses, but I know that you can't be there for more than 30 days at a time. And he
Hmm.
said something about, oh, you can't. I think that's why he was such in a rush to get me up out of there. I don't know if that's I don't know what, there's just so many things. Like in the morning when he came in, it was like, you got to go. Are you packed? Are you ready? Are you ready to go? But I know that there are people that are on like public housing and Section 8 that have had friends come up for, you know, for funerals and have to stay for 30 days or whatever.
Hmm.
That is okay, but what you're not supposed to be doing is residing there. And you have
Yeah.
$250,000 commercial property, and this woman
Hmm.
is taking money, and yeah, that don't sit right.
Yeah, well, it's more that the value of the property is closer to $450,000. I'm talking about the abandoned buildings in Wilmington, Delaware.
Yeah, yes, yeah.
Yeah, the thing is that, and I've talked about this in the past. He's not supposed to be there. He's not on the paperwork for the Section 8 housing because I've already looked at that based upon the complaint from it was a complaint for the tenant because they actually was in the process of evicting his mother because she had not filed the proper paperwork to re-up
For
or
her
renew.
recertification.
Yes,
So
yes.
if she's on public housing, she's supposed to have an inspection. How is that house passing inspection?
Ain't no, I don't know. It's just the whole
Something ain't
situation is
right
weird.
with
Yeah,
that.
something ain't right. But the thing I want to say is that Umar's
Can
not
you have
supposed
a
to be.
dirty house on Section 8?
Well,
Or even not even a
I'm
dirty
sure.
house, but a hoarded?
Yeah, well, I'm sure that there are people who have dirty houses, but in terms of hoarding, who knows? He may have someone come through to clean up before the inspection. I ain't no telling with this guy, but he's not supposed to be there outside of her hours of care. And
Mm-hmm.
then if he was, there's no way that she would qualify for Section 8 housing with him on the paperwork when he's bringing in 2023 as an
Yes.
example over $200,000 in donations. There's no way.
Yes.
So he's not supposed to be there.
Oh no, baby, that got to be investigated. He
Yeah, but
talking,
there's
and see, this is why you don't do dirt because dirt comes back on you tenfold. Because you
amen.
know how many people are homeless and could take that spot. Not saying she's not deserving of it, but
Hmm.
you've had enough money And this, and this is what the guy was telling me about the school. He was like, he could have got a grant for the structure of that school and the surrounding. He didn't have to take from already, people that were already, economically disparaged to build that school. He didn't have to do that. He could have, and it wouldn't have affected how that school ran or how it operated. He took that money from those people, their last $10, and you fumbled it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I'm looking at I've seen the events. I know the type of people that come to those events. Those are not rich people.
Yeah, you're
that
right.
money
You're
is
right about
missing.
That. Yeah, it is. It is. Just maybe 3 more questions, and again, thank you for your time. This is from Freeway City Ray says, do you know anything about the black contractor story that he tells, how they were trying to scam him and all that stuff? Did he mention any of that?
Let me explain to y'all. If Umar says anything I doubt there were ever black contractors ever out there. I'm just going to keep it real. If anybody ran off with some money, he told me as soon as I came in the door about his mother. He was like, somebody stole his identity and ran off, or somebody ran off or stole his identity and filed taxes. Like, why? It could be possible. But I think you're trying to cover up because where I worked at the time, like you trying to cover up and make a story. I don't know if there was ever a black contractor. He might have been a black contractor that ran off with the money, but I doubt it. Yeah. Anything he don't, because you got to think about it. If he get a small little toy, that man puts it in your face. Why is he holding back with other things that, he was willing to get on the phone and do a whole thing about the Havoc system with Jose and
HVAC.
He was willing to get on there and flex that out. But you gonna hide other stuff? Jose wasn't feeling it. I wasn't feeling it either. I just was like, no. And you could have had the system refurbished. You didn't have to buy a whole nother damn system. But
the thing is, the HVAC that were on the roofs, there's actually 4 of those large ones, and then there's smaller ones too on the other side of the street. But they were completely gutted, meaning everything was ripped out of it, and probably drug addicts ripped out of it. So there's no way that he could actually repair those. He has to get new ones. Yeah. It's such a waste of money all the way across the board.
But even I told him, I do remember this. I told him, I said, find a school and see if find one of these labor unions or something. Maybe they have some workers that need experience, like putting up sheetrock or something like that. And you could buy the supply and maybe get them to come in and do the work as a teaching moment. If you be creative, you can probably find a way. He's like, no, we can't do that. I said, well, you got an art school. He was looking for people to do these paintings and stuff. You have an art institute behind the school. If you were more of a people person, you could go out and, probably solicit that job out to an artist and see if they wanted to have, their work put up. No, he don't want to do it. He does in the same way. When he came in that neighborhood, he didn't try to be friendly. He didn't try to speak to people. He didn't try to move around and get to know them. And it's a nice neighborhood. It's not, it has the potential to be better. There are children in the area. I'm pretty sure those people don't want crime in their area. He could have been a force, you know what I mean? But he's not that guy. He's not that guy.
Yeah, he really never was.
He threw a party on that block. He kicked it on that block, but he just he didn't want to have no meetings. Hey, I'll be out of town. I need, nothing. Just familiarize yourself with the area. And I asked him this. I said, what if you get the building that you're in, if you get that fixed up and you can start, just renting it out to fund the other side for events and stuff. He didn't want to have nothing to do with that. So I was like, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. Okay. Real quick. This is a question. Do you know who Lady J is?
Lady J in Louisville. I don't know.
Okay.
There's so many people.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm telling you, these women are, oh my God. Oh my God. You think his stuff was dipped in gold or not even dipped in gold? It's like I didn't see myself. I don't know how they protect him like that. Especially being years into, I think you have to get closer. The closer you get, then you see it.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was
Mm-hmm.
like that too until I got closer and I was like, oh yeah, you don't know no good. So
Yeah. Do you think that Umar has hit rock bottom with this situation?
no, not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
What does rock bottom look like for you dealing with Umar?
Uh rock bottom is going to be, I'm gonna be quite honest, y'all. And I hate speaking morbid
I already
over
know what you're gonna say. I already know because I've
when
been
his
trying not.
mom, if
I
anything
know.
happens to that woman or if anything turns, because he can't even hear that it's a possibility that she might have dementia. And I was, the reason why I stopped bringing it up is because dementia is a definite, you know what I'm saying,
Mm-hmm.
outcome with that. And that may not be something he's able to contend with, you know, or even he's not even one to think about. So that's might be why he's denying it all. And then it might be something else, but that would look like rock bottom. The other thing would be we wouldn't hear or see from him. If
Mm-hmm.
I woke up tomorrow and something had happened to him, like they had that explosion. Did you hear that explosion?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
About that, yeah. So if anything happened, I would not be shocked. I'd be like, damn, that's jacked up. But I wouldn't be shocked if
Yeah.
it was either him or, you know, I wouldn't be shocked. But I think he's gonna implode.
Yeah.
Either he's gonna well, let me tell you this too from this morning's conversation. He's either gonna be hemmed up with the federal,
IRS. Mm-hmm.
that's a real deal. Once a foul, always a foul. Or he's gonna implode
Mm-hmm.
and crash out. And crash
But
out is
what?
gonna look very, very different for him.
Yeah. What you mean by a file?
Um
You know something that we don't know?
I think he need to start nothing that I could say just based off of some things we can't.
All right. Leave it
Yeah,
right there.
leave
We're
that
gonna leave it.
alone.
All right. We're gonna leave it right there. Oh,
I
you
did
don't
not
okay.
need them on my ass.
Yeah, we ain't gonna go no further. I got you. Okay. There's just a couple more questions here. One of this is going back to the sex. Okay.
Okay.
Some of that asks that Umar ever asked you to play with his backside.
Uh, no, he has not tried that,
Okay.
but kind of like, oh, you talking about the actual rim? Are you talking about with my mouth or with my finger? The fingers,
I listen.
yes.
I don't. Wait. Okay. So here, let me put this up here, and then you answer it based upon what you and how you interpret
Oh,
this.
okay. Yes, with the fingers, yes. But I'm not. That's not something I'm really into because of the germs. Not with the tongue. That was Suki I was talking about.
Okay.
She made a song in reference that and he was okay with it, but I no, I'm not putting my tongue anywhere near anybody's. No. Mm-mm.
Okay. But you're saying that the diddler type of thing, he was.
Yeah, he likes that when he's getting his his lift off.
What does that mean?
He's it's it's part of like if you know how you cup some things and then you massage others.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so you cup the ball. I guess I'm trying to keep it somewhat. All I keep thinking about is like Lena, Lena's wife. Like what the hell? No, it just
Oh.
like I don't want
Well,
to
you ain't
be
listen.
disrespectful, and
You
that's why
talk,
I'm like, even
listen.
with
You
the
ain't
text
talking
message.
about. Listen, you ain't talking about me. You talking about Umar. So just
Thank. I appreciate that. I
uh,
appreciate that. I just don't. Some women don't want their husband nowhere near around any of that. But yeah, he likes to. He likes that couple, like his cherries coupled, and then he likes the massage
what do you mean
of the
massage?
rectum.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. I know. I understand what you're saying now. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Yeah.
But not like just not by itself. It's like an uh like in unison type.
Okay. And did he verbalize that to you?
No, but he pushes his hand and scoots up, like, you know what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
He'll push your hand, like take your hand, because I thought he might, like I saw in this one thing where guys like you to take it out of their mouth and put it in your mouth. Like the guy wants to do it, not you do it. The guy wants to take it out of your mouth and then put it back in your mouth.
Okay.
Well,
Mm-hmm.
he likes to. He will put your hands where he wants your hands to go,
Mm-hmm.
so you'll know. Like,
Yeah, well, that's interesting because there was a woman. This was many years ago. That and I didn't have her on the show, but she emailed me and she talked about how this was when he had his own apartment.
yeah,
How he was like a child. He was very much like a child in that at a certain point he was sitting on the couch. He was. She
hmm,
also said it was real filthy in there too. But he was sitting on the couch and told her to come over. And then when she, no, he wasn't sitting on the couch. She was sitting on the couch. And then he comes over and sits in front of her and then reaches back and takes her hands and puts it on her his shoulders and on his shoulders to
uh-huh,
have her like massage. But it was more
uh-huh.
like he was a child trying to get affection. So this idea of him taking hands and putting, kind of like
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
instructive. Yeah.
And when he had the wreck, I will say this: I massaged him most of. I had this Nivea. It's like Aqua 4. It's like some lotion. It was like super um hydrating. But I
Hmm.
put that on him and I was rubbing him down with it. He's a baby. Like he's like not rubbing him like all his body, but like his top body, because he said his shoulder was hurting. He kept
Hmm.
talking about his hand hurts, my shoulder hurts, my hand hurts, my shoulder hurts. And I was rubbing him down with that. He loves being massaged. Like he'll go to
Like,
sleep on it, everything.
so
And
why do you
then
say he's like a?
he will put your hands on him.
Mhm. What do you mean by he's like a baby? What does that mean?
He's very infantile. He's very infantile in some respects. He's giddy in other. Like if he's having a really good time, he'll be infantile in one respect, and then he'll be like giddy. Like when the food comes, he's dancing. You know how
Hmm.
people are really hot, like in a good mood. And then if he's really comfortable, I knew that the butt play stuff that was never on the table until after it. Atlanta. Atlanta was like a whole new him. I don't know what happened, but he was like, he must have been thinking about some things he wanted to do because he was like a whole different person.
Or
And he
maybe he was
likes for
down
you.
there doing those things. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, right? But he likes for you to lay on the bed, like lay across, and he'll stand on the other end, and then he likes head like that. Yep.
What?
He likes to stand up, get in head. He doesn't like laying down, and he likes standing up. And that's why I said he kept falling into the wall. I was like, look, bro, just sit down because we're not going to be able to get this done. He's real tender. He's a tender dumpling.
I don't even know what you mean. I
Like,
don't know what
some
you.
people are just tender when they're afterwards. Like, he's really tender. Like, he don't want to be like, he's tender. He's very tender.
I don't know what you mean by that, sis. I'm sorry, but
Like sensitive. Yeah, he's sensitive. He doesn't like being like, you can't, like if he's done, if he came, then you can't keep going because he can't take it.
okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
Okay,
a
okay.
tender dumpling.
All right. I ain't never heard that before. A tender double. See, okay, we're gonna leave that
I'm
right
trying
there.
to like get us. Yeah, I don't know, but And he'll take your hands if he wants it. And see, that's another thing. When we first started Lincoln, I was in control of everything.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't forward. He wasn't like, it was almost like he was scared of me or whatever.
Well, you
And so
did
I
say he
just,
was awkward.
he
You
was
said that in.
very awkward. I was like, man, you're supposed to. And then I was watching the comments. I was like, oh, these girls love him. Okay, he must have been, he got a like a reputation or something. And then when I got him, the first time we did it, I was like, oh, okay. I was really blown away with the size. I didn't expect that. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I can come on and say, he's packing, but
Okay.
he doesn't have the motion. Like he's not like somebody who knows they're packing. So that was that. And then he's very awkward with like, what you want me to do you want me to lay down or sit back, or what do you want, how do we do this? And I'm like, just let me do everything.
Mm-hmm.
And that kind of made me more confident, because I felt like I know what I'm like, this like sex goddess, which I'm not that experienced either, but I
Mm-hmm.
did my work, research or whatever. But we had a better time the second time. The second time was like, okay, I know what he likes.
Mm-hmm.
And then he got more and more loose. So then it got to the point when I would text him, I'd be like, hey, sexy. And then he would be like, are you in Philly? And I was like, no, I'm just saying hello. He was like waiting for me, I think that was his way of saying, come back, come back, come back.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even when we fell out the last time, he called me an evil demon. I was like, well, maybe he wants me to come out there after things got cool again. And he wouldn't say it, but he would hint around to it. I was like, well,
Mm-hmm.
just give me a date and I'll be on the way out there. But he didn't give the date. So I was like, oh, well. And I kept on moving on. But he kept wanting booty pictures. He's like obsessed with my butt. He wants my butt, my butt, my butt. So, yeah. So I sent the pictures. He was ready to set a date. He was like, when are you going to eat your man up? That's how we got to that. Because somebody said that, and I was like, well, I'm the original person. And he was like, yeah, you are. Key. And then when I came back out, we moved on from that. But when I came back out there, he was just like, he was used to me and he loosened
Mm-hmm.
up. He was ready to he was messing with me in the elevator, which was strange because I was like, hey, no, not here, not here, not now. Because he's
Mm-hmm.
always talking about being incognito. So he all the way from the elevator all the way to the room. I think I even got the room wrong, so we had to go a little bit further down. He was very outward, where before he didn't really want anybody to know that I was there for him like the other trips. But when I came up for his mother, he was like, get up and give me a hug, because I didn't get up when he came in.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, get up and give me my hug, and I'm about to leave. So he gave me a hug. He smacked me on the butt. I think that was to let the people in the hotel know that I was there with him, which was very
Mm-hmm.
disheartening.
Mm.
Um, the guy noticed them. He dapped the guy up. And then he got mad because I was on the phone. And the guy was like, you got Santa Claus hair, because he's talking about my hair. And I was like, yeah, I do, don't I? And we were kind of just like joking back and forth. And then he was like, quit talking to people and go to your room. And I was like, I'm going up there. I got to get, my stuff. And I got upstairs. But then he came, it's like every time he come back, he was like getting more and more interested, and more, not more and more interested, but more and more loosened up. And I don't know if it was the text messages, but he was trying to get me towards something. I don't know where we were going. I'd already shot down anal. We're not going to be able to do anal because he's not as long. He's long, but he's also very wide. He's pretty wide. And so I was like, yeah, I'm not doing that. That's not gonna happen. So then we just kept going on, and he got more and more comfortable, and we just started messing around, playing around, doing different things. I wasn't really all that shocked about the booty play because I know I was reading something. They said that their nerve endings are at the like the rectum, but he wanted that played with. He just took my hand and he put it there.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, okay, this is what we're doing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting because things that he said about Tariq Nasheed, even he said he called me it's a booty. I'm not gonna say it, but it's the booty with then there's a B word after that.
Oh, the bandit.
Yeah, yeah. It's interesting because it's almost like he's projecting. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. He wanted somebody. I think he wanted somebody safe to play with,
Mm-hmm.
and I was okay with doing it because some things like what we talked about, but because I don't have a lot of experience either. I don't have a really high body count. I don't, I had sat down for most of my kids' life. I never had no, raging 20s. Like,
Mm-hmm.
so I
Mm-hmm.
was like, yeah, let's do it. Let's get in there and get it done.
Yeah.
Like,
Mm-hmm.
and I didn't, I thought maybe it would develop into something like emotionally, maybe that it did for him. It did a little bit for me too, but it's not like the actions. Like, I even had to tell him about tact. Like, he was about to leave. I said, hey, we just got through doing all of this. Say goodbye, give a hug, say something. And he was
Mm-hmm.
like, oh, sorry. He came back. I don't think certain things just dawn on him. And that's why I was asking about autism. He's very cut and dry. I was like, you're not supposed to be like that. You don't dismount off a woman and just be like, we're not doing that. If you want that type of situation, then yeah, I gotta find you somebody else because this is my relaxation. We're not doing that. And then
Mm-hmm.
you want me to massage you, and he just wants to be adorned. He wants to be like worshipped. He wants everything to be about him. He's not concerned if you are pleasured, or anything like that. He's not that type of person in bed.
Mm.
The oral sex from him is like there,
Okay. All right. Okay. Let's
sorry.
we go. Let's
It's
go.
just not a bit, it wasn't. I was okay with just like, but he's horrible at it.
Okay.
He's horrible
Okay.
at it.
All right. All right. This video is definitely going to get demonetized.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
I'm sorry.
Listen, it got demonetized like about 2 hours ago.
Oh God, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
I'm not
It's,
like I just.
no, it's
Oh, I'm
perfectly fine.
sorry.
It's perfectly fine because the quick question
It's
chat there
all
she said,
medically, it's all medical. Yeah.
yeah, that's what we'll say.
I'm trying to help.
Nah, it's all good. Okay, just two more questions here. Did Umar ever talk about Tiff the Griff to you?
Yeah, he did. He didn't like her. He didn't
Mm-hmm.
like her. He said, I knew what was that? I think it was going to the last time. He was like, I think that's who he was talking about because he was sitting in a chair and he was eating something. And we were talking about zodiacs, and he was like, "Yeah." He said they talk too damn much, and I
Mm-hmm.
said, "Who are you talking about? I'm not no Gemini." I thought he was trying to be smart, like, "Yeah, because you talk too damn much." He said, "No, not you." He was like, "I had a woman working with me before," and I was like, "Uh oh," and he was like, "No, she just talked too damn much." And then I
Mm-hmm.
said, "That's who you were talking about, Tip the Grip."
Okay, yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Information man had asked, this was earlier, he had asked, did you ever consider filing a complaint on Umar for elder abuse with his mother? And if not, why not?
I did, but I wanted to exhaust all possibilities. I'm not for weaponizing things like that against family members. And he might have just came in like for what I've done in the past. Like there's a lot of DV situations I would have went into. I would have hotlined the hell out of that mama. Like really, but I know she's not in her. She's battling a big problem. Like, how could you let this man take beer money and go get drunk, and your kids are having eight? But they're not in. You can't shame somebody. Trying to help them out of a situation. They're just making a series of bad decisions, and it would kill me. If that got out, it would kill me helping anybody else going forward. Like, yeah, don't call her. She gonna hotline you.
I see what you're saying.
So I would do the best that I can in a situation with him. I tried to talk to him first, and I have all of the text messages. I thought I could make a good enough argument he would see reasoning, but I think he took my reasoning as, oh yeah, you can't go back in the space no more. Like you done said too much, you done stepped on, like, no, I can't put you. And that's when we got to here. I told him to stop putting people in my space. I need some kind of follow-up, some kind of, I not that I need, but I would have wanted a follow-up on what was going on with his mom. He wouldn't even offer any information like mom's good or, anything. So I was like, yeah, he's not changing.
And then the last question out of the chat, and thanks everyone who sent in super chats. I'm gonna after I'm done with these questions, I'll go through the other super chats where there's not questions, it's just comments. The last question for you in the from the Cookie Crush chat was, do you think he worked for the FBI?
By the way he changes things, like he's a revolutionary on like in front of people, and then he switches up. I don't think that the FBI would really consider him. Maybe
I think he would be a liability.
He would, but then there's also his intellect could be useful in some spaces. Instead of just putting him in, and he might have scammed and got caught up in it, and then they're using him to bust or take down, because you see, we have a lot of shit going on in the conscious community, and he don't have no problem snitching on nobody.
Yeah.
But he will tell you it's messy if you do it on him. He didn't have any problems, like when I told him about things that were going on at my job, and I was like, well, I'll just tell you later, because I'm on government grounds and we can't talk about certain things on government ground. That's, it's a Hatch Act violation. He didn't have any, like, he wasn't like, oh girl, come on, it's me type, you know what I mean? Which I wouldn't have fell for it anyway, but he seems like very, I know this is going to sound crazy. This is the only reason why I entertain the FBI thing or being an informant. He is very much on board with the rules, but he also breaks the rules. You know what I'm saying? Like, he'll reprimand somebody if they do something sideways, or they smoke, marijuana or something like that, but he will also engage and do other things. I don't know. He's like a split. It's like a split.
Yeah, he's like a chameleon.
I wouldn't think that I've seen them do some things with hackers where they put them to work versus just giving them jail time and letting that that go unchecked. But I don't, and maybe he is to infiltrate the conscious community and maybe even persuade things to go a certain way.
Yeah. Okay.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, one last question that just came in. This is from Vix. What does he call Tiff the Grip? Does he have any particular name? Because he doesn't like her, but is there any name that he called her?
He didn't talk about her. None of these women, none of these women he talked about. I think that was the only scenario. The girls in the UNI, Tiff the Griff must have did something that to move against him. He never talked about Ann because I looked up. He never talked about any of these women. I asked him about her. Um, After finding out, your videos and stuff, he never talked about any of them.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't even tell and still hasn't said anything about the girl that threw the lotion bag. I know he knows who that is.
Yeah.
I know him just by watching him and watching what she says on that ground. It just validated everything for me.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that he got loud, like he was trying to be funny, he got loud, that's like a form of deflection. Tiff, he did say something about, but I think that's because something happened. But other than that, he's been very quiet to me about the other girls.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, listen, thank you so much for your time. I
Yes.
do have other questions. If in the future you want to come on for follow-up questions, you let me just say it this way. Anytime you want to come on, you're welcome to come on. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Again, everyone, her Cash App is $ iconic moguls, which is $IKONIC MOGULZ. If you want to support this sister, very courageous what you're doing. And I just want to say
Absolutely.
that Umar, he brought this on himself because ultimately, if he had handled this like a man, he would have resolved it without getting messy. But because he gets messy and goes crazy yesterday with what he posted and what he was posting yesterday, a lot of it he took down. Here we are here today. And so Umar, he will try to blame other people. He'll blame you. He'll blame me. He'll blame the Cookie Crush chat. But this is the result of Umar's behavior. And it's not just with you. He has a history of this with many other women out there around the world.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I want to also just like for the women that have already went through it, because I got a taste of it yesterday. Um, I just say just stay the course. I
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't attempt to do anything without a plan. I was very lucky. I had a lot of support, and I appreciate you, Lenon. You've been very supportive in all of this. And I've been trying to also work my back channels to make sure I have support too. Don't let anybody punk you. I
Mm-hmm.
don't. But when you come out, make sure, like I've kept a lot of stuff in, reserve. The biggest thing in reserve because I know he's going to keep going. He's not going to stop unless he's made to stop.
Mm-hmm.
So the ether I'm going to wait to unleash, but yeah, this isn't about anything else except for, he came out against me and did and said that stuff against my kids. That's wrong.
Yeah.
But I appreciate all of you, everybody.
Okay. And again, you're welcome anytime. So this is not the end. Thank you so much for opening up this. I don't know what to call it,
Yeah,
but
it's a lot. It's too
yeah,
much.
it is. It is.
It's some stuff I didn't even think about till you asked about it. It's like
mhm.
it's a
Mm.
lot. He is. I'm just the coldness of a lot of things, even with having deaths and all that other stuff. Dealing with somebody that's just cold and disconnected. And you are so right. I want to emphasize all of this could have been avoided. This
Mhm.
all could have been avoided. He's gonna say it was going to be like that. I would have never moved against this man.
Mhm.
Never moved
Yeah, you
against
believed
him.
in him. You believed in him.
Heck
Yeah.
yeah. Heck
Mhm.
yeah. If I take time out of what I'm building and put I absolutely believed in him. But I don't. I don't.
Yeah.
And if you need any help with bringing any of those supporters over to the light, I'm more than happy with coming back on and getting them out from underneath. I think the only surefire way to for people to get it is to get close to him. He
Mhm.
never has a long lasting relationship. I don't know if that's something he does. He just doesn't have it. That's crazy to me. Be
Mhm.
it man or female, or just even a professional relationship.
Yeah.
So, thank you, Lennon.
Oh, you're so welcome. Thank you for your time. I really do appreciate it. Very courageous, and the Cookie Credit Chat, they love you.
I love them too. That's a supportive bunch, boy.
Mm-hmm,
Thank you
mm-hmm.
guys.
All right. Thank you, sis. I
All
appreciate
right.
it.
Bye
All right.
bye.
Bye-bye.